Forward. Hercule Poirot's flat was essentially modern in its furnishings. It gleamed with chromium. Its easy chairs, though comfortably padded, were square and uncompromising in outline. On one of these chairs sat Hercule Poirot, neatly in the middle of the chair. Opposite him, in another chair, sat Dr. Burton, Fellow of All Souls, sipping appreciatively at a glass of Poirot's Chateau Mouton Rothschild. There was no neatness about Dr. Burton. He was plump, untidy, and beneath his thatch of white hair beamed a rubicund and benign countenance. He had a deep, wheezy chuckle, and the habit of covering himself and everything round him with tobacco ash. In vain did Poirot surround him with ashtrays. Dr. Burton was asking a question. "Tell me," he said, "why Hercule?" "You mean my Christian name?" "Hardly a Christian name," the other demurred. "Definitely pagan. But why?" "That's what I want to know. Father's fancy, mother's whim. Family reasons. If I remember rightly, though, my memory isn't what it was. You had a brother called Achille. Did you not?" Poirot's mind raced back over the details of Achille Poirot's career. Had all that really happened? Only for a short space of time. He replied. Dr. Burton passed tactfully from the subject of Achille Poirot. People should be more careful how they name their children. He ruminated. "I've got godchildren, I know. Blanche. One of them is called Dark as a Gypsy. Then there's Deirdre. Deirdre of the Sorrows. She's turned out merry as a grig. As for young Patience, she might as well have been named Impatience and be done with it. And Diana, well." Diana, the old classical scholar, shuddered. "Weighs 12 stone now, and she's only 15. They say it's puppy fat, but it doesn't look that way to me. Diana. They wanted to call her Helen, but I did put my foot down there. Knowing what her father and mother looked like, and her grandmother for that matter, I tried hard for Martha or Dorcas or something sensible, but it was no good waste of breath. Rum people, parents." He began to wheeze gently. His small, fat face crinkled up. Poirot looked at him inquiringly, thinking of an imaginary conversation. "Your mother and the late Mrs. Holmes, sitting sewing little garments, or knitting Achille, Hercule, Sherlock, Mycroft." Humph. Poirot failed to share his friend's amusement. "What I understand you to mean is that in physical appearance I do not resemble a Hercules, Dr. Burton's eyes swept over Hercule Poirot, over his small, neat person, attired in striped trousers, correct black jacket, and natty bow tie, swept up from his patent leather shoes to his egg-shaped head and the immense mustache that adorned his upper lip. Frankly, Poirot, said Dr. Burton, you don't, I gather, he added, that you've never had much time to study the classics. That is so. Pity. Pity. You've missed a lot. Everyone should be made to study the classics if I had my way. Poirot shrugged his shoulders. Eh bien, I have got on very well without them. Got on, got on. It's not a question of getting on. That's the wrong view altogether. The classics aren't a ladder leading to quick success like a modern correspondence course. It's not a man's working hours that are important. It's his leisure hours. That's the mistake we all make. Take yourself now. You're getting on. You'll be wanting to get out of things, to take things easy. What are you going to do then with your leisure hours? Poirot was ready with his reply. I am going to attend seriously to the cultivation of vegetable marrows. Dr. Burton was taken aback. Vegetable marrows? What do you mean? Those great swollen green things that taste of water? Poirot spoke enthusiastically. But that is the whole point of it. They need not taste of water. Oh, I know, sprinkle them with cheese. Or minced onion or white sauce. No. No, you are in error. It is my idea that the actual flavor of the marrow itself can be improved. It can be given. He screwed up his eyes. A bouquet? Good God. Man, it's not a claret. The word bouquet reminded Dr. Burton of the glass at his elbow. He sipped and savored. Very good wine. This, very sound. Yes. His head nodded in approbation. But this vegetable marrow business, you're not serious. You don't mean he spoke in lively horror that you're actually going to stoop. His hands descended in sympathetic horror on his own plump stomach, stoop, and fork dung on the things, and feed him with strands of wool dipped in water, and all the rest of it. You seem, Poirot said, to be well acquainted with the culture of the Marrowsine gardeners doing it when I've been staying in the country. But seriously, Poirot, what a hobby. Compare that to, his voice sank to an appreciative purr, an easy chair in front of a wood fire in a long, low room lined with books. Must be a long room, not a square one. Books all round one. A glass of port and a book open in your hand. Time rolls back as you read, he quoted sonorously. He translated, by skill again. The pilot on the wine-dark sea straightens, the swift ship buffeted by the winds. Of course, you can never really get the spirit of the original. For the moment, in his enthusiasm, he had forgotten Poirot, and Poirot, watching him, felt suddenly a doubt, an uncomfortable twinge. Was there, here, something that he had missed? Some richness of the spirit? Sadness crept over him. Yes, he should have become acquainted with the classics. Long ago. Now, alas, it was too late. Doctor? Burton interrupted his melancholy. Do you mean that you really are thinking of retiring? Yes, the other chuckled. You won't, but I assure you, you won't be able to do it. Man, you're too interested in your work. No, indeed. I make all the arrangements. A few more cases, specially selected ones, not. You understand. Everything that presents itself, just problems that have a personal appeal. Dr. Burton grinned. That's the way of it. Just a case or two, just one case more, and so on. The prima donna's farewell performance won't be in it with yours, Poirot. He chuckled and rose slowly to his feet. An amiable, white-haired gnome. Yours aren't the labors of Hercules, he said. Yours are labors of love. You'll see if I'm not right. Bet you that in 12 months' time you'll still be here, and vegetable marrows will still be, he shuddered. Merely marrows, taking leave of his hisso. Dr. Burton left the severe rectangular room. He passes out of these pages not to return to them. We are concerned only with what he left behind him, which was an idea. For after his departure, Hercule Poirot sat down again slowly, like a man in a dream, and murmured, "The Labors of Hercules." Mais oui, c'est une idée, ça. The following day, saw Hercule Poirot perusing a large calf-bound volume and other slimmer works, with occasional harried glances at various typewritten slips of paper. His secretary, Miss Lemon, had been detailed to collect information on the subject of Hercules and to place same before him. Without interest, hers not the type to wonder why, but with perfect efficiency. Miss Lemon had fulfilled her task. Hercule Poirot was plunged headfirst into a bewildering sea of classical lore with particular reference to Hercules, a celebrated hero who, after death, was ranked among the gods and received divine honors. So far, so good, but thereafter it was far from plain sailing. For 2 hours, Poirot read diligently, making notes, frowning, consulting his slips of paper and his other books of reference. Finally, he sank back in his chair and shook his head. His mood of the previous evening was dispelled. What people? Take this. Hercules, this hero. Hero? Indeed, what was he but a large muscular creature of low intelligence and criminal tendencies? Poirot was reminded of one Adolphe Durand, a butcher, who had been tried at Lyon in 1895, a creature of ox-like strength who had killed several children. The defense had been epilepsy, from which he undoubtedly suffered, though whether grand mal or petit mal had been an argument of several days' discussion. This ancient Hercules probably suffered from grand mal. No. Poirot shook his head. If that was the Greeks' idea of a hero, then measured by modern standards, it certainly would not do. The whole classical pattern shocked him. These gods and goddesses, they seemed to have as many different aliases as a modern criminal. Indeed, they seemed to be definitely criminal types. Drink, debauchery, incest, rape, loot, homicide, and chicanery enough to keep a juge d'instruction constantly busy. No decent family life, no order, no method. Even in their crimes, no order or method. Hercules indeed, said Hercule Poirot, rising to his feet, disillusioned. He looked round him with approval. A square room, with good square modern furniture, even a piece of good modern sculpture representing one cube placed on another cube, and above it a geometrical arrangement of copper wire. And in the midst of this shining and orderly room, himself. He looked at himself in the glass. Here, then, was a modern Hercules very distinct from that unpleasant sketch of a naked figure with bulging muscles, brandishing a club. Instead, a small, compact figure, attired in correct urban wear, with a mustache, such a mustache as Hercules never dreamed of cultivating a mustache, magnificent yet sophisticated. Yet there was between this Hercule Poirot and the Hercules of classical lore one point of resemblance. Both of them, undoubtedly, had been instrumental in ridding the world of certain pests. Each of them could be described as a benefactor to the society he lived in. What had Dr. Burton said last night as he left? Yours are not the labors of Hercules. Ah, but there he was wrong. The old fossil, there should be once again the labors of Hercules, a modern Hercules, an ingenious and amusing conceit. In the period before his final retirement, he would accept 12 cases, no more, no less. And those 12 cases should be selected with special reference to the 12 labors of ancient Hercules. Yet, that would not only be amusing, It would be artistic. It would be spiritual. Poirot picked up the classical dictionary and immersed himself once more in classical lore. He did not intend to follow his prototype too closely. There should be no women, no shirt of Nessus, the labors, and the labors only. The first labor, then, would be that of the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion, he repeated, trying it over on his tongue. Naturally, he did not expect a case to present itself actually involving a flesh and blood lion. It would be too much of a coincidence should he be approached by the directors of the zoological gardens to solve a problem for them involving a real lion. No. Here symbolism must be involved. The first case must concern some celebrated public figure. It must be sensational and of the first importance. Some master criminal, or alternately someone who was a lion in the public eye. Some well-known writer, or politician, or painter, or even royalty. He liked the idea of royalty. He would not be in a hurry. He would wait for that case of high importance that should be the first of his self-imposed labors. 1. The Nemean lion. 1. Anything of interest this morning? Miss Lemon? He asked as he entered the room the following morning. He trusted Miss Lemon. She was a woman without imagination, but she had an instinct. Anything that she mentioned as worth consideration usually was worth consideration. She was a born secretary. Nothing much. Poirot. There is just one letter that I thought might interest you. I have put it on the top of the pile. And what is that? He took an interested step forward. It's from a man who wants you to investigate the disappearance of his wife's Pekingese dog. Poirot paused with his foot still in the air. He threw a glance of deep reproach at Miss Lemon. She did not notice it. She had begun to type. She typed with the speed and precision of a quick-firing tank. Poirot was shaken and embittered. Miss Lemon, the efficient Miss Lemon, had let him down. A Pekingese dog. A Pekingese dog. And after the dream he had had last night, he had been leaving Buckingham Palace after being personally thanked when his valet had come in with his morning chocolate. Words trembled on his lips, witty caustic words. He did not utter them, because Miss Lemon, owing to the speed and efficiency of her typing, would not have heard them. With a grunt of disgust, he picked up the topmost letter from the little pile on the side of his desk. Yes, it was exactly as Miss Lemon had said. A city address, a curt, businesslike, unrefined demand. The subject, the kidnapping of a Pekingese dog. One of those bulging-eyed, over-pampered pets of a rich woman. Hercule Poirot's lip curled as he read it. Nothing unusual about this. Nothing out of the way, but yes, in one small detail. Miss Lemon was right. In one small detail, there was something unusual. Hercule Poirot sat down. He read the letter slowly and carefully. It was not the kind of case he wanted. It was not the kind of case he had promised himself. It was not in any sense an important case. It was supremely unimportant. It was not, and here was the crux of his objection, it was not a proper labor of Hercules, but unfortunately, he was curious. Yes, he was curious. He raised his voice so as to be heard by Miss Lemon above the noise of her typing. "Ring up this Sir Joseph Hawgan," he ordered, "and make an appointment for me to see him at his office as he suggests. As usual, Miss Lemon had been right. I'm a plain man. Mr. Poirot, said Sir Joseph Hoggen. Hercule Poirot made a non-committal gesture with his right hand. It expressed, if you chose to take it, so admiration for the solid worth of Sir Joseph's career and an appreciation of his modesty in so describing himself. It could also have conveyed a graceful deprecation of the statement. In any case, it gave no clue to the thought then uppermost in Hercule Poirot's mind, which was that Sir Joseph certainly was using the term, in its more colloquial sense, a very plain man indeed. Hercule Poirot's eyes rested critically on the swelling jowl. The small pig eyes, the bulbous nose, and the close-lipped mouth. The whole general effect reminded him of someone or something, but for the moment he could not recollect who or what it was. A memory stirred dimly. A long time ago, in Belgium, something, surely, to do with soap. Sir Joseph was continuing. No frills about me. I don't beat about the bush. Most people, Mr. Poirot, would let this business go, write it off as a bad debt, and forget about it. But that's not Joseph Hoggen's way. I'm a rich man, and in a manner of speaking, 200 pounds is neither here nor there to me. Poirot interpolated swiftly. I congratulate you. Sir Joseph paused a minute. His small eyes narrowed themselves still more. He said sharply, That's not to say that I'm in the habit of throwing my money about. What I want I pay for, but I pay the market price, no more. Hercule Poirot said, You realize that my fees are high. Yes, but this, Sir Joseph looked at him cunningly, is a very small matter. Hercule Poirot shrugged his shoulders. He said, I do not bargain. I am an expert. For the services of an expert, you have to pay. Sir Joseph said frankly, I know you're a tip-top man at this sort of thing. I made inquiries, and I was told that you were the best man available. I mean to get to the bottom of this business, and I don't grudge the expense. That's why I got you to come here. You were fortunate, said Hercule Poirot. Sir Joseph said again. Exceedingly fortunate, said Hercule Poirot firmly. I may say so without undue modesty, at the apex of my career. Very shortly, I intend to retire to live in the country, to travel occasionally, to see the world also. It may be to cultivate my garden with particular attention to improving the strain of vegetable marrows. Magnificent vegetables, but they lack flavor. That, however, is not the point. I wished merely to explain that before retiring, I had imposed upon myself a certain task. I have decided to accept 12 cases, no more, no less. A self-imposed Labors of Hercules, if I may so describe it. Your case, Sir Joseph, is the first of the 12. I was attracted to it. He sighed by its striking unimportance. Importance, said Sir Joseph. Unimportance was what I said. I have been called in for varying causes to investigate murders, unexplained deaths, robberies, thefts of jewelry. This is the first time that I have been asked to turn my talents to elucidate the kidnapping of a Pekingese dog. Sir Joseph grunted. He said, You surprise me. I should have said you'd have had no end of women pestering you about their pet dogs. That, certainly. But it is the first time that I'm summoned by the husband in the case. Sir Joseph's little eyes narrowed appreciatively. He said, I begin to see why they recommended you to me. You're a shrewd fellow. Mr. Poirot, Poirot murmured, if you will now tell me the facts of the case, the dog disappeared when exactly a week ago, and your wife is by now quite frantic. I presume. Sir Joseph stared. He said, you don't understand. The dog has been returned. Returned, then. Permit me to ask, where do I enter the matter? Sir Joseph went crimson in the face. Because I'm damned if I'll be swindled. Now then, Mr. Poirot, I'm going to tell you the whole thing. The dog was stolen a week ago, nipped in Kensington Gardens where he was out with my wife's companion. The next day, my wife got a demand for £200. I ask you £200 for a damned yapping little brute that's always getting under your feet anyway. Poirot murmured, you did not approve of paying such a sum. Naturally. Of course I didn't or wouldn't have if I'd known anything about it. Millie, my wife, knew that well enough. She didn't say anything to me. Just sent off the money in £1 notes as stipulated to the address given. And the dog was returned. Yes. That evening, the bell rang, and there was the little brute sitting on the doorstep. And not a soul to be seen. Perfectly. Continue. Then, of course, Millie confessed what she'd done, and I lost my temper a bit. However, I calmed down after a while after all. The thing was done. And you can't expect a woman to behave with any sense, and I dare say I should have let the whole thing go if it hadn't been for meeting old Samuelson at the club. Yes. Damn it all. This thing must be a positive racket. Exactly the same thing had happened to him. £300 they'd rooked his wife of, well, that was a bit too much. I decided the thing had got to be stopped. I sent for you. But surely, Sir Joseph, the proper thing, and a very much more inexpensive thing, would have been to send for the police. Sir Joseph rubbed his nose. He said, are you married, Mr. Poirot? Alas, said Poirot, I have not that felicity. Said Sir Joseph. Don't know about felicity, but if you were, you'd know that women are funny creatures. My wife went into hysterics at the mere mention of the police. She'd got it into her head that something would happen to her precious Shantung if I went to them. She wouldn't hear of the idea. And I may say she doesn't take very kindly to the idea of your being called in. But I stood firm there, and at last she gave way. But, mind you, she doesn't like it, Hercule Poirot murmured. The position is, I perceive, a delicate one. It would be as well. Perhaps. If I were to interview Madame your wife and gain further particulars from her, whilst at the same time reassuring her as to the future safety of her dog. Sir Joseph nodded and rose to his feet. He said, I'll take you along in the car right away. 2. In a large, hot, ornately furnished drawing room, 2 women were sitting. As Sir Joseph and Hercule Poirot entered, a small Pekingese dog rushed forward, barking furiously, and circling dangerously round Poirot's ankles. Shan, come here. Come here to mother. Lovey, pick him up. Miss Carnaby. The second woman hurried forward, and Hercule Poirot murmured, a veritable lion, indeed. Rather breathlessly, Shantung's captor agreed. Yes, indeed. He's such a good watchdog. He's not frightened of anything or anyone. There's a lovely boy. Then, having performed the necessary introduction, Sir Joseph said, well, Mr. Poirot. I'll leave you to get on with it." And with a short nod, he left the room. Lady Hagen was a stout, petulant-looking woman with dyed henna-red hair. Her companion, the fluttering Miss Carnaby, was a plump, amiable-looking creature between 40 and 50. She treated Lady Hagen with great deference and was clearly frightened to death of her. Poirot said, "Now tell me, Lady Hagen, the full circumstances of this abominable crime?" Lady Hagen flushed. "I'm very glad to hear you say that, Mr. Poirot. For it was a crime. Pekingese are terribly sensitive, just as sensitive as children. Poor Shantung might have died of fright, if of nothing else." Miss Carnaby chimed in breathlessly. "Yes, it was wicked, wicked. Please tell me the facts." "Well, it was like this. Shantung was out for his walk in the park with Miss Carnaby." "Oh, dear me. Yes. It was all my fault," chimed in the companion. "How could I have been so stupid, so careless?" Lady Hagen said acidly. "I don't want to reproach you, Miss Carnaby, but I do think you might have been more alert." Poirot transferred his gaze to the companion. "What happened?" Miss Carnaby burst into voluble and slightly flustered speech. "Well, it was the most extraordinary thing. We had just been along the flower walk. Shantung was on the lead. Of course, he'd had his little run on the grass, and I was just about to turn and go home when my attention was caught by a baby in a pram. Such a lovely baby. It smiled at me, lovely rosy cheeks, and such curls. I couldn't just resist speaking to the nurse in charge and asking how old it was. 17 months, she said, and I'm sure I was only speaking to her for about a minute or two. And then suddenly, I looked down, and Shan wasn't there anymore. The lead had been cut right through," Lady Hagen said. "If you'd been paying proper attention to your duties, nobody could have sneaked up and cut that lead." Miss Carnaby seemed inclined to burst into tears. Poirot said hastily, "And what happened next?" "Well, of course I looked everywhere, and called, and I asked the park attendant if he'd seen a man carrying a Pekingese dog, but he hadn't noticed anything of the kind, and I didn't know what to do, and I went on searching. But at last, of course, I had to come home." Miss Carnaby stopped dead. Poirot could imagine the scene that followed well enough. He asked, "And then you received a letter?" Lady Hagen took up the tale. "By the first post the following morning. It said that if I wanted to see Shantung alive, I was to send £200 in £1 notes in an unregistered packet to Captain Curtis, 38, Bloomsbury Road Square. It said that if the money were marked or the police informed, then Shantung's ears and tail would be cut off." Miss Carnaby began to sniff. "So awful," she murmured. "How people can be such fiends." Lady Hagen went on. "It said that if I sent the money at once, Shantung would be returned the same evening alive and well. But that if afterwards I went to the police, it would be Shantung who would suffer for it." Miss Carnaby murmured tearfully, "Oh dear, I'm so afraid that even now, of course, Poirot isn't exactly the police," Lady Hagen said anxiously. "So you see, Mr. Poirot, you will have to be very careful." Hercule Poirot was quick to allay her anxiety. "But I am not of the police. My inquiries, they will be conducted very discreetly, very quietly. You can be assured." Lady Hagen, that Shantung will be perfectly safe, that I will guarantee. Both ladies seemed relieved by the magic word. Poirot went on. You have here the letter. Lady Hagen shook her head. No, I was instructed to enclose it with the money. And you did so. Yes. That is a pity, Miss Carnaby said brightly. But I have the dog lead still. Shall I get it? She left the room. Hercule Poirot profited by her absence to ask a few pertinent questions. Amy Carnaby. Oh, she's quite all right. A good soul, though foolish. Of course. I have had several companions, and they have all been complete fools. But Amy was devoted to Shantung, and she was terribly upset over the whole thing, as well she might be hanging over perambulators and neglecting my little sweetheart. These old maids are all the same, idiotic over babies. No, I'm quite sure she had nothing whatever to do with it. It does not seem likely. Poirot agreed. But as the dog disappeared, when in her charge, one must make quite certain of her honesty. She has been with you long. Nearly a year. I had excellent references with her. She was with old Lady Hardingfield until she died 10 years, I believe. After that, she looked after an invalid sister for a while. She really is an excellent creature, but a complete fool. As I said, Amy Carnaby returned at this minute, slightly more out of breath, and produced the cut dog lead which she handed to Poirot with the utmost solemnity. Looking at him with hopeful expectancy, Poirot surveyed it carefully. Mais oui, he said, this has undoubtedly been cut. The two women waited expectantly. He said, I will keep this. Solemnly, he put it in his pocket. The two women breathed a sigh of relief. He had clearly done what was expected of him. 3. It was the habit of Hercule Poirot to leave nothing untested. Though on the face of it, it seemed unlikely that Miss Carnaby was anything but the foolish and rather muddle-headed woman that she appeared to be. Poirot nevertheless managed to interview a somewhat forbidding lady who was the niece of the late Lady Hardingfield. Amy Carnaby, said Miss Maltravers. Of course. Remember her perfectly. She was a good soul, and suited Aunt Julia down to the ground. Devoted to dogs, and excellent at reading aloud, tactful. 2. Never contradicted an invalid. What's happened to her? Not in distress of any kind. I hope. I gave her a reference about a year ago. To some woman name began with H. Poirot explained hastily that Miss Carnaby was still in her post. There had been, he said, a little trouble over a lost dog. Amy Carnaby is devoted to dogs. My aunt had a Pekingese. She left it to Miss Carnaby when she died, and Miss Carnaby was devoted to it. I believe she was quite heartbroken when it died. Oh, yes. She's a good soul. Not, of course, precisely intellectual. Hercule Poirot agreed that Miss Carnaby could not, perhaps, be described as intellectual. His next proceeding was to discover the park keeper to whom Miss Carnaby had spoken on the fateful afternoon. This he did without much difficulty. The man remembered the incident in question. Middle-aged lady. Rather stout, in a regular state. She was lost, her Pekingese dog. I knew her well by sight, brings the dog along most afternoons. I saw her come in with it. She was in a rare taking when she lost it. Came running to me to know if I'd seen anyone with a Pekingese dog. Well, I ask you, I can tell you. The gardens is full of dogs, every kind terriers. Peaks, German sausage dogs, even them bourgeois all kinds we have. Not likely as I'd notice one peak more than another. Hercule Poirot nodded his head thoughtfully. He went to 38. Bloomsbury Road Square knows 38, 39, and 40 were incorporated together as the Balaclava Private Hotel. Poirot walked up the steps and pushed open the door. He was greeted inside by gloom and a smell of cooking cabbage with a reminiscence of breakfast kippers. On his left was a mahogany table with a sad-looking chrysanthemum plant on it. Above the table was a big, baize-covered rack into which letters were stuck. Poirot stared at the board thoughtfully for some minutes. He pushed open a door on his right. It led into a kind of lounge with small tables and some so-called easy chairs covered with a depressing pattern of cretonne. 3 old ladies and 1 fierce-looking old gentleman raised their heads and gazed at the intruder with deadly venom. Hercule Poirot blushed and withdrew. He walked farther along the passage and came to a staircase. On his right, a passage branched at right angles to what was evidently the dining room. A little way along this passage was a door marked Office. On this, Poirot tapped, receiving no response. He opened the door and looked in. There was a large desk in the room covered with papers, but there was no one to be seen. He withdrew. Closing the door again, he penetrated to the dining room. A sad-looking girl in a dirty apron was shuffling about with a basket of knives and forks with which she was laying the tables. Hercule Poirot said apologetically, "Excuse me, but could I see the manageress?" The girl looked at him with lackluster eyes. She said, "I don't know. I'm sure." Hercule Poirot said, "There is no one in the office." "Well, I don't know where she'd be." "I'm sure." "Perhaps." Hercule Poirot said, patient and persistent, "You could find out." The girl sighed. Dreary as her day's round was, it had now been made additionally so by this new burden laid upon her. She said sadly, "Well, I'll see what I can do." Poirot thanked her and removed himself once more to the hall, not daring to face the malevolent glare of the occupants of the lounge. He was staring up at the baize-covered letter rack when a rustle and a strong smell of Devonshire violets proclaimed the arrival of the manageress. Mrs. Hart was full of graciousness. She exclaimed, "So sorry I was not in my office." "You were requiring rooms," Hercule Poirot murmured. "Not precisely. I was wondering if a friend of mine had been staying here lately." "A Captain Curtis." "Curtis," exclaimed Mrs. Hart. "Captain Curtis. Now where have I heard that name?" Poirot did not help her. She shook her head vexedly. He said, "You have not, then, had a Captain Curtis staying here?" "Well, not lately, certainly. And yet, you know, the name is certainly familiar to me. Can you describe your friend at all?" "That," said Hercule Poirot, "would be difficult." He went on. "I suppose it sometimes happens that letters arrive for people when in actual fact no one of that name is staying here." "That does happen, of course." "What do you do with such letters?" "Oh, we keep them for a time. You see, it probably means that the person in question will arrive shortly. Of course, if letters or parcels are a long time here unclaimed, they are returned to the post office." Hercule Poirot nodded thoughtfully. He said, "I comprehend." He added, "It is like this. You see, I wrote a letter to my friend here." Mrs. Hart's face cleared. "That explains it. I must have noticed the name on an envelope. But really, we have so many ex-army gentlemen staying here or passing through. Let me see now." She peered up at the board. Hercule Poirot said, "It is not there now. It must have been returned to the postman." "I suppose. I'm so sorry." "Nothing important." "I hope no. No. It was of no importance." As he moved towards the door, Mrs. Hart, enveloped in her pungent odor of violets, pursued him. "If your friend should come, it is most unlikely. I must have made a mistake." Our terms," said Mrs. Hart, "are very moderate. Coffee after dinner is included. I would like you to see one or two of our bed-sitting rooms." Truskin, with difficulty, Hercule Poirot escaped. 4. The drawing-room of Mrs. Samuelson was larger, more lavishly furnished, and enjoyed an even more stifling amount of central heating than that of Lady Haughton. Hercule Poirot picked his way giddily amongst gilded console tables and large groups of statuary. Mrs. Samuelson was taller than Lady Haughton, and her hair was dyed with peroxide. Her Pekingese was called Nanky Poo. His bulging eyes surveyed Hercule Poirot with arrogance. Miss Keble, Mrs. Samuelson's companion, was thin and scraggy where Miss Carnaby had been plump, but she also was voluble and slightly breathless. She, too, had been blamed for Nanky Poo's disappearance. But really, Mr. Poirot, it was the most amazing thing. It all happened in a second. Outside Harrod's it was. A nurse there asked me the time. Poirot interrupted her. A nurse, a hospital nurse? No. No. A children's nurse. Such a sweet baby it was. Too, a dear little mite. Such lovely rosy cheeks. They say children don't look healthy in London, but I'm sure. Ellen, said Mrs. Samuelson. Miss Keble blushed, stammered, and subsided into silence. Mrs. Samuelson said acidly, and while Miss Keble was bending over a perambulator that had nothing to do with her, this audacious villain cut Nanky Poo's lead and made off with him. Miss Keble murmured tearfully, "It all happened in a second. I looked round and the darling boy was gone. There was just the dangling lead in my hand. Perhaps you'd like to see the lead." Mr. Poirot. "By no means," said Poirot hastily. He had no wish to make a collection of cut dog leads. "I understand," he went on, "that shortly afterwards you received a letter." The story followed the same course, exactly the letter, the threats of violence to Nanky Poo's ears and tail. Only two things were different. The sum of money demanded $300, and the address to which it was to be sent. This time it was to Commander Blackley, Harrington Hotel, 76 Clonmel Gardens, Kensington. Mrs. Samuelson went on. When Nanky Poo was safely back again, I went to the place myself. Mr. Poirot. After all, £300 is £300. Certainly it is. The very first thing I saw was my letter enclosing the money in a kind of rack in the hall. Whilst I was waiting for the proprietress, I slipped it into my bag. Unfortunately, Poirot said, unfortunately. When you opened it, it contained only blank sheets of paper. How did you know, Mrs. Samuelson turned on him with awe. Poirot shrugged his shoulders. Obviously. Chère Madame, the thief would take care to recover the money before he returned the dog. He would then replace the notes with blank paper and return the letter to the rack in case its absence should be noticed. No such person as Commander Blackley had ever stayed there. Poirot smiled. And of course, my husband was extremely annoyed about the whole thing. In fact, he was livid, absolutely livid. Poirot murmured cautiously, "You did not consult him before dispatching the money." "Certainly not," said Mrs. Samuelson with decision. Poirot looked a question. The lady explained, "I wouldn't have risked it for a moment. Men are so extraordinary when it's a question of money. Jacob would have insisted on going to the police. I couldn't risk that. My poor, darling Nanky Poo. Anything might have happened to him. Of course, I had to tell my husband afterwards, because I had to explain why I was overdrawn at the bank." Poirot murmured, "Quite so, quite so. And I have really never seen him so angry." "Men," said Mrs. Samuelson, rearranging her handsome diamond bracelet and turning her rings on her fingers, "think of nothing but money." 5. Hercule Poirot went up in the lift to Sir Joseph Hoggin's office. He sent in his card and was told that Sir Joseph was engaged at the moment, but would see him presently. A haughty blonde sailed out of Sir Joseph's room at last with her hands full of papers. She gave the quaint little man a disdainful glance in passing. Sir Joseph was seated behind his immense mahogany desk. There was a trace of lipstick on his chin. "Well, Mr. Poirot, sit down. Got any news for me?" Hercule Poirot said. "The whole affair is of a pleasing simplicity. In each case, the money was sent to one of those boarding houses or private hotels where there is no porter or hall attendant and where a large number of guests are always coming and going, including a fairly large preponderance of ex-service men. Nothing would be easier than for anyone to walk in. Abstract a letter from the rack. Either take it away or else remove the money and replace it with blank paper. Therefore, in every case, the trail ends abruptly in a blank wall. You mean you've no idea who the fellow is? I have certain ideas. Yes, it will take a few days to follow them up." Sir Joseph looked at him curiously. "Good work. Then, when you have got anything to report, I will report to you at your house." Sir Joseph said, "If you get to the bottom of this business, it will be a pretty good piece of work." Hercule Poirot said, "There is no question of failure. Hercule Poirot does not fail." Sir Joseph Hoggin looked at the little man and grinned. "Sure of yourself?" "Aren't you?" he demanded, entirely with reason. "Oh, well." Sir Joseph Hoggin leaned back in his chair. "Pride goes before a fall. You know." 6. Hercule Poirot, sitting in front of his electric radiator and feeling a quiet satisfaction in its neat geometrical pattern, was giving instructions to his valet and general factotum. "You understand, Georges?" "Perfectly. Sir, more probably a flat or maisonette. And it will definitely be within certain limits. South of the park, east of Kensington Church, west of Knightsbridge Barracks, and north of Fulham Road." "I understand perfectly." "Sir," Poirot murmured, A curious little case. There is evidence here of a very definite talent for organization. And there is, of course, the surprising invisibility of the star performer, the Nemean lion himself, if I may so style him. Yes, an interesting little case. I could wish that I felt more attracted to my client, but he bears an unfortunate resemblance to a soap manufacturer of Liège who poisoned his wife in order to marry a blonde secretary. One of my early successes. Georges shook his head. He said gravely, "These blondes, sir, they're responsible for a lot of trouble." 7. It was 3 days later when the invaluable Georges said, "This is the address, sir." Hercule Poirot took the piece of paper handed to him. "Excellent, my good Georges." "And what day of the week?" "Thursdays, sir." "Thursdays. And today, most fortunately, is a Thursday, so there need be no delay." 20 minutes later, Hercule Poirot was climbing the stairs of an obscure block of flats, tucked away in a little street leading off a more fashionable one. No, 10. Roseholm Mansions was on the third and top floor, and there was no lift. Poirot toiled upwards, round and round the narrow corkscrew staircase. He paused to regain his breath on the top landing, and from behind the door of number 10, a new sound broke the silence, the sharp bark of a dog. Hercule Poirot nodded his head with a slight smile. He pressed the bell of number 10. The barking redoubled footsteps came to the door. It was opened. Miss Amy Carnaby fell back. Her hand went to her ample breast. "You permit that I enter," said Hercule Poirot, and entered without waiting for the reply. There was a sitting-room door open on the right, and he walked in. Behind him, Miss Carnaby followed, as though in a dream. The room was very small and much overcrowded. Amongst the furniture, a human being could be discovered. An elderly woman lying on a sofa, drawn up to the gas fire. As Poirot came in, a Pekingese dog jumped off the sofa and came forward uttering a few sharp, suspicious barks. "Aha," said Poirot. "The chief actor, I salute you, my little friend." He bent forward, extending his hand. The dog sniffed at it, his intelligent eyes fixed on the man's face. Miss Carnaby muttered faintly, "So you know." Hercule Poirot nodded. "Yes, I know." He looked at the woman on the sofa. "Your sister," I think Miss Carnaby said mechanically. "Yes, Emily, this is Mr. Poirot." Emily Carnaby gave a gasp. She said, "Oh, Amy Carnaby said Augustus." Cool. The Pekingese looked towards her. His tail moved. Then he resumed his scrutiny of Poirot's hand. Again, his tail moved faintly, gently. Poirot picked the little dog up and sat down with Augustus on his knee. He said, "So, I have captured the Nemean lion. My task is completed." Amy Carnaby said in a hard, dry voice, "Do you really know everything?" Poirot nodded. "I think so. You organized this business with Augustus to help you. You took your employer's dog out for his usual walk, brought him here, and went on to the park with Augustus. The park keeper saw you with a Pekingese as usual. The nurse girl, if we had ever found her, would also have agreed that you had a Pekingese with you when you spoke to her. Then, while you were talking, you cut the lead, and Augustus, trained by you, slipped off at once and made a beeline back home. A few minutes later, you gave the alarm that the dog had been stolen. There was a pause. Then Miss Carnaby drew herself up with a certain pathetic dignity. She said, "Yeah, it is all quite true. I have nothing to say." The invalid woman on the sofa began to cry softly. Poirot said, "Nothing at all." Mademoiselle Miss Carnaby said nothing. "I have been a thief, and now I am found out." Poirot murmured, "You have nothing to say in your own defense?" A spot of red showed suddenly in Amy Carnaby's white cheeks. She said, I don't regret what I did. I think that you are a kind man, Mr. Poirot, and that possibly you might understand. You see, I've been so terribly afraid. Afraid, yes. It's difficult for a gentleman to understand. I expect, but you see, I'm not a clever woman at all. And I've no training, and I'm getting older, and I'm so terrified for the future. I've not been able to save anything. How could I with Emily, to be cared for? And as I get older and more incompetent, there won't be anyone who wants me. They'll want somebody young and brisk. I've known so many people. Like I am nobody wants you, and you live in one room, and you can't have a fire or any warmth, and not very much to eat. And at last, you can't even pay the rent of your room. There are institutions, of course, but it's not very easy to get into them unless you have influential friends. And I haven't. There are a good many others situated like I am, poor companions, untrained, useless women with nothing to look forward to, but a deadly fear. Her voice shook. She said, and so some of us got together, and I thought of this. It was really having Augustus that put it into my mind. You see, to most people, one Pekingese is very much like another, just as we think the Chinese are. Really, of course, it's ridiculous. No one who knew could mistake Augustus for Nanki Poo or Shan Tung or any of the other Pekis. He's far more intelligent for one thing, and he's much handsomer, but, as I say, to most people a peak is just a peak. Augustus put it into my head that, combined with the fact that so many rich women have Pekingese dogs, Poirot said with a faint smile, it must have been a profitable racket. How many are there in the gang? Or perhaps I had better ask how often operations have been successfully carried out. Miss Carnaby said simply, Shan Tung was the 16th. Hercule Poirot raised his eyebrows. I congratulate you. Your organization must have been indeed excellent. Emily Carnaby said Amy was always good at organization. Our father, he was the vicar of Kellington in Essex, always said that Amy had quite a genius for planning. She always made all the arrangements for the socials and the bazaars and all that. Poirot said with a little bow, I agree. As a criminal. Mademoiselle, you are quite in the first rank. Amy Carnaby cried. A criminal? Oh dear, I suppose I am. But it never felt like that. How did it feel? Of course, you are quite right. It was breaking the law. But you see, how can I explain it? Nearly all these women who employ us are so very rude and unpleasant. Lady Haugen, for instance, doesn't mind what she says to me. She said her tonic tasted unpleasant the other day and practically accused me of tampering with it. All that sort of thing. Miss Carnaby flushed. It's really very unpleasant. And not being able to say anything or answer back makes it rankle more. If you know what I mean, I know what you mean, said Hercule Poirot. And then seeing money frittered away so wastefully, that is upsetting. And Sir Joseph. Occasionally, he used to describe a coup he had made in the city, sometimes something that seemed to me, of course. I know, I've only got a woman's brain and don't understand finance, downright dishonest. Well, you know, M. Poirot. It all unsettled me, and I felt that to take a little money away from these people who really wouldn't miss it and hadn't been too scrupulous in acquiring it well. Really, it hardly seemed wrong at all. Poirot murmured, a modern Robin Hood. Tell me, Miss Carnaby, did you ever have to carry out the threats you used in your letters, threats? Were you ever compelled to mutilate the animals in the way you specified? Miss Carnaby regarded him in horror. Of course, I would never have dreamed of doing such a thing. That was just an artistic touch. Very artistic. It worked. Well, of course I knew it would. I know how I should have felt about Augustus. And of course, I had to make sure these women never told their husbands until afterwards. The plan worked beautifully every time. In 9 cases out of 10, the companion was given the letter with the money to post. We usually steamed it open, took out the notes, and replaced them with paper. Once or twice the woman posted it herself. Then, of course, the companion had to go to the hotel and take the letter out of the rack. But that was quite easy, too. And the nursemaid touch. Was it always a nursemaid? Well, you see, M. Poirot. Old maids are known to be foolishly sentimental about babies. So it seemed quite natural that they should be absorbed over a baby and not notice anything. Hercule Poirot sighed. He said, your psychology is excellent. Your organization is first class, and you are also a very fine actress. Your performance the other day, when I interviewed Lady Haughton, was irreproachable. Never think of yourself disparagingly. Miss Carnaby, you may be what is termed an untrained woman, but there is nothing wrong with your brains or with your courage. Miss Carnaby said with a faint smile. And yet I have been found out. Poirot. Only by me. That was inevitable. When I had interviewed Mrs. Samuelson, I realized that the kidnapping of Shantung was one of a series. I had already learned that you had once been left a Pekingese dog and had an invalid sister. I had only to ask my invaluable servant to look for a small flat within a certain radius occupied by an invalid lady who had a Pekingese dog and a sister who visited her once a week on her day out. It was simple. Amy Carnaby drew herself up. She said, "You have been very kind. It emboldens me to ask you a favor. I cannot, I know, escape the penalty for what I have done. I shall be sent to prison, I suppose. But if you could, Poirot, avert some of the publicity. So distressing for Emily, and for those few who knew us in the old days. I could not, I suppose, go to prison under a false name. Or is that a very wrong thing to ask?" Hercule Poirot said, "I think I can do more than that. But first of all, I must make one thing quite clear. This ramp has got to stop. There must be no more disappearing dogs. All that is finished. Yes, oh yes. And the money you extracted from Lady Haughton must be returned." Amy Carnaby crossed the room, opened the drawer of a bureau, and returned with a packet of notes, which she handed to Poirot. "I was going to pay it into the pool today." Poirot took the notes and counted them. He got up. "I think it possible, Miss Carnaby, that I may be able to persuade Sir Joseph not to prosecute." "Oh, Poirot." Amy Carnaby clasped her hands. Emily gave a cry of joy. Augustus barked and wagged his tail. "As for you, mon ami," said Poirot, addressing him, "there is one thing that I wish you would give me. It is your mantle of invisibility that I need. In all these cases, nobody, for a moment, suspected that there was a second dog involved. Augustus possessed the lion's skin of invisibility. Of course, Poirot. According to the legend, Pekingese were lions once, and they still have the hearts of lions. Augustus is, I suppose, the dog that was left to you by Lady Hardingfield, and who is reported to have died, and were you never afraid of him coming home alone through the traffic?" "Oh, no, Poirot. Augustus is very clever about traffic. I have trained him most carefully. He has even grasped the principle of one-way streets." "In that case," said Hercule Poirot, "he is superior to most human beings." 8. Sir Joseph received Hercule Poirot in his study. He said, "Well, Mr. Poirot, made your boast good? Let me first ask you a question," said Poirot as he seated himself. "I know who the criminal is, and I think it possible that I can produce sufficient evidence to convict this person. But in that case, I doubt if you will ever recover your money." "Not get back my money?" Sir Joseph turned purple. Hercule Poirot went on. "But I am not a policeman. I am acting in this case solely in your interests. I could, I think, recover your money intact, if no proceedings were taken." "Eh?" said Sir Joseph. "That needs a bit of thinking about. It is entirely for you to decide. Strictly speaking, I suppose you ought to prosecute in the public interest." "Most people would say so." "I dare say they would," said Sir Joseph sharply. "It wouldn't be their money that had gone west. If there's one thing I hate, it's to be swindled. Nobody's ever swindled me and got away with it. Got away with kike. Well then, what do you decide?" Sir Joseph hit the table with his fist. "I'll have the brass. Nobody's going to say they got away with 200 pounds of my money." Hercule Poirot rose, crossed to the writing table, wrote out a check for 200 pounds, and handed it to the other man. Sir Joseph said in a weak voice, "Well, I'm damned. Who the devil is this fellow?" Poirot shook his head. "If you accept the money, there must be no questions asked." Sir Joseph folded up the check and put it in his pocket. "That's a pity, but the money's the thing. And what do I owe you, Mr. Poirot? My fees will not be high." This was, as I said, a very unimportant matter. He paused and added, "Nowadays, nearly all my cases are murder cases." Sir Joseph started slightly. "Must be interesting," he said, "sometimes. Curiously enough, you recall to me one of my earlier cases in Belgium. Many years ago, the chief protagonist was very like you in appearance. He was a wealthy soap manufacturer. He poisoned his wife in order to be free to marry his secretary. Yes, the resemblance is very remarkable." A faint sound came from Sir Joseph's lips. They had gone a queer blue color. All the ruddy hue had faded from his cheeks, his eyes, starting out of his head, stared at Poirot. He slipped down a little in his chair. Then, with a shaking hand, he fumbled in his pocket. He drew out the check and tore it into pieces. "That's washed out, see? Consider it as your fee." "Oh, but, Sir Joseph, my fee would not have been as large as that." "That's all right. You keep it. I shall send it to a deserving charity." "Send it anywhere you damn well like." Poirot leaned forward. He said, "I think I need hardly point out, Sir Joseph, that in your position, you would do well to be exceedingly careful." Sir Joseph said, his voice almost inaudible, "You needn't worry. I shall be careful all right." Hercule Poirot left the house. As he went down the steps, he said to himself, "So I was right." 9. Lady Haughton said to her husband, funny, "This tonic tastes quite different. It hasn't got that bitter taste anymore. I wonder why Sir Joseph growled chemist. Careless fellows make things up differently different times." Lady Haughton said doubtfully, "I suppose that must be it." "Of course it is. What else could it be?" "Has the man found out anything about Shantung?" "Yes. He got me my money back all right." "Who was it?" "He didn't say." "Very close fellow. Hercule Poirot. But you needn't worry. He's a funny little man. Isn't he?" Sir Joseph gave a slight shiver and threw a sideways glance upwards as though he felt the invisible presence of Hercule Poirot behind his right shoulder. He had an idea that he would always feel it there. He said, "He's a damn clever little devil." And he thought to himself, "Greta can go hang. I'm not going to risk my neck for any damned platinum blonde." 10. Oh, Amy Carnaby gazed down incredulously at the check for £200. She cried, "Emily, Emily, listen to this. Dear Miss Carnaby, allow me to enclose a contribution to your very deserving fund before it is finally wound up. Yours very truly, Hercule Poirot." "Amy," said Emily Carnaby, "you've been incredibly lucky. Think where you might be now. Wormwood Scrubs? Or is it—" "Holloway," murmured Amy Carnaby. "But that's all over. It's all over now, isn't it? Augustus no more walks to the park with mother or mother's friends and a little pair of scissors." A faraway wistfulness came into her eyes. She sighed. "Dear Augustus. It seems a pity. He's so clever. One can teach him anything." 2. The Lernean Hydra. 1. Hercule Poirot looked encouragingly at the man seated opposite him. Dr. Charles Oldfield was a man of perhaps 40. He had fair hair, slightly gray at the temples, and blue eyes that held a worried expression. He stooped a little, and his manner was a trifle hesitant. Moreover, he seemed to find difficulty in coming to the point. He said, stammering slightly, "I've come to you, M. Poirot, with rather an odd request. And now that I'm here, I'm inclined to funk the whole thing, because, as I see very well now, it's the sort of thing that no one can possibly do anything about." Hercule Poirot murmured, "As to that, you must let me judge." Oldfield muttered, "I don't know why I thought that perhaps—" He broke off. Hercule Poirot finished the sentence. "That perhaps I could help you, eh bien? Perhaps I can— Tell me your problem." Oldfield straightened himself. Poirot noted anew how haggard the man looked. Oldfield said, and his voice had a note of hopelessness in it. "You see, it isn't any good going to the police. They can't do anything. And yet every day it's getting worse and worse. I don't know what to do. What is getting worse? The rumors? Oh, it's quite simple. M. Poirot. Just a little over a year ago, my wife died. She had been an invalid for some years. They are saying, everyone is saying, that I killed her, that I poisoned her. Aha, said Poirot. And did you poison her? Poirot, Dr. Oldfield sprang to his feet. Calm yourself, said Hercule Poirot, and sit down again. We will take it. Then, that you did not poison your wife, but your practice, I imagine, is situated in a country district. Yes, Market Loughborough in Berkshire. I have always realized that it was the kind of place where people gossiped a good deal, but I never imagined that it could reach the lengths it has done. He drew his chair a little forward. And Poirot, you have no idea of what I have gone through. At first, I had no inkling of what was going on. I did notice that people seemed less friendly, that there was a tendency to avoid me, but I put it down to the fact of my recent bereavement. Then it became more marked. In the street, even, people will cross the road to avoid speaking to me. My practice is falling off. Wherever I go, I am conscious of lowered voices, of unfriendly eyes that watch me, whilst malicious tongues whisper their deadly poison. I have had 1 or 2 letters, vile things. He paused and then went on. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to fight this vile network of lies and suspicion. How can one refute what is never said openly to your face? I am powerless, trapped, and slowly and mercilessly being destroyed. Poirot nodded his head thoughtfully. He said yes. Rumor is indeed the 9-headed hydra of Lernia, which cannot be exterminated because as fast as 1 head is cropped off, 2 grow in its place. Dr. Oldfield said, That's just it. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I came to you as a last resort, but I don't suppose for a minute that there is anything you can do either. Hercule Poirot was silent for a minute or 2. Then he said, I am not so sure. Your problem interests me. Dr. Oldfield, I should like to try my hand at destroying the many-headed monster. First of all, tell me a little more about the circumstances which gave rise to this malicious gossip. Your wife died, you say, just over a year ago. What was the cause of death? Gastric ulcer? Was there an autopsy? No. She had been suffering from gastric trouble over a considerable period. Poirot nodded. And the symptoms of gastric inflammation and of arsenical poisoning are closely alike a fact which everybody knows nowadays. Within the last 10 years, there have been at least 4 sensational murder cases, in each of which the victim has been buried without suspicion with a certificate of gastric disorder. Was your wife older or younger than yourself? She was 5 years older. How long had you been married? 15 years. Did she leave any property? Yes. She was a fairly well-to-do woman. She left, roughly, about £30,000, a very useful sum. It was left to you. Yes. Were you and your wife on good terms? Certainly. No quarrels, no scenes. Well, Charles Oldfield hesitated. My wife was what might be termed a difficult woman. She was an invalid, and very concerned over her health and inclined, therefore, to be fretful and difficult to please. There were days when nothing I could do was right. Poirot nodded. He said, "Ah, yes, I know the type." She would complain, possibly, that she was neglected, unappreciated, that her husband was tired of her and would be glad when she was dead. Oldfield's face registered the truth of Poirot's surmise. He said with a wry smile, "You've got it exactly." Poirot went on. Did she have a hospital nurse to attend on her? Or a companion? Or a devoted maid? A nurse companion? A very sensible and competent woman. I really don't think she would talk. Even the sensible and the competent have been given tongues by le bon Dieu, and they do not always employ their tongues wisely. I have no doubt that the nurse companion talked, that the servants talked, that everyone talked. You have all the materials there for the starting of a very enjoyable village scandal. Now, I will ask you one more thing. Who is the lady I don't understand? Dr. Oldfield flushed angrily. Poirot said gently, I think you do. I am asking you who the lady is with whom your name has been coupled. Dr. Oldfield rose to his feet. His face was stiff and cold. He said, There is no lady in the case. A case. I'm sorry. Poirot, to have taken up so much of your time. He went towards the door. Hercule Poirot said I regret it also. Your case interests me. I would like to have helped you, but I cannot do anything unless I am told the whole truth. I have told you the truth. No. Oh. Dr. Oldfield stopped. He wheeled round. Why do you insist that there is a woman concerned in this, mon cher docteur? Do you not think I know the female mentality? The village gossip. It is based always, always, on the relations of the sexes. If a man poisons his wife in order to travel to the North Pole or to enjoy the peace of a bachelor existence, it would not interest his fellow villagers for a minute. It is because they are convinced that the murder has been committed, in order that the man may marry another woman, that the talk grows and spreads. That is elemental psychology, Oldfield said irritably. I'm not responsible for what a pack of damned gossiping busybodies think. Of course you are not, Poirot went on. So you might as well come back and sit down and give me the answer to the question I asked you just now. Slowly, almost reluctantly. Oldfield came back and resumed his seat. He said, coloring up to his eyebrows, I suppose it's possible that they've been saying things about Miss Moncrief. Jean Moncrief is my dispenser. A very fine girl indeed. How long has she worked for you? For 3 years. Did your wife like her? Or well? No, not exactly. She was jealous. It was absurd. Poirot smiled. He said, the jealousy of wives is proverbial. But I will tell you something. In my experience, jealousy, however far-fetched and extravagant it may seem, is nearly always based on reality. There is a saying, is there not, that the customer is always right. Well, the same is true of the jealous husband or wife. However little concrete evidence there may be, fundamentally, they are always right. Dr. Oldfield said robustly, Nonsense? I've never said anything to Jean Moncrief that my wife couldn't have overheard. That, perhaps, but it does not alter the truth of what I said. Hercule Poirot leaned forward. His voice was urgent, compelling. Dr. Oldfield, I am going to do my utmost in this case. But I must have from you the most absolute frankness, without regard to conventional appearances or to your own feelings. It is true, is it not, that you had ceased to care for your wife for some time before she died?" Oldfield was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, "This business is killing me. I must have hope. Somehow or other, I feel that you will be able to do something for me. I will be honest with you, M. Poirot. I did not care deeply for my wife. I made her, I think, a good husband, but I was never really in love with her. And this girl, Jean." The perspiration came out in a fine dew on the doctor's forehead. "He said I should have asked her to marry me before now, if it weren't for all this scandal and talk." Poirot sat back in his chair. He said, "Now at last we have come to the true facts, eh bien. Dr. Oldfield, I will take up your case. But remember this, it is the truth that I shall seek out." Oldfield said bitterly, "Please, it isn't the truth that's going to hurt me." He hesitated and said, "You know, I've contemplated the possibility of an action for slander. If I could pin anyone down to a definite accusation, surely then I should be vindicated. At least, sometimes I think so. At other times, I think it would only make things worse, give bigger publicity to the whole thing, and have people saying, 'It may have been proved, but there's no smoke without fire.'" He looked at Poirot. "Tell me, honestly, is there any way out of this nightmare?" "There is always a way," said Hercule Poirot. 2. "We are going into the country." "Georges," said Hercule Poirot to his valet. "Indeed." "Sir," said the imperturbable George, "and the purpose of our journey is to destroy a monster with 9 heads. Really, sir, something after the style of the Loch Ness monster. Less tangible than that. I did not refer to a flesh and blood animal. Georges, I misunderstood you. Sir, it would be easier if it were one. There is nothing so intangible, so difficult to pin down, as the source of a rumor. Oh, yes. Indeed, sir. It's difficult to know how a thing starts sometimes. Exactly. Hercule Poirot did not put up at Dr. Oldfield's house. He went instead to the local inn. The morning after his arrival, he had his first interview with Jean Moncrief. She was a tall girl with copper-colored hair and steady blue eyes. She had about her a watchful look, as of one who is upon her guard. She said, "So Dr. Oldfield did go to you." I knew he was thinking about it. There was a lack of enthusiasm in her tone. Poirot said, "And you did not approve?" Her eyes met his. She said coldly, "What can you do?" Poirot said quietly, "There might be a way of tackling the situation." "What way?" She threw the words at him scornfully. "Do you mean go round to all the whispering old women and say, 'Really, please, you must stop talking like this. It's so bad for poor Dr. Oldfield.' And they'd answer you and say, 'Of course, I have never believed the story. That's the worst of the whole thing.' They don't say, 'My dear, has it ever occurred to you that perhaps Mrs. Oldfield's death wasn't quite what it seemed?' No. They say, 'My dear, of course I don't believe that story about Dr. Oldfield and his wife. I'm sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Though it's true that he did neglect her just a little, perhaps. And I don't think, really, it's quite wise to have quite a young girl, as his dispenser, of course. I'm not saying for a minute that there was anything wrong between them. Oh, no. I'm sure it was quite all right, Hubs." She stopped. Her face was flushed, and her breath came rather fast. Hercule Poirot said, You seem to know very well just what is being said. Her mouth closed sharply. She said bitterly, I know all right. And what is your own solution? Jean Moncrief said, the best thing for him to do is to sell his practice and start again somewhere else. Don't you think the story might follow him? She shrugged her shoulders. He must risk that. Poirot was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, Are you going to marry Dr. Oldfield, Miss Moncrief? She displayed no surprise at the question. She said shortly, He hasn't asked me to marry him. Why not? Her blue eyes met his and flickered for a second. Then she said, Because I've choked him off. What a blessing to find someone who can be frank. I will be as frank as you please. When I realized that people were saying that Charles had got rid of his wife in order to marry me, it seemed to me that if we did marry, it would just put the lid on things. I hoped that if there appeared to be no question of marriage between us, the silly scandal might die down. But it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Surely, said Hercule Poirot. That is a little odd, Jean said bitterly. They haven't got much to amuse them down here. Poirot asked, Do you want to marry Charles Oldfield? The girl answered coolly enough, Yes, I do. I wanted to almost as soon as I met him. Then his wife's death was very convenient for you. Jean Moncrief said, Mrs. Oldfield was a singularly unpleasant woman. Frankly, I was delighted when she died. Yes, said Poirot. You are certainly frank. She gave the same scornful smile. Poirot said, I have a suggestion to make. Yes. Drastic means are required here. I suggest that somebody, possibly yourself, might write to the Home Office. What on earth do you mean? I mean that the best way of disposing of this story, once and for all, is to get the body exhumed and an autopsy performed. She took a step back from him. Her lips opened, then shut again. Poirot watched her. Well, mademoiselle, he said at last. Jean Moncrief said quietly, I don't agree with you, but why not? Surely a verdict of death from natural causes would silence all tongues. If you got that verdict, yes, do you know what you are suggesting? Mademoiselle Jean Moncrief said impatiently, I know what I'm talking about. You're thinking of arsenic poisoning. You could prove that she was not poisoned by arsenic. But there are other poisons, the vegetable alkaloids. After a year, I doubt if you'd find any traces of them, even if they had been used. And I know what these official analyst people are like. They might return a non-committal verdict, saying that there was nothing to show what caused death, and then the tongues would wag faster than ever. Hercule Poirot was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, Who, in your opinion, is the most inveterate talker in the village? The girl considered. She said at last, I really think old Miss Leatherin is the worst cat of the lot. Ah. Would it be possible for you to introduce me to Miss Leatherin in a casual manner if possible? Nothing could be easier. All the old tabbies are prowling about doing their shopping at this time of the morning. We've only got to walk down the main street. As Jean had said, there was no difficulty about the procedure. Outside the post office, Jean stopped and spoke to a tall, thin, middle-aged woman with a long nose and sharp, inquisitive eyes. Good morning, Miss Leatherin. Good morning, Jean. Such a lovely day, is it not? The sharp eyes ranged inquisitively over Jean Moncrief's companion. Jean said, Let me introduce, Poirot, who is staying down here for a few days. 3. Nibbling delicately at a scone and balancing a cup of tea on his knee. Hercule Poirot allowed himself to become confidential with his hostess. Miss Leatherin had been kind enough to ask him to tea, and had thereupon made it her business to find out exactly what this exotic little foreigner was doing in their midst. For some time, he parried her thrusts with dexterity, thereby whetting her appetite. Then, when he judged the moment ripe, he leant forward. "Ah, Miss Leatherin," he said, "I can see that you are too clever for me. You have guessed my secret. I am down here at the request of the Home Office. But please," he lowered his voice, "keep this information to yourself." Of course, of course. Miss Leatherin was flustered, thrilled to the core. The Home Office. You don't mean not poor Mrs. Oldfield Poirot nodded his head slowly several times. Well, Miss Leatherin breathed into that one word a whole gamut of pleasurable emotion. Poirot said, "It is a delicate matter, you understand. I have been ordered to report whether there is or is not a sufficient case for exhumation." Miss Leatherin exclaimed. "You are going to dig the poor thing up. How terrible if she had said how splendid. Instead of how terrible, the words would have suited her tone of voice better. What is your own opinion?" Miss Leatherin. Well, you say, of course. Poirot. There has been a lot of talk, but I never listen to talk. There is always so much unreliable gossip going about. There is no doubt that Dr. Oldfield has been very odd in his manner ever since it happened. But as I have said repeatedly, we surely need not put that down to a guilty conscience. It might be just grief. Not, of course, that he and his wife were on really affectionate terms. That I do know on first-hand authority. Nurse Harrison, who was with Mrs. Oldfield for 3 or 4 years up to the time of her death, has admitted that much. That, and I've always felt, that Nurse Harrison had her suspicions, not that she ever said anything. But one can tell. Can't one? From a person's manner, Poirot said sadly, one has so little to go upon. Yes, I know. But of course, Poirot, if the body is exhumed, then you will know. Yes, said Poirot, then we will know. There have been cases like it before. Of course, said Miss Leatherin, her nose twitching with pleasurable excitement. Armstrong, for instance, and that other man I can't remember his name, and then Crippen, of course. I've always wondered if Ethel Leneve was in it with him or not, of course. John Moncrief is a very nice girl. I'm sure. I wouldn't like to say she led him on exactly, but men do get rather silly about girls, don't they? And, of course, they were thrown very much together. Poirot did not speak. He looked at her with an innocent expression of inquiry, calculated to produce a further spate of conversation. Inwardly, he amused himself by counting the number of times the words "of course" occurred, and "of course," with a post-mortem and all that. So much would be bound to come out, wouldn't it? Servants and all that. Servants always know so much, don't they? And, of course, it's quite impossible to keep them from gossiping, isn't it? The Oldfields' Beatrice was dismissed almost immediately after the funeral, and I've always thought that was odd, especially with the difficulty of getting maids nowadays. It looks as though Dr. Oldfield was afraid she might know something. It certainly seems as though there were grounds for an inquiry, said Poirot solemnly. Miss Leatherin gave a little shiver of reluctance. One does so shrink from the idea. She said, our dear quiet little village dragged into the newspapers all the publicity. It appalls you? Asked Poirot. It does a little. I'm old-fashioned, you know. And, as you say, it is probably nothing but gossip. Well, I wouldn't like conscientiously to say that, you know, I do think it's so true, the saying that there's no smoke without fire. I myself was thinking exactly the same thing, said Poirot. He rose. I can trust your discretion, Mademoiselle O. Of course, I shall not say a word to anybody. Poirot smiled and took his leave. On the doorstep, he said to the little maid who handed him his hat and coat, I am down here to inquire into the circumstances of Mrs. Oldfield's death, but I shall be obliged if you will keep that strictly to yourself. Miss Leatherin's Gladys nearly fell backward into the umbrella stand. She breathed excitedly. Oh, sir. Then the doctor did do her in. You've thought so for some time, haven't you? Well, sir, it wasn't me. It was Beatrice. She was up there when Mrs. Oldfield died, and she thought there had been Poirot selected the melodramatic words deliberately foul play. Gladys nodded excitedly. Yes, she did. And she said so did Nurse? That was up there, Nurse Harrison. Ever so fond of Mrs. Oldfield. Nurse was, and ever so distressed when she died. And Beatrice always said as how Nurse Harrison knew something about it because she turned right round against the doctor afterwards, and she wouldn't have done that unless there was something wrong, would she? Where is Nurse Harrison now? She looks after old Miss Bristow down at the end of the village. You can't miss it. It's got pillars and a porch. For it was a very short time afterwards that Hercule Poirot found himself sitting opposite to the woman who certainly must know more about the circumstances that had given rise to the rumors than anyone else. Nurse Harrison was still a handsome woman nearing 40. She had the calm, serene features of a Madonna with big, sympathetic, dark eyes. She listened to him patiently and attentively. Then she said slowly, Yet, I know that there are these unpleasant stories going about. I have done what I could to stop them, but it's hopeless. People like the excitement, you know, Poirot said. But there must have been something to give rise to these rumors. He noted that her expression of distress deepened, but she merely shook her head perplexedly. Perhaps, Poirot suggested, Dr. Oldfield and his wife did not get on well together. And it was that started the rumor. Nurse Harrison shook her head decidedly. Oh no. Dr. Oldfield was always extremely kind and patient with his wife. He was really very fond of her. She hesitated. No, I would not quite say that. Mrs. Oldfield was a very difficult woman, not easy to please, and making constant demands for sympathy and attention which were not always justified. You mean, said Poirot, that she exaggerated her condition. The nurse nodded. Yes, her bad health was largely a matter of her own imagination. And yet, said Poirot gravely, she died. Oh, I know. He watched her for a minute or two, her troubled perplexity, her palpable uncertainty. He said, I think I am sure that you do know what first gave rise to all these stories. Nurse Harrison flushed. She said, well, I could. Perhaps. Make a guess. I believe it was the maid, Beatrice, who started all these rumors, and I think I know what put it into her head. Yes, Nurse Harrison said rather incoherently. You see, it was something I happened to overhear. A scrap of conversation between Dr. Oldfield and Miss Moncrief. And I'm pretty certain Beatrice overheard it too. Only, I don't suppose she'd ever admit it. What was this conversation? Nurse Harrison paused for a minute as though to test the accuracy of her own memory. Then she said, it was about 3 weeks before the last attack that killed Mrs. Oldfield. They were in the dining room. I was coming down the stairs when I heard Jean Moncrief say, how much longer will it be? I can't bear to wait much longer. And the doctor answered her, not much longer now. Darling, I swear it. And she said again, I can't bear this waiting. You do think it will be all right, don't you? And he said, of course, nothing can go wrong. This time next year we'll be married. She paused. That was the very first inkling I'd had, Poirot, that there was anything between the doctor and Miss Moncrief. Of course, I knew he admired her and that they were very good friends, but nothing more. I went back up the stairs again. It had given me quite a shock, but I did notice that the kitchen door was open, and I've thought since that Beatrice must have been listening, and you can see, can't you, that the way they were talking could be taken two ways. It might just mean that the doctor knew his wife was very ill and couldn't live much longer. And I've no doubt that that was the way he meant it. But to anyone like Beatrice, it might sound differently. It might look as though the doctor and Jean Moncrief were definitely planning to do away with Mrs. Oldfield. But you don't think so, yourself? No, no, of course not. Poirot looked at her searchingly. He said, Nurse Harrison, is there something more that you know? Something that you haven't told me? She flushed and said violently, No, no, certainly not. What could there be? I do not know. But I thought that there might be something. She shook her head. The old troubled look had come back. Hercule Poirot said, it is possible that the Home Office may order an exhumation of Mrs. Oldfield's body. Oh no. Nurse Harrison was horrified. What a horrible thing. You think it would be a pity. I think it would be dreadful. Think of the talk it would create. It would be terrible, quite terrible for poor Dr. Oldfield. You don't think that it might really be a good thing for him? How do you mean? Poirot said. If he is innocent, his innocence will be proved. He broke off. He watched the thought take root in Nurse Harrison's mind, saw her frown perplexedly, and then saw her brow clear. She took a deep breath and looked at him. I hadn't thought of that. She said simply, of course. It is the only thing to be done. There were a series of thumps on the floor overhead. Nurse Harrison jumped up. It's my old lady, Miss Bristow. She's woken up from her rest. I must go and get her comfortable before her tea is brought to her, and I go out for my walk. Yes, Em. Poirot, I think you are quite right. An autopsy will settle the business once and for all. It will scotch the whole thing, and all these dreadful rumors against poor Dr. Oldfield will die down. She shook hands and hurried out of the room. 5. Hercule Poirot walked along to the post office and put through a call to London. The voice at the other end was petulant. Must you go nosing out these things? My dear Poirot, are you sure it's a case for us? You know what these country town rumors usually amount to, just nothing at all. This said Hercule Poirot, is a special case. Oh, well, if you say so. You have such a tiresome habit of being right. But if it's all a mare's nest, we shan't be pleased with you. You know. Hercule Poirot smiled to himself. He murmured, no. I shall be the one who is pleased. What's that you say? Can't hear? Nothing. Nothing at all. He rang off. Emerging into the post office, he leaned across the counter. He said in his most engaging tones, Can you by any chance tell me, Madame, where the maid who was formerly with Dr. Oldfield Beatrice, her Christian name was now resides Beatrice King. She's had 2 places since then. She's with Mrs. Marley over the bank now. Poirot thanked her, bought 2 postcards, a book of stamps, and a piece of local pottery. During the purchase, he contrived to bring the death of the late Mrs. Oldfield into the conversation. He was quick to note the peculiar, furtive expression that stole across the postmistress's face. She said, very sudden, wasn't it? It's made a lot of talk, as you may have heard. A gleam of interest came into her eyes as she asked, Maybe that's what you'd be wanting to see Beatrice King for. We all thought it odd, the way she was got out of there all of a sudden. Somebody thought she knew something, and maybe she did. She's dropped some pretty broad hints. Beatrice King was a short, rather sly-looking girl with adenoids. She presented an appearance of stolid stupidity, but her eyes were more intelligent than her manner would have led one to expect. It seemed, however, that there was nothing to be got out of Beatrice King. She repeated, I don't know nothing about anything. It's not for me to say what went on up there. I don't know what you mean by overhearing a conversation between the doctor and Miss Moncrief. I'm not one to go listening to doors. And you've no right to say I did. I don't know nothing. Poirot said, Have you ever heard of poisoning by arsenic? A flicker of quick, furtive interest came into the girl's sullen face. She said, So that's what it was in the medicine bottle. What medicine bottle? Beatrice said. One of the bottles of medicine what that Miss Moncrief made up for the missus. Nurse was all upset. I could see that. Tasted it. She did. And smelt it. And then poured it away down the sink and filled up the bottle with plain water from the tap. It was white medicine, like water. Anyway. And once, when Miss Moncrief took up a pot of tea to the missus, Nurse brought it down again and made it fresh. Said it hadn't been made with boiling water, but that was just my eye. I thought it was just the sort of fussing way nurses have at the time, but I don't know. It may have been more than that. Poirot nodded. He said, Did you like Miss Moncrief? Beatrice. I didn't mind her. A bit standoffish, of course. I always knew, as she was sweet on the doctor. You'd only to see the way she looked at him. Again, Poirot nodded his head. He went back to the inn. There he gave certain instructions to George. 6. Dr. Alan Garcia, the Home Office analyst, rubbed his hands and twinkled at Hercule Poirot. He said, Well, this suits you, M. Poirot. I suppose the man who's always right. Poirot said, You are too kind. What put you on to it? Gossip. As you say, enter rumor, painted full of tongues. The following day, Poirot once more took a train to Market Loughborough. Market Loughborough was buzzing like a beehive. It had buzzed mildly ever since the exhumation proceedings. Now that the findings of the autopsy had leaked out, excitement had reached fever heat. Poirot had been at the inn for about an hour and had just finished a hearty lunch of steak and kidney pudding washed down by beer when word was brought to him that a lady was waiting to see him. It was Nurse Harrison. Her face was white and haggard. She came straight to Poirot. "Is this true? Is this really true? Poirot." He put her gently into a chair. "Yes. More than sufficient arsenic to cause death has been found," Nurse Harrison cried. "I never thought, never for one moment thought," and burst into tears. Poirot said gently, "The truth had to come out." "You know," she sobbed. "Will they hang him?" Poirot said. "A lot has to be proved still. Opportunity, access to poison, the vehicle in which it was administered. But supposing, Poirot, that he had nothing to do with it, nothing at all. In that case," Poirot shrugged his shoulders. "He will be acquitted," Nurse Harrison said slowly. "There is something that, I suppose, I ought to have told you before, but I didn't think that there was really anything in it. It was just queer." "I knew there was something," said Poirot. "You had better tell it to me now." "It isn't much. It's just that one day, when I went down to the dispensary for something, Jean Moncrief was doing something rather odd. Yes, it sounds so silly. It's only that she was filling up her powder compact, a pink enamel one. Yes, but she wasn't filling it up with powder, with face powder. I mean, she was tipping something into it from one of the bottles out of the poison cupboard. When she saw me, she started and shut up the compact and whipped it into her bag and put back the bottle quickly into the cupboard so that I couldn't see what it was. I dare say it doesn't mean anything. But now that I know that Mrs. Oldfield really was poisoned," she broke off. Poirot said, "You will excuse me." He went out and telephoned to Detective Sergeant Gray of the Berkshire Police. Hercule Poirot came back, and he and Nurse Harrison sat in silence. Poirot was seeing the face of a girl with red hair and hearing a clear, hard voice say, "I don't agree." Jean Moncrief had not wanted an autopsy. She had given a plausible enough excuse, but the fact remained. A competent girl, efficient, resolute, in love with a man who was tied to a complaining invalid wife, who might easily live for years since, according to Nurse Harrison, she had very little the matter with her. Hercule Poirot sighed. Nurse Harrison said, "What are you thinking of?" Poirot answered, "The pity of things." Nurse Harrison said, "I don't believe for a minute he knew anything about it." Poirot said, "No, I am sure he did not." The door opened and Detective Sergeant Gray came in. He had something in his hand, wrapped in a silk handkerchief. He unwrapped it and set it carefully down. It was a bright rose pink enamel compact. Nurse Harrison said, "That's the one I saw." Gray said, "Found it pushed right to the back of Miss Moncrief's bureau drawer. Inside a handkerchief, sachet. As far as I can see, there are no fingerprints on it, but I'll be careful." With the handkerchief over his hand, he pressed the spring. The case flew open. Gray said, "This stuff isn't face powder." He dipped a finger and tasted it gingerly on the tip of his tongue. No particular taste. Poirot said, "White arsenic does not taste." Gray said, "It will be analyzed at once." He looked at Nurse Harrison. "You can swear to this being the same case." "Yes, I'm positive. That's the case I saw Miss Moncrief with in the dispensary about a week before Mrs. Oldfield's death." Sergeant Gray sighed. He looked at Poirot and nodded. The latter rang the bell. "Send my servant here, please." George, the perfect valet, discreet, unobtrusive, entered and looked inquiringly at his master. Hercule Poirot said, "You have identified this powder compact, Miss Harrison, as one you saw in the possession of Miss Moncrief over a year ago. Would you be surprised to learn that this particular case was sold by Messrs. Woolworth only a few weeks ago, and that, moreover, it is of a pattern and color that has only been manufactured for the last 3 months?" Nurse Harrison gasped. She stared at Poirot, her eyes round and dark. Poirot said, "Have you seen this compact before?" George stepped forward. "Yes, sir. I observed this person. Nurse Harrison, purchase it at Woolworth's on Friday the 18th. Pursuant to your instructions, I followed this lady whenever she went out. She took a bus over to Darnington on the day I have mentioned and purchased this compact. She took it home with her. Later, the same day, she came to the house in which Miss Moncrief lodges. Acting as by your instructions, I was already in the house. I observed her go into Miss Moncrief's bedroom and hide this in the back of the bureau drawer. I had a good view through the crack of the door. She then left the house, believing herself unobserved. I may say that no one locks their front doors down here, and it was dusk," Poirot said to Nurse Harrison, and his voice was hard and venomous. "Can you explain these facts, Nurse Harrison?" "I think not. There was no arsenic in that box when it left Messrs. Woolworth, but there was when it left Miss Bristow's house," he added softly. "It was unwise of you to keep a supply of arsenic in your possession." Nurse Harrison buried her face in her hands. She said in a low, dull voice, "It's true, it's all true. I killed her, and all for nothing. I was mad." 7. Jean Moncrief said, "I must ask you to forgive me." Poirot, I have been so angry with you, so terribly angry with you. It seemed to me that you were making everything so much worse, Poirot said with a smile. So I was to begin with. It is like in the old legend of the Lernean Hydra. Every time a head was cut off, 2 heads grew in its place. So, to begin with, the rumors grew and multiplied. But you see, my task, like that of my namesake Hercules, was to reach the original head. Who had started this rumor? It did not take me long to discover that the originator of the story was Nurse Harrison. I went to see her. She appeared to be a very nice woman, intelligent and sympathetic. But almost at once, she made a bad mistake. She repeated to me a conversation which she had overheard taking place between you and the doctor. And that conversation, you see, was all wrong. It was psychologically most unlikely. If you and the doctor had planned together to kill Mrs. Oldfield, you are both of you far too intelligent and level-headed to hold such a conversation in a room with an open door, easily overheard by someone on the stairs or someone in the kitchen. Moreover, the words attributed to you did not fit in at all with your mental makeup. They were the words of a much older woman, and of one of a quite different type. They were words such as would be imagined by Nurse Harrison as being used by herself in like circumstances. I had, up to then, regarded the whole matter as fairly simple. Nurse Harrison, I realized, was a fairly young and still handsome woman. She had been thrown closely with Dr. Oldfield for nearly 3 years. The doctor had been very fond of her and grateful to her for her tact and sympathy. She had formed the impression that if Mrs. Joa Oldfield died, the doctor would probably ask her to marry him. Instead of that, after Mrs. Great Oldfield's death, she learns that Dr. Oldfield is in love with you. I was straight away, driven by anger and jealousy. She starts spreading the rumor that Dr. Oldfield has poisoned his wife. That, as I say, was how I had visualized the position at first. It was a case of a jealous woman and a lying rumor. But the old trite phrase, no smoke without fire, recurred to me significantly. I wondered if Nurse Harrison had done more than spread a rumor. Certain things she said rang strangely. She told me that Mrs. Oldfield's illness was largely imaginary, that she did not really suffer much pain. But the doctor himself had been in no doubt about the reality of his wife's suffering. He had not been surprised by her death. He had called in another doctor shortly before her death, and the other doctor had realized the gravity of her condition. Tentatively, I brought forward the suggestion of exhumation. Nurse Harrison was at first frightened out of her wits by the idea. Then, almost at once, her jealousy and hatred took command of her. Let them find arsenic. No suspicion would attach to her. It would be the doctor and Jean Moncrief who would suffer. There was only one hope: to make Nurse Harrison overreach herself. If there were a chance that Jean Moncrief would escape, I fancied that Nurse Harrison would strain every nerve to involve her in the crime. I gave instructions to my faithful Georges, the most unobtrusive of men, whom she did not know by sight. He was to follow her closely, and so all ended well. Jean Moncrief said, "You've been wonderful." Dr. Oldfield chimed in. He said, "Yes, indeed. I can never thank you enough." What a blind fool I was. Poirot asked curiously, "Were you as blind?" "Mademoiselle," Jean Moncrief said slowly, "I have been terribly worried. You see, the arsenic in the poison cupboard didn't tally." Oldfield cried, "Jean, you didn't think, no, not you. What I did think was that Mrs. Oldfield had somehow or other got hold of it, and that she was taking it so as to make herself ill and get sympathy, and that she had inadvertently taken too much. But I was afraid that if there was an autopsy and arsenic was found, they would never consider that theory and would leap to the conclusion that you'd done it. That's why I never said anything about the missing arsenic. I even cooked the poison book. But the last person I would ever have suspected was Nurse Harrison." "Oldfield," said I too. "She was such a gentle, womanly creature, like a Madonna." Poirot said sadly, "Yes, she would have made, probably, a good wife and mother. Her emotions were just a little too strong for her." He sighed and murmured once more under his breath, "The pity of it." Then he smiled at the happy-looking middle-aged man and the eager-faced girl opposite him. He said to himself, These two have come out of its shadow into the sun. And I have performed the second labor of Hercules. 3. The Arcadian Deer 1. Hercule Poirot stamped his feet, seeking to warm them. He blew upon his fingers. Flakes of snow melted and dripped from the corners of his mustache. There was a knock at the door, and a chambermaid appeared. She was a slow-breathing, thick-set country girl, and she stared with a good deal of curiosity at Hercule Poirot. It was possible that she had not seen anything quite like him before. She asked, "Did you ring?" "I did. Will you be so good as to light a fire?" She went out and came back again immediately with paper and sticks. She knelt down in front of the big Victorian grate and began to lay a fire. Hercule Poirot continued to stamp his feet, swing his arms, and blow on his fingers. He was annoyed. His car, an expensive Messero Gratz, had not behaved with that mechanical perfection which he expected of a car. His chauffeur, a young man who enjoyed a handsome salary, had not succeeded in putting things right. The car had staged a final refusal in a secondary road, a mile and a half from anywhere with a fall of snow beginning. Hercule Poirot, wearing his usual smart patent leather shoes, had been forced to walk that mile and a half to reach the riverside village of Hartley Denny, a village which, though showing every sign of animation in summertime, was completely moribund in winter. The Black Swan had registered something like dismay at the arrival of a guest. The landlord had been almost eloquent as he pointed out that the local garage could supply a car in which the gentleman could continue his journey. Hercule Poirot repudiated the suggestion. His Latin thrift was offended. Hire a car. He already had a car, a large car, an expensive car. In that car and no other, he proposed to continue his journey back to town. And in any case, even if repairs to it could be quickly effected, he was not going on in this snow until next morning. He demanded a room, a fire, and a meal, sighing. The landlord showed him to the room, sent the maid to supply the fire, and then retired to discuss with his wife the problem of the meal. An hour later, his feet stretched out towards the comforting blaze. Hercule Poirot reflected leniently on the dinner he had just eaten. True, the steak had been both tough and full of gristle. The Brussels sprouts had been large, pale, and definitely watery. The potatoes had had hearts of stone, nor was there much to be said for the portion of stewed apple and custard which had followed. The cheese had been hard, and the biscuits soft. Nevertheless, thought Hercule Poirot, looking graciously at the leaping flames, and sipping delicately at a cup of liquid mud, euphemistically called coffee, it was better to be full than empty. And after tramping snowbound lanes in patent leather shoes, to sit in front of a fire was paradise. There was a knock on the door, and the chambermaid appeared. "Please, sir, the man from the garage is here, and would like to see you." Hercule Poirot replied amiably, "Let him mount." The girl giggled and retired. Poirot reflected kindly that her account of him to her friends would provide entertainment for many winter days to come. There was another knock, a different knock, and Poirot called, "Come in." He looked up with approval at the young man who entered and stood there, looking ill at ease, twisting his cap in his hands. Here, he thought, was one of the handsomest specimens of humanity he had ever seen. a simple young man with the outward semblance of a Greek god. The young man said in a low, husky voice, "About the car, sir, we've brought it in, and we've got it the trouble. It's a matter of an hour's work or so." Poirot said, "What is wrong with it?" The young man plunged eagerly into technical details. Poirot nodded his head gently, but he was not listening. Perfect physique was a thing he admired greatly. There were, he considered, too many rats in spectacles about. He said to himself approvingly, "Yes, a Greek god, a young shepherd in Arcady." The young man stopped abruptly. It was then that Hercule Poirot's brows knitted themselves for a second. His first reaction had been aesthetic. His second, mental. His eyes narrowed themselves curiously. As he looked up, he said, "I comprehend. Yes, I comprehend." He paused and then added, "My chauffeur. He has already told me that which you have just said." He saw the flush that came to the other's cheek, saw the fingers grip the cap nervously. The young man stammered, "Yes, yes, sir, I know." Hercule Poirot went on smoothly, "But you thought that you would also come and tell me yourself." Yes, sir. I thought I'd better—" "That," said Hercule Poirot, "was very conscientious of you. Thank you." There was a faint but unmistakable note of dismissal in the last words. But he did not expect the other to go. And he was right. The young man did not move. His fingers moved convulsively, crushing the tweed cap. And he said, in a still, lower, embarrassed voice, "Excuse me, sir, but it's true, isn't it, that you're the detective gentleman, you're Mr. Hercules Poirot?" He said the name very carefully. Poirot said, "That is so." Red crept up the young man's face. He said, "I read a piece about you in the paper." "Yes." The boy was now scarlet. There was distress in his eyes, distress and appeal. Hercule Poirot came to his aid. He said gently, "Yes, what is it you want to ask me?" The words came with a rush now. "I'm afraid you may think it's awful cheek of me, sir, but you're coming here by chance like this, well, it's too good to be missed. Having read about you and the clever things you've done. Anyway, I said as after all, I might as well ask you. There's no harm in asking. Is there?" Hercule Poirot shook his head. "He said you want my help in some way." The other nodded. He said, his voice husky and embarrassed, It's about a young lady. If you could find her for me." "Find her? Has she disappeared?" "Then that's right, sir." Hercule Poirot sat up in his chair. He said sharply, "I could help you. Perhaps. Yes. But the proper people for you to go to are the police. It is their job, and they have far more resources at their disposal than I have." The boy shuffled his feet. He said awkwardly, "I couldn't do that, sir. It's not like that at all. It's all rather peculiar, so to speak." Hercule Poirot stared at him. Then he indicated a chair. "Eh bien, then, sit down. What is your name? Williamson, sir?" "Ted Williamson." "Sit down, Ted, and tell me all about it." "Thank you, sir." He drew forward the chair and sat down carefully on the edge of it. His eyes had still that appealing dog-like look. Hercule Poirot said gently, "Tell me." Ted Williamson drew a deep breath. "Well, you see, sir, it was like this. I never saw her, but the once, and I don't know her right name nor anything. But it's queer, like, the whole thing, and my letter coming back and everything." "Start," said Hercule Poirot. "At the beginning. Do not hurry yourself. Just tell me everything that occurred." "Yes, sir." "Well, perhaps you know Grasslawn, sir. That big house down by the river past the bridge. I know nothing at all. Belongs to Sir George Sanderfield. It does. He uses it in the summertime for weekends and parties, rather a gay lot he has, down as a rule. Actresses and that. Well, it was last June, and the wireless was out of order, and they sent me up to see to it." Poirot nodded. "So I went along." The gentleman was out on the river with his guests, and the cook was out, and his manservant had gone along to serve the drinks and all that on the launch. There was only this girl in the house. She was the lady's maid to one of the guests. She let me in and showed me where the set was, and stayed there while I was working on it. And so we got to talking and all that. Nita, her name was. So she told me. And she was lady's maid to a Russian dancer who was staying there. What nationality was she? English, sir. She'd be French. I think. She'd a funny sort of accent. But she spoke English all right. She was friendly, and after a bit, I asked her if she could come out that night and go to the pictures. But she said her lady would be needing her. But then she said as how she could get off early in the afternoon, because as how they wasn't going to be back off the river till late. So the long and the short of it was that I took the afternoon off without asking, and nearly got the sack for it too. And we went for a walk along by the river. He paused. A little smile hovered on his lips. His eyes were dreamy. Poirot said gently, "And she was pretty." "Yes, she was just the loveliest thing you ever saw. Her hair was like gold. It went up each side like wings, and she had a gay kind of way of tripping along. Well, I fell for her right away." "Sir, I'm not pretending anything else." Poirot nodded. The young man went on. "She said as how her lady would be coming down again in a fortnight, and we fixed up to meet again then." He paused. "But she never came. I waited for her at the spot she'd said, but not a sign of her, and at last I made bold to go up to the house and ask for her. The Russian lady was staying there all right, and her maid too. They said, sent for her, they did. But when she came, why, it wasn't Nita at all. Just a dark, catty-looking girl, a bold lot, if there ever was one. Marie. They called her. 'You want to see me,' she says, simpering all over. She must have seen I was took aback. I said, was she the Russian lady's maid, and something about her not being the one I'd seen before. And then she laughed and said that the last maid had been sent away sudden. Sent away, I said. What for? She sort of shrugged her shoulders and stretched out her hands. How should I know, she said. I was not there. Well, sir, it took me aback. At the moment I couldn't think of anything to say. But afterwards, I plucked up the courage, and I got to see this Marie again, and asked her to get me Nita's address. I didn't let on to her that I didn't even know Nita's last name. I promised her a present. If she did what I asked, she was the kind as wouldn't do anything for you for nothing. Well, she got it all right for me, an address in North London. It was. And I wrote to Nita there. But the letter came back after a bit, sent back through the post office with no longer at this address scrawled on it. Ted Williamson stopped. His eyes, those deep blue, steady eyes, looked across at Poirot. He said, "You see how it is. Sir, it's not a case for the police, but I want to find her. And I don't know how to set about it. If you could find her for me." His color deepened. I've a bit put by. I could manage 5 pounds or even 10. Poirot said gently, "We need not discuss the financial side for the moment. First, reflect on this point. This girl, this Nita, she knew your name and where you worked." "Oh, yes, sir." "She could have communicated with you if she had wanted to." Ted said more slowly, "Yet, sir." "Then do you not think perhaps—" Ted Williamson interrupted him. "What you're meaning, sir, is that I fell for her, but she didn't fall for me. Maybe that's true in a way. But she liked me. She did like me. It wasn't just a bit of fun to her. And I've been thinking, sir, as there might be a reason for all this. You see, sir, it was a funny crowd she was mixed up in. She might be in a bit of trouble, if you know what I mean." "You mean she might have been going to have a child. Your child, not mine." "Sir?" Ted flushed. "There wasn't nothing wrong between us." Poirot looked at him thoughtfully. He murmured, "And if what you suggest is true, you still want to find her?" The color surged up in Ted Williamson's face. He said, "Yes, I do. And that's flat. I want to marry her if she'll have me. And that's no matter what kind of a jam she's in. If you'll only try and find her for me." "Sir," Hercule Poirot smiled. He said, murmuring to himself, "Hair like wings of gold?" "Yes. I think this is the third Labor of Hercules. If I remember rightly, that happened in Arcady." 2. Hercule Poirot looked thoughtfully at the sheet of paper on which Ted Williamson had laboriously inscribed a name and address. Miss Valletta, 17, Upper Renfrew Lane, N15. He wondered if he would learn anything at that address. Somehow, he fancied not, but it was the only help Ted could give him. No. 17. Upper Renfrew Lane was a dingy but respectable street. A stout woman with bleary eyes opened the door to Poirot's knock. Miss Valletta. "Gone away a long time ago. She has—" Poirot advanced a step into the doorway, just as the door was about to close. "You can give me, perhaps, her address. Couldn't say. I'm sure. She didn't leave one." "When did she go away?" "Last summer. It was—" "Can you tell me exactly when a gentle clicking noise came from Poirot's right hand, where two half-crowns jostled each other in friendly fashion?" The bleary-eyed woman softened in an almost magical manner. She became graciousness itself. "Well, I'm sure I'd like to help you, sir. Let me see now. August? No. Before that, July? Yes, July it must have been. About the first week in July. Went off in a hurry. She did. Back to Italy, I believe. She was an Italian. Then, that's right, sir. And she was, at one time, lady's maid to a Russian dancer. Was she not? That's right. Madame Semolina, or some such name. Danced at the Thespian in this ballet. Everyone's so wild about. One of the stars. She was— Poirot said, "Do you know why Miss Valletta left her post?" The woman hesitated a moment before saying, "I couldn't say. I'm sure. She was dismissed. Was she not? Well, I believe there was a bit of a dust-up. But mind you, Miss Valletta didn't let on much about it. She wasn't one to give things away. But she looked wild, about it. Wicked temper. She had real Italian, her black eyes all snapping and looking as if she'd like to put a knife into you. I wouldn't have crossed her when she was in one of her moods. And you are quite sure you do not know Miss Valletta's present address? The half-crowns clinked again, encouragingly. The answer rang true enough. I wish I did. Sir, I'd be only too glad to tell you. But there she went off in a hurry. And there it is, Poirot said to himself thoughtfully. Yes, there it is. And 3. Ambrose Vandal, diverted from his enthusiastic account of the decor he was designing for a forthcoming ballet, supplied information easily enough. Sanderfield George. Sanderfield. Nasty fellow. Rolling in money. But they say he's a crook. Dark horse affair with a dancer. But of course, my dear, he had an affair with Katrina. Katrina Samushenka. You must have seen her. Oh, my dear, too delicious. Lovely technique. The Swan of Tualela. You must have seen that, my decor. And that other thing of Debussy, or is it Manine la Biche au Bois? She danced it with Michael Novgin. He's so marvelous, isn't he? And she was a friend of Sir George Sanderfield. Yes, she used to weekend with him at his house on the river. Marvelous parties, I believe he gives. Would it be possible, mon cher, for you to introduce me to Mademoiselle Samushenka? But, my dear, she isn't here any longer. She went to Paris or somewhere quite suddenly. You know, they do say that she was a Bolshevik spy or something. Not that I believed it myself. You know, people love saying things like that. Katrina always pretended that she was a White Russian. Her father was a prince or a Grand Duke. The usual thing. It goes down so much better. Vandal paused and returned to the absorbing subject of himself. Now, as I was saying, if you want to get the spirit of Bathsheba, you've got to steep yourself in the Semitic tradition. I express it by, he continued happily. 4. The interview that Hercule Poirot managed to arrange with Sir George Sanderfield did not start too auspiciously. The dark horse, as Ambrose Vandal had called him, was slightly ill at ease. Sir George was a short, square man, with dark, coarse hair and a roll of fat in his neck. He said, Well, Poirot, what can I do for you? We haven't met before. I think no, we have not met. Well, what is it? I confess, I'm quite curious. Oh, it is very simple, a mere matter of information. The other gave an uneasy laugh. Want me to give you some inside dope? Eh? Didn't know you were interested in finance. It is not a matter of laissez-faire. It is a question of a certain lady. Oh, a woman. Sir George Sanderfield leant back in his armchair. He seemed to relax. His voice held an easier note. Poirot said, You were acquainted, I think, with Mademoiselle Katrina Samushenka. Sanderfield laughed. Yes, an enchanting creature. Pity she's left London. Why did she leave London, my dear fellow? I don't know. Row with the management. I believe. She was temperamental. You know, very Russian in her moods. I'm sorry that I can't help you, but I haven't the least idea where she is now. I haven't kept up with her at all. There was a note of dismissal in his voice as he rose to his feet. Poirot said, But is not Mademoiselle Samushenka that I am anxious to trace? Isn't it? No. It is a question of her maid. Her maid. Sanderfield stared at him. Poirot said, "Do you perhaps remember her maid?" All Sanderfield's uneasiness had returned. He said awkwardly, "Good Lord! No. How should I? I remember. She had one, of course." Bit of a bad lot, too, I should say. Sneaking, prying sort of girl. If I were you, I shouldn't put any faith in a word that girl says. She's the kind of girl who's a born liar. Poirot murmured. So actually, you remember quite a lot about her, Sanderfield said hastily. Just an impression, that's all. Don't even remember her name. Let me see. Marie something or other, no. I'm afraid I can't help you to get hold of her. Sorry, Poirot said gently. I have already got the name of Marie Helen from the Thespian Theatre and her address, but I am speaking, Sir George, of the maid who was with Mademoiselle Samoshenka before Marie Helen. I am speaking of Nita Valletta. Sanderfield stared. He said, Don't remember her at all. Marie's the only one I remember. Little dark girl with a nasty look in her eye. Poirot said, The girl I mean was at your house, Grass Lawn, last June. Sanderfield said sulkily. Well, all I can say is I don't remember her. Don't believe she had a maid with her. I think you're making a mistake. Hercule Poirot shook his head. He did not think he was making a mistake. Marie Helen looked swiftly at Poirot out of small, intelligent eyes, and as swiftly looked away again. She said in smooth, even tones, but I remember perfectly. Monsieur, I was engaged by Madame Samoshenka the last week in June. Her former maid had departed in a hurry. Did you ever hear why that maid left? She went suddenly. That is all I know. It may have been illness, something of that kind. Madame did not say. Poirot said, Did you find your mistress easy to get on with? The girl shrugged her shoulders. She had great moods. She wept and laughed in turns. Sometimes she was so despondent she would not speak or eat. Sometimes she was wildly gay. They are like that, these dancers. It is temperament. And Sir George, the girl looked up alertly. An unpleasant gleam came into her eyes. Ah, Sir George Sanderfield. You would like to know about him. Perhaps it is that you really want to know. The other was only an excuse. Eh? Ah, Sir George. I could tell you some curious things about him. I could tell you, Poirot interrupted. It is not necessary. She stared at him, her mouth open. Angry disappointment showed in her eyes. 6. I always say, you know everything. Alexis Pavlovitch. Hercule Poirot murmured the words with his most flattering intonation. He was reflecting to himself that his third labor of Hercules had necessitated more traveling and more interviews than could have been imagined possible. This little matter of a missing lady's maid was proving one of the longest and most difficult problems he had ever tackled. Every clue, when examined, led exactly nowhere. It had brought him this evening to the Samovar restaurant in Paris, whose proprietor, Count Alexis Pavlovitch, prided himself on knowing everything that went on in the artistic world. He nodded now complacently. Yes. Yes, my friend. I know I always know. You ask me where she has gone, the little Samoshenka, the exquisite dancer. Ah, she was the real thing, that little one. He kissed his fingertips. What fire, what abandon! She would have gone far. She would have been the premiere ballerina of her day. And then, suddenly, It all ends, she creeps away to the end of the world, and soon, so soon, they forget her. Where is she then? Demanded Poirot. In Switzerland, at Vagré-les-Alpes. It is there that they go, those who have the little dry cough and who grow thinner and thinner. She will die. Yes, she will die. She has a fatalistic nature. She will surely die. Poirot coughed to break the tragic spell. He wanted information. You do not, by chance, remember a maid she had? A maid called Nita Valletta. Valletta. I remember seeing a maid once at the station when I was seeing Katrina off to London. She was an Italian from Pisa. Was she not? Yes. I am sure she was an Italian who came from Pisa. Hercule Poirot groaned. In that case, he said, I must now journey to Pisa. 7. Hercule Poirot stood in the Campo Santo at Pisa and looked down on a grave. So it was here that his quest had come to an end, here by this humble mound of earth. Underneath it lay the joyous creature who had stirred the heart and imagination of a simple English mechanic. Was this perhaps the best end to that sudden strange romance? Now the girl would live always in the young man's memory, as he had seen her for those few enchanted hours of a June afternoon. The clash of opposing nationalities, of different standards, the pain of disillusionment, all that was ruled out forever. Hercule Poirot shook his head sadly. His mind went back to his conversation with the Valletta family, the mother, with her broad peasant face, the upright grief-stricken father, the dark, hard-lipped sister. It was sudden. Signor. It was very sudden. Though for many years she had had pains on and off. Hey. The doctor gave us no choice. He said there must be an operation immediately for the appendicitis. He took her off to the hospital then and there. See. It was under the anesthetic she died. She never recovered consciousness. The mother sniffed, murmuring Bianca was always such a clever girl. It is terrible that she should have died so young. Hercule Poirot repeated to himself, she died young. That was the message he must take back to the young man who had asked his help so confidingly. She is not for you, my friend. She died young. His quest had ended here, where the leaning tower was silhouetted against the sky, and the first spring flowers were showing pale and creamy with their promise of life and joy to come. Was it the stirring of spring that made him feel so rebelliously disinclined to accept this final verdict? Or was it something else? Something stirring at the back of his brain. Words, a phrase, a name. Did not the whole thing finish too neatly? Dovetail too obviously? Hercule Poirot sighed. He must take one more journey to put things beyond any possible doubt. He must go to Vagré-les-Alpes. 8. Here, he thought, really was the world's end. This shelf of snow, these scattered huts and shelters, in each of which lay a motionless human being, fighting an insidious death. So he came at last to Katrina Samoushenka, when he saw her, lying there with hollow cheeks, in each of which was a vivid red stain, and long, thin, emaciated hands stretched out on the coverlet. A memory stirred in him. He had not remembered her name, but he had seen her dance, had been carried away and fascinated by the supreme art that can make you forget art. He remembered Michael Novgin, the hunter, leaping and twirling in that outrageous and fantastic forest that the brain of Ambrose Vandal had conceived. And he remembered the lovely flying hind, eternally pursued, eternally desirable, a golden beautiful creature with horns on her head and twinkling bronze feet. He remembered her final collapse, shot and wounded, and Michael Novgin standing bewildered, with the body of the slain deer in his arms. Katrina Samoshenka was looking at him with faint curiosity. She said, "I have never seen you before." "Have I? What is it you want of me?" Hercule Poirot made her a little bow. "First, madame, I wish to thank you for your art, which made for me once an evening of beauty." She smiled faintly. "But also, I am here on a matter of business. I have been looking, madame, for a long time, for a certain maid of yours. Her name was Nita." Nita. She stared at him. Her eyes were large and startled. She said, "What do you know about Nita? I will tell you." He told her of the evening when his car had broken down, and of Ted Williamson standing there, twisting his cap between his fingers and stammering out his love and his pain. She listened with close attention. She said when he had finished, "It is touching. That yes, it is touching." Hercule Poirot nodded. "Yes," he said. "It is a tale of our Katie, is it not? What can you tell me, madame, of this girl?" Katrina Samoshenka sighed. "I had a maid, Juanita. She was lovely. Yes, gay, light of heart. It happened to her what happens so often to those the gods favor. She died young." They had been Poirot's own words, final words, irrevocable words. Now he heard them again, and yet he persisted. He asked, "She is dead?" "Yes, she is dead." Hercule Poirot was silent for a minute. Then he said, "There is one thing I do not quite understand. I asked Sir George Sanderfield about this maid of yours, and he seemed afraid." "Why was that?" There was a faint expression of disgust on the dancer's face. "You just said a maid of mine." "He thought you meant Marie, the girl who came to me after Juanita left. She tried to blackmail him, I believe, over something that she found out about him. She was an odious girl, inquisitive, always prying into letters and locked drawers," Poirot murmured. "Then that explains that." He paused a minute. Then he went on, still persistent. "Juanita's other name was Valletta, and she died of an operation for appendicitis in Pisa. Is that correct?" He noted the hesitation, hardly perceptible, but nevertheless there. Before the dancer bowed her head, "Yes, that is right." "Oh, Poirot said meditatively. "And yet there is still a little point her people spoke of her. Not as Juanita, but as Bianca." Katrina shrugged her thin shoulders. "She said Bianca Juanita. Does it matter? I suppose her real name was Bianca, but she thought the name of Juanita was more romantic, and so chose to call herself by it." "Ah, you think that?" He paused, and then, his voice changing, he said, "For me, there is another explanation." "What is it?" Poirot leaned forward. He said, "The girl that Ted Williamson saw had hair that he described as being like wings of gold." He leaned still a little further forward. His finger just touched the two springing waves of Katrina's hair. "Wings of gold, horns of gold. It is as you look at it. It is whether one sees you as devil or as angel. You might be either. Or are they perhaps only the golden horns of the stricken deer? Katrina murmured. The stricken deer. And her voice was the voice of the one without hope. Poirot said all along, Ted Williamson's description has worried me. It brought something to my mind. That something was you, dancing on your twinkling bronze feet through the forest. Shall I tell you what I think? Mademoiselle, I think there was a week when you had no maid, when you went down alone to Grasslawn, for Bianca Valletta had returned to Italy, and you had not yet engaged a new maid. Already you were feeling the illness, which has since overtaken you, and you stayed in the house one day when the others went on an all-day excursion on the river. There was a ring at the door, and you went to it, and you saw. Shall I tell you what you saw? You saw a young man who was as simple as a child and as handsome as a god, and you invented for him a girl, not Juanita but Incognita, and for a few hours you walked with him in Arcady. There was a long pause. Then Katrina said, in a low, hoarse voice, In one thing at least I have told you the truth. I have given you the right end to the story. Nita will die young. Ah non! Hercule Poirot was transformed. He struck his hand on the table. He was suddenly prosaic, mundane, practical. He said, It is quite unnecessary. You need not die. You can fight for your life. Can you not? As well as another. She shook her head sadly, hopelessly. What life is there for me? Not the life of the stage, bien entendu. But think, there is another life. Come now, mademoiselle, be honest. Was your father really a prince or a grand duke, or even a general? She laughed suddenly. She said, He drove a lorry in Leningrad. Very good. And why should you not be the wife of a garage hand in a country village and have children as beautiful as gods, and with feet, perhaps, that will dance as you once danced? Katrina caught her breath, but the whole idea is fantastic. Nevertheless, said Hercule Poirot with great self-satisfaction, I believe it is going to come true. 4. The Erymanthian Boar. 1. The accomplishment of the third labor of Hercules having brought him to Switzerland, Hercule Poirot decided that being there, he might take advantage of the fact and visit certain places which were up to now unknown to him. He passed an agreeable couple of days at Chamonix, lingered a day or two at Montreux, and then went on to Andermatt, a spot which he had heard various friends praise highly. Andermatt, however, affected him unpleasantly. It was at the end of a valley with towering snow-peaked mountains shutting it in. He felt, unreasonably, that it was difficult to breathe. Impossible to remain here, said Hercule Poirot to himself. It was at that moment that he caught sight of a funicular railway. Decidedly, I must mount the funicular, he discovered. Ascended first to Les Avines, then to Corrichet, and finally to Roches Neiges, 10,000 feet above sea level. Poirot did not propose mounting as high as all that. Les Avines, he thought, would be quite sufficiently his affair. But here he reckoned without that element of chance which plays so large a part in life. The funicular had started when the conductor approached Poirot and demanded his ticket. After he had inspected it and punched it with a fearsome pair of clippers, he returned it with a bow. At the same time, Poirot felt a small wad of paper pressed into his hand with the ticket. The eyebrows of Hercule Poirot rose a little on his forehead. Presently, unostentatiously, without hurrying himself, he smoothed out the wad of paper. It proved to be a hurriedly scribbled note written in pencil. Impossible. It ran to mistake those mustaches. I salute you. My dear colleague, if you are willing, you can be of great assistance to me. You have doubtless read of the affair Sally. The killer Marescaude is believed to have a rendezvous with some members of his gang at Rochers-Neiges of all places in the world. Of course, the whole thing may be a blague, but our information is reliable. There is always someone who squeals, is there not? So keep your eyes open. My friend, get in touch with Inspector Drouet, who is on the spot. He is a sound man, but he cannot pretend to the brilliance of Hercule Poirot. It is important, my friend, that Marescaude should be taken and taken alive. He is not a man. He is a wild boar, one of the most dangerous killers alive today. I did not risk speaking to you at Andermatt, as I might have been observed, and you will have a freer hand if you are thought to be a mere tourist. Good hunting. Your old friend, Lementeuil. Thoughtfully, Hercule Poirot caressed his mustaches. Yes, indeed, impossible to mistake the mustaches of Hercule Poirot. Now, what was all this? He had read in the papers the details of l'affaire Sally, the cold-blooded murder of a well-known Parisian bookmaker. The identity of the murderer was known. Marescaude was a member of a well-known racecourse gang. Hijai had been suspected of many other killings, but this time his guilt was proved up to the hilt. He had got away, out of France it was thought, and the police in every country in Europe were on the lookout for him. So Marescaude was said to have a rendezvous at Rochers-Neiges. Hercule Poirot shook his head slowly. He was puzzled. For Rochers-Neiges was above the snow line. There was a hotel there, but it communicated with the world only by the funicular. Standing as it did on a long, narrow ledge overhanging the valley. The hotel opened in June, but there was seldom anyone there until July and August. It was a place ill supplied with entrances and exits if a man were tracked there. He was caught in a trap. It seemed a fantastic place to choose as the rendezvous of a gang of criminals. And yet, if Lementeuil said his information was reliable, then Lementeuil was probably right. Hercule Poirot respected the Swiss commissioner of police. He knew him as a sound and dependable man. Some reason unknown was bringing Marescaude to this meeting place far above civilization. Hercule Poirot sighed. To hunt down a ruthless killer was not his idea of a pleasant holiday. Brain work from an armchair, he reflected, was more in his line. Not to ensnare a wild boar upon a mountainside. A wild boar. That was the term Lementeuil had used. It was certainly an odd coincidence. He murmured to himself, the fourth labor of Hercules. The Erymanthian bore quietly, without ostentation. He took careful stock of his fellow passengers. On the seat opposite him was an American tourist. The pattern of his clothes, of his overcoat, the grip he carried, down to his hopeful friendliness and his naive absorption in the scenery. Even the guidebook in his hand. All gave him away and proclaimed him a small-town American, seeing Europe for the first time. In another minute or two, Poirot judged. He would break into speech. His wistful dog-like expression could not be mistaken. On the other side of the carriage, a tall, rather distinguished-looking man with grayish hair and a big curved nose was reading a German book. He had the strong, mobile fingers of a musician or a surgeon. Farther away still were three men, all of the same type, men with bowed legs and an indescribable suggestion of horsiness about them. They were playing cards. Presently, perhaps, they would suggest a stranger cutting in on the game. At first, the stranger would win. Afterwards, the luck would run the other way. Nothing very unusual about the three men. The only thing that was unusual was the place where they were. One might have seen them in any train, on the way to a race meeting, or on an unimportant liner, but in an almost empty funicular, no. There was one other occupant of the carriage, a woman. She was tall and darky. It was a beautiful face, a face that might have expressed a whole gamut of emotion, but which instead was frozen into a strange inexpressiveness. She looked at no one, staring out at the valley below. Presently, as Poirot had expected, the American began to talk. His name, he said, was Schwartz. It was his first visit to Europe. The scenery, he said, was just grand. He'd been very deeply impressed by the castle of Chillon. He didn't think much of Paris as a city overrated. He'd been to the Folies Bergère and the Louvre and Notre Dame, and he'd noticed that none of these restaurants and cafes could play hot jazz properly. The Champs-Élysées, he thought, was pretty good. And he liked the fountains, especially when they were floodlit. Nobody got out at Les Avines or at Courroucée. It was clear that everyone in the funicular was going up to Rocher's Neige. Mr. Schwartz explained his own reasons. He had always wished, he said, to be high up among snow mountains. 10,000 feet was pretty good. He'd heard that you couldn't boil an egg properly when you were as high up as that. In the innocent friendliness of his heart, Mr. Schwartz endeavored to draw the tall, gray-haired man on the other side of the carriage into the conversation. But the latter merely stared at him coldly over his pince-nez and returned to the perusal of his book. Mr. Schwartz then offered to exchange places with the dark lady. She would get a better view. He explained. It was doubtful whether she understood English. Anyway, she merely shook her head and shrank closer into the fur collar of her coat. Mr. Schwartz murmured to Poirot, "Seems kind of wrong to see a woman traveling about alone with no one to see to things for her. A woman needs a lot of looking after when she's traveling." Remembering certain American women he had met on the continent, Hercule Poirot agreed. Mr. Schwartz sighed. He found the world unfriendly, and surely, his brown eyes said expressively, there's no harm in a little friendliness all round, too. To be received by a hotel manager, correctly garbed, in frock coat and patent leather shoes, seemed somehow ludicrous in this out of the world, or rather above the world, spot. The manager was a big, handsome man, with an important manner. He was very apologetic. So early in the season, the hot water system was out of order. Things were hardly in running order. Naturally, he would do everything he could. Not a full staff yet. He was quite confused by the unexpected number of visitors. It all came rolling out with professional urbanity, and yet it seemed to Poirot that behind the urbane facade he caught a glimpse of some poignant anxiety. This man, for all his easy manner, was not at ease. He was worried about something. Lunch was served in a long room overlooking the valley far below. The solitary waiter, addressed as Gustave, was skillful and adroit. He darted here and there, advising on the menu, whipping out his wine list. The three horsey men sat at a table together. They laughed and talked in French, their voices rising. Good old Joseph. What about the little Denise? Mon vieux, do you remember that sacré pig of a horse that let us all down at Auteuil? It was all very hearty, very much in character, and incongruously out of place. The woman with the beautiful face sat alone at a table in the corner. She looked at no one. Afterwards, as Poirot was sitting in the lounge, the manager came to him and was confidential. Monsieur must not judge the hotel too hardly. It was out of the season. No one came here till the end of July. That lady, Monsieur had noticed her. Perhaps she came at this time every year. Her husband had been killed climbing 3 years ago. It was very sad. They had been very devoted. She came here always before the season commenced, so as to be quiet. It was a sacred pilgrimage. The elderly gentleman was a famous doctor, Dr. Karl Lutz, from Vienna. He had come here, so he said, for quiet and repose. It is peaceful. Yes, agreed Hercule Poirot. And ces messieurs there. He indicated the three horsey men. Do they also seek repose, do you think? The manager shrugged his shoulders. Again, there appeared in his eyes that worried look. He said vaguely, "Ah, the tourists. They wish always a new experience. The altitude that alone is a new sensation." It was not, Poirot thought, a very pleasant sensation. He was conscious of his own rapidly beating heart. The lines of a nursery rhyme ran idiotically through his mind. Up above the world, so high, like a tea tray in the sky. Schwartz came into the lounge. His eyes brightened when he saw Poirot. He came over to him at once. "I've been talking to that doctor. He speaks English after a fashion. He's a Jew been turned out of Austria by the Nazis. Say, I guess those people are just crazy." This Dr. Lutz was quite a big man. I gather nerve specialist psychoanalysis, that kind of stuff. His eyes went to where the tall woman was looking out of a window at a remorseless mountains. He lowered his voice. "I got her name from the waiter. She's a Madame Grandier. Her husband was killed climbing. That's why she comes here. I sort of feel, don't you, that we ought to do something about it, try to take her out of herself," Hercule Poirot said. "If I were you, I should not attempt it, but the friendliness of Mr. Schwartz was indefatigable. Poirot saw him make his overtures, saw the remorseless way in which they were rebuffed. The two stood together for a minute silhouetted against the light. The woman was taller than Schwartz. Her head was thrown back, and her expression was cold and forbidding. He did not hear what she said, but Schwartz came back looking crestfallen. "Nothing doing," he said. He added wistfully, "Seems to me that as we're all human beings together, there's no reason we shouldn't be friendly to one another. Don't you agree, Mr. You know, I don't know your name." "My name," said Poirot, "is Poirier." He added, "I am a silk merchant from Lyons. I'd like to give you my card, M. Poirier. And if ever you come to Fountain Springs, you'll be sure of a welcome. Poirot accepted the card, clapped his hand to his own pocket, murmured, "Alas, I have not a card on me at the moment." That night, when he went to bed, Poirot read through Lemonteuil's letter carefully before replacing it, neatly folded, in his wallet. As he got into bed, he said to himself, "It is curious. I wonder if—" 3. Gustave the waiter brought Hercule Poirot his breakfast of coffee and rolls. He was apologetic over the coffee. Monsieur comprehends, does he not, that at this altitude it is impossible to have the coffee really hot. Lamentably, it boils too soon. Poirot murmured, "One must accept these vagaries of natures with fortitude." Gustave murmured, "Monsieur is a philosopher." He went to the door, but instead of leaving the room, he took one quick look outside, then shut the door again and returned to the bedside. He said, Hercule Poirot, I am Drouet, Inspector of Police." "Ah," said Poirot. "I had already suspected as much." Drouet lowered his voice. Poirot, something very grave has occurred. There has been an accident to the funicular." "An accident?" Poirot sat up. "What kind of an accident? Nobody has been injured." "It happened in the night. It was occasioned, perhaps, by natural causes, a small avalanche that swept down boulders and rocks. But it is possible that there was human agency at work. One does not know. In any case, the result is that it will take many days to repair, and that in the meantime we are cut off up here. So, early in the season, when the snow is still heavy, it is impossible to communicate with the valley below." Hercule Poirot sat up in bed. He said softly, "That is very interesting." The inspector nodded. "Yes," he said. "It shows that our commissaire's information was correct. Marescot has a rendezvous here, and he has made sure that that rendezvous shall not be interrupted." Hercule Poirot cried impatiently, "But it is fantastic, I agree." Inspector Drouet threw up his hands. "It does not make the common sense, but there it is. This Marescot, you know, is a fantastic creature myself." He nodded. "I think he is mad," Poirot said. "A madman and a murderer." Drouet said dryly, "It is not amusing, I agree." Poirot said slowly, "But if he had a rendezvous here, on this ledge of snow, high above the world, then it also follows that Marescot himself is here already. Since communications are now cut," Drouet said quietly, "I know." Both men were silent for a minute or two. Then Poirot asked Dr. Lutz, "Can he be Marescot?" Drouet shook his head. "I do not think so. There is a real Dr. Lutz. I have seen his pictures in the papers. A distinguished and well-known man. This man resembles these photographs closely," Poirot murmured. "If Marescot is an artist in disguise, he might play the part successfully. Yes, but is he? I never heard of him as an expert in disguise. He has not the guile and cunning of a serpent. He is a wild boar, ferocious, terrible, who charges in blind fury." Poirot said all the same, Drouet agreed quickly. Ah, yes, he is a fugitive from justice. Therefore, he is forced to dissemble. So he must be more or less disguised. You have his description. The other shrugged his shoulders. Roughly only. The official Bertillon photograph and measurements were to have been sent up to me today. I know only that he is a man of 30-odd, of a little over medium height, and of dark complexion. No distinguishing marks. Poirot shrugged his shoulders. That could apply to anybody. What about the American? Schwartz. I was going to ask you that. You have spoken with him, and you have lived, I think, much with the English and the Americans. To a casual glance, he appears to be the normal traveling American. His passport is in order. It is perhaps strange that he should elect to come here, but Americans, when traveling, are quite incalculable. What do you think yourself? Hercule Poirot shook his head in perplexity. He said on the surface, at any rate, he appears to be a harmless, slightly over-friendly man. He might be a bore, but it seems difficult to regard him as a danger. He went on, but there are 3 more visitors here. The inspector nodded, his face suddenly eager. Yes, and they are the type we are looking for. I'll take my oath, M. Poirot, that those 3 men are at any rate members of Marescaude's gang. They're racecourse toughs if I ever saw them, and one of the 3 may be Marescaude himself. Hercule Poirot reflected. He recalled the 3 faces. One was a broad face with overhanging brows and a fat jowl, a hoggish, bestial face. One was lean and thin, with a sharp, narrow face and cold eyes. The third man was a pasty-faced fellow with a slight dandiacal air. Yes, one of the 3 might well be Marescaude. But if so, the question came insistently. Why? Why should Marescaude and 2 members of his gang journey together and ascend into a rat trap? On a mountainside, a meeting surely could be arranged in safer and less fantastic surroundings. In a cafe, in a railway station, in a crowded cinema, in a public park, somewhere where there were exits in plenty, not here far above the world, in a wilderness of snow. Something of this he tried to convey to Inspector Drouet, and the latter agreed readily enough. But yes, it is fantastic. It does not make sense. If it is a rendezvous, why do they travel together? No. Indeed, it does not make sense, Drouet said, his face worried. In that case, we have to examine a second supposition. These 3 men are members of Marescaude's gang, and they have come here to meet Marescaude himself. Who then is Marescaude? Poirot asked. What about the staff of the hotel? Drouet shrugged his shoulders. There is no staff to speak of. There is an old woman who cooks. There is her old husband Jacques. They have been here for 50 years, I should think. There is the waiter, whose place I have taken. That is all. Poirot said. The manager. He knows, of course, who you are. Naturally, it needed his cooperation. Has it struck you, said Hercule Poirot, that he looks worried? The remark seemed to strike Drouet. He said thoughtfully, Yes, that is true. It may be that it is merely the anxiety of being involved in police proceedings, but you think it may be more than that. You think that he may know something. It occurred to me. That is all, Drouet said somberly. I wonder. He paused and then went on. Could one get it out of him? Do you think? Poirot shook his head doubtfully. He said, It would be better. I think, not to let him know of our suspicions. Keep your eye on him. That is all." Drouet nodded. He turned towards the door. "You've no suggestions?" M. Poirot. I know your reputation. We have heard of you in this country of ours," Poirot said perplexedly. "For the moment, I can suggest nothing. It is the reason which escapes me. The reason for a rendezvous in this place. In fact, the reason for a rendezvous at all, money," said Drouet succinctly. "He was robbed, then, as well as murdered. This poor fellow, Sally. Yeah, he had a very large sum of money on him, which has disappeared, and the rendezvous is for the purpose of sharing out. You think it is the most obvious idea?" Poirot shook his head in a dissatisfied manner. "Yes. But why here?" He went on slowly. "The worst place possible for a rendezvous of criminals. But it is a place, this, where one might come to meet a woman, pour sûr." Drouet took a step forward eagerly. He said excitedly, "You think I think," said Poirot, "that Madame Grandier is a very beautiful woman. I think that anyone might well mount 10,000 feet, for her sake, that is, if she had suggested such a thing." "You know," said Drouet. "That's interesting. I never thought of her in connection with the case. After all, she's been to this place several years running." Poirot said gently, "Yes, and therefore her presence would not cause comment. It would be a reason, would it not, why Rocher's Nage should have been the spot selected," Drouet said excitedly. "You've had an idea, M. Poirot. I'll look into that angle." 4. The day passed without incident. Fortunately, the hotel was well provisioned. The manager explained that there need be no anxiety. Supplies were assured. Hercule Poirot endeavored to get into conversation with Dr. Karl Lutz and was rebuffed. The doctor intimated plainly that psychology was his professional preoccupation and that he was not going to discuss it with amateurs. He sat in a corner, reading a large German tome on the subconscious and making copious notes and annotations. Hercule Poirot went outside and wandered aimlessly round to the kitchen premises. There he entered into conversation with the old man Jacques, who was surly and suspicious. His wife, the cook, was more forthcoming. Fortunately, she explained to Poirot there was a large reserve of tinned food, but she herself thought little of food in tins. It was wickedly expensive, and what nourishment could there be in it? The good God had never intended people to live out of tins. The conversation came round to the subject of the hotel staff. Early in July, the chambermaids and the extra waiters arrived. But for the next 3 weeks, there would be nobody or next to nobody. Mostly people who came up and had lunch and then went back again. She and Jacques and one waiter could manage that easily. Poirot asked. There was already a waiter here before Gustave came. Was there not? But yes, indeed, a poor kind of a waiter. No skill, no experience, no class at all. How long was he here before Gustave replaced him? A few days, only the inside of a week. Naturally, he was dismissed. We were not surprised. It was bound to come. Poirot murmured. He did not complain unduly. Ah, no, he went quietly enough. After all, what could he expect? This is a hotel of good class. One must have proper service here. Poirot nodded. He asked, Where did he go? That Robert? You mean? She shrugged her shoulders. Doubtless back to the obscure cafe he came from. He went down in the funicular. She looked at him curiously, naturally. Monsieur, what other way is there to go? Poirot asked. Did anyone see him go? They both stared at him. Do you think it likely that one goes to see off an animal like that one gives him the grand farewell? One has one's own affairs to occupy one. Precisely, said Hercule Poirot. He walked slowly away, staring up as he did so at the building above him. A large hotel with only one wing open at present. In the other wings were many rooms, closed and shuttered where no one was likely to enter. He came round the corner of the hotel and nearly ran into one of the 3 card-playing men. It was the one with the pasty face and pale eyes. The eyes looked at Poirot without expression. Only the lips curled back a little, showing the teeth like a vicious horse. Poirot passed him and went on. There was a figure ahead of him, the tall, graceful figure of Madame Grandier. He hastened his pace a little and caught her up. He said, "This accident to the funicular. It is distressing. I hope, Madame, that it has not inconvenienced you." She said, "It is a matter of indifference to me." Her voice was very deep, a full contralto. She did not look at Poirot. She swerved aside and went into the hotel by a small side door. 5. Hercule Poirot went to bed early. He was awakened some time after midnight. Someone was fumbling with the lock of the door. He sat up, putting on the light. At the same moment, the lock yielded to manipulation, and the door swung open. 3 men stood there. The 3 card-playing men. They were, Poirot thought, slightly drunk. Their faces were foolish, and yet malevolent. He saw the gleam of a razor blade. The big, thick-set man advanced. He spoke in a growling voice. Sacred pig of a detective bah! He burst into a torrent of profanity. The 3 of them advanced purposefully on the defenseless man in the bed. "We'll carve him up. Boys, little horses, we'll slash Monsieur Detective's face open for him. He won't be the first one tonight." They came on, steady, purposeful. The razor blades flashed, and then, startling in its crisp transatlantic tones, a voice said, "Stick 'em up." They swerved round. Schwartz, dressed in a peculiarly vivid set of striped pajamas, stood in the doorway. In his hand, he held an automatic. "Stick 'em up. Guys, I'm pretty good at shooting." He pressed the trigger, and a bullet sang past the big man's ear and buried itself in the woodwork of the window. 3 pairs of hands were raised rapidly. Schwartz said, "Can I trouble you, M. Poirier?" Hercule Poirot was out of bed in a flash. He collected the gleaming weapons and passed his hands over the 3 men's bodies to make sure that they were not armed. Schwartz said, "Now then, march. There's a big cupboard just along the corridor. No window in it. Just the thing." He marched them into it and turned the key on them. He swung round to Poirot, his voice breaking with pleasurable emotion. "If that doesn't just show, do you know M. Poirier? There were folks in Fountain Springs who laughed at me because I said I was going to take a gun abroad with me." "Where do you think you're going?" they asked. "Oh, into the jungle." "Well, sir, I'd say the laugh is with me." "Did you ever see such an ugly bunch of toughs?" Poirot said. "My dear Mr. Schwartz, you appeared in the nick of time. It might have been a drama on the stage. I am very much in your debt. That's nothing. Where do we go from here?" We ought to turn these boys over to the police, and that's just what we can't do. It's a knotty problem. Maybe we'd better consult the manager. Hercule Poirot said, "Ah, the manager. I think first we will consult the waiter. Gustave, alias Inspector Drouet. But yes, the waiter Gustave is really a detective." Schwartz stared at him. "So that's why they did it. That is why who did what. This bunch of crooks got to you second on the list. They'd already carved up Gustave. What, come with me? The doc's busy on him now." Drouet's room was a small one on the top floor. Dr. Lutz, in a dressing gown, was busy bandaging the injured man's face. He turned his head as they entered. "Ah, it is you, Mr. Schwartz. A nasty business. This, what butchers, what inhuman monsters." Drouet lay still, moaning faintly. Schwartz asked, "Is he in danger?" "He will not die if that is what you mean. But he must not speak. There must be no excitement. I have dressed the wounds. There will be no risk of septicemia." The three men left the room together. Schwartz said to Poirot, "Did you say Gustave was a police officer?" Hercule Poirot nodded. "But what was he doing up at Rocher's Negs?" "He was engaged in tracking down a very dangerous criminal." In a few words, Poirot explained the situation. "Dr. Lutz," said Marescal, "I read about the case in the paper. I should much like to meet that man. There is some deep abnormality there. I should like to know the particulars of his childhood for myself," said Hercule Poirot. "I should like to know exactly where he is at this minute." Schwartz said, "Isn't he one of the three we locked in the cupboard?" Poirot said in a dissatisfied voice, "It is possible. Yes, but I am not sure. I have an idea." He broke off, staring down at the carpet. It was of a light buff color, and there were marks on it of a deep rusty brown. Hercule Poirot said, "Footsteps, footsteps that have trodden, I think, in blood, and they lead from the unused wing of the hotel. Come, we must be quick." They followed him, through a swing door and along a dim, dusty corridor. They turned the corner of it, still following the marks on the carpet until the tracks led them to a half-open doorway. Poirot pushed the door open and entered. He uttered a sharp, horrified exclamation. The room was a bedroom. The bed had been slept in, and there was a tray of food on the table. In the middle of the floor lay the body of a man. He was of just over middle height, and he had been attacked with savage and unbelievable ferocity. There were a dozen wounds on his arms and chest, and his head and face had been battered almost to a pulp. Schwartz gave a half-stifled exclamation and turned away, looking as though he might be sick. Dr. Lutz uttered a horrified exclamation in German. Schwartz said faintly, "Who is this guy? Does anyone know?" "I fancy," said Poirot, "that he was known here as Robert, a rather unskillful waiter." Lutz had gone nearer, bending over the body. He pointed with a finger. There was a paper pinned to the dead man's breast. It had some words scrawled on it in ink. "Marescaude will kill no more, nor will he rob his friends," Schwartz ejaculated. Marescaude. So this is Marescaude. But what brought him up here to this out-of-the-way spot? And why do you say his name is Robert Poirot? Said, he was here masquerading as a waiter, and by all accounts, he was a very bad waiter. So bad that no one was surprised when he was given the sack. He left presumably to return to Andermatt, but nobody saw him go. Lutz said in his slow, rumbling voice, "So, and what do you think happened?" Poirot replied, "I think we have here the explanation of a certain worried expression on the hotel manager's face. Marescot must have offered him a big bribe to allow him to remain hidden in the unused part of the hotel. Come," he added thoughtfully. But the manager was not happy about it. Oh no, he was not happy at all. And Marescot continued to live in this unused wing with no one but the manager knowing about it. So it seems it would be quite possible. You know, Dr. Lutz said. And why was he killed? And who killed him? Schwartz cried, "That's easy. He was to share out the money with his gang." He didn't. He double-crossed them. He came here, to this out-of-the-way place, to lie low for a while. He thought it was the last place in the world they'd ever think of. He was wrong. Somehow or other, they got wise to it and followed him. He touched the dead body with the tip of his shoe, and they settled his account like this. Hercule Poirot murmured, "Yes, it was not quite the kind of rendezvous we thought." "Dr. Lutz said irritably, "These hows and whys may be very interesting, but I am concerned with our present position. Here we have a dead man. I have a sick man on my hands and a limited amount of medical supplies. And we are cut off from the world. For how long?" Schwartz added, "And we've got 3 murderers locked in a cupboard. It's what I'd call kind of an interesting situation." Dr. Lutz said, "What do we do?" Poirot said, "First, we get hold of the manager. He is not a criminal. That one, only a man who is greedy for money. He is a coward, too. He will do everything we tell him. My good friend Jacques, or his wife, will perhaps provide some cord. Our 3 miscreants must be placed where we can guard them in safety until the day when help comes. I think that Mr. Schwartz's automatic will be effective in carrying out any plans we may make." Dr. Lutz said, "And what do I do?" "You, doctor," said Poirot gravely, "will do all you can for your patient. The rest of us will employ ceaseless vigilance and wait. There is nothing else we can do." 6. It was 3 days later that a little party of men appeared in front of the hotel in the early hours of the morning. It was Hercule Poirot who opened the front door to them with a flourish. "Welcome, mon vieux, Monsieur le Monteuil," commissaire of police, seized Poirot by both hands. "Ah, my friend, with what emotion I greet you. What stupendous events, what emotions you have passed through, and we below, our anxiety, our fears knowing nothing, fearing everything. No wireless, no means of communication. To heliograph. That was indeed a stroke of genius on your part. No, no." Poirot endeavored to look modest. After all, when the inventions of man fail, one falls back upon nature. There is always the sun in the sky. The little party filed into the hotel. Lemonteuil said, "We are not expected." His smile was somewhat grim. Poirot smiled also. He said, "But no, it is believed that the funicular is not nearly repaired yet." Lemonteuil said with emotion, "This is a great day. There is no doubt. You think it is really Marescot?" "It is Marescot, all right. Come with me." They went up the stairs. A door opened, and Schwartz came out in his dressing gown. He stared when he saw the men. I heard voices. He explained. Why? What's this? Hercule Poirot said grandiloquently. Help has come accompany us. Monsieur, this is a great moment. He started up the next flight of stairs. Schwartz said, Are you going up to Drouet? How is he? By the way, Dr. Lutz reported him going on well last night. They came to the door of Drouet's room. Poirot flung it open. He announced, Here is your wild boar. Gentlemen, take him alive, and see to it that he does not cheat the guillotine. The man in the bed, his face still bandaged, started up, but the police officers had him by the arms before he could move. Schwartz cried, bewildered. But that's Gustave the waiter. That's Inspector Drouet. It is Gustave. Yes, but it is not Drouet. Drouet was the first waiter. The waiter Robert, who was imprisoned in the unused part of the hotel, and whom Marescaude killed the same night as the attack was made on me. 7. Over breakfast, Poirot explained gently to the bewildered American, You comprehend. There are certain things one knows quite certainly, in the course of one's profession. One knows, for instance, the difference between a detective and a murderer. Gustave was no waiter that I suspected at once, but equally, he was not a policeman. I have dealt with policemen all my life, and I know. He could pass as a detective to an outsider, but not to a man who was a policeman himself. And so, at once, I was suspicious. That evening, I did not drink my coffee. I poured it away, and I was wise. Late that evening, a man came into my room. Came in with the easy confidence of one who knows that the man whose room he is searching is drugged. He looked through my affairs, and he found the letter in my wallet, where I had left it for him to find. The next morning, Gustave comes into my room with my coffee. He greets me by name and acts his part with complete assurance. But he is anxious, horribly anxious, for somehow or other the police have got on his track. They have learnt where he is, and that is for him a terrible disaster. It upsets all his plans. He is caught up here like a rat in a trap. Schwartz said, The damn fool thing was ever to come here. Why did he? Poirot said gravely. It is not so foolish as you think. He had need, urgent need, of a retired spot, away from the world, where he could meet a certain person and where a certain happening could take place. What person? Dr. Lutz. Dr. Lutz. Is he a crook too, Doctor? Lutz is really Dr. Lutz, but he is not a nerve specialist, not a psychoanalyst. He is a surgeon, my friend, a surgeon who specializes in facial surgery. That is why he was to meet Marescaude here. He is poor now, turned out of his country. He was offered a huge fee to meet a man here and change that man's appearance by means of his surgical skill. He may have guessed that that man was a criminal, but if so, he shut his eyes to the fact, realized this. They dared not risk a nursing home in some foreign country. No, up here, where no one ever comes so early in the season except for an odd visit, where the manager is a man in need of money who can be bribed, was an ideal spot. But, as I say, matters went wrong. Marescaude was betrayed. The 3 men, his bodyguard, who were to meet him here and look after him, had not yet arrived. But Marescaude acts at once. The police officer who is pretending to be a waiter is kidnapped, and Mariscade takes his place. The gang arrange for the funicular to be wrecked. It is a matter of time. The following evening, Drouet is killed and a paper is pinned on the dead body. It is hoped that by the time that communications are established with the world, Drouet's body may have been buried as that of Mariscal. Dr. Lutz performs his operation without delay, but one man must be silenced. Hercule Poirot. So the gang are sent to attack me. Thanks to you. My friend Hercule Poirot bowed gracefully to Schwartz, who said, "So you're really Hercule Poirot?" "Precisely, and you were never fooled by that body for a minute. You knew all along that it wasn't Mariscade." "Certainly. Why didn't you say so?" Hercule Poirot's face was suddenly stern. "Because I wanted to be quite sure of handing the real Mariscade over to the police." He murmured below his breath, "To capture alive the wild boar of Erymanthea." 5. The Augean Stables. 1. The situation is an extremely delicate one. M. Poirot. A faint smile flitted across Hercule Poirot's lips. He almost replied, "It always is." Instead, he composed his face and put on what might be described as a bedside manner of extreme discretion. Sir George Conway proceeded weightily. Phrases fell easily from his lips, the extreme delicacy of the government's position, the interests of the public, the solidarity of the party, the necessity of presenting a united front, the power of the press, the welfare of the country. It all sounded well and meant nothing. Hercule Poirot felt that familiar aching of the jaw when one longs to yawn and politeness forbids. He had felt the same sometimes when reading the parliamentary debates, but on those occasions there had been no need to restrain his yawns. He steeled himself to endure patiently. He felt, at the same time, a sympathy for Sir George Conway. The man obviously wanted to tell him something, and as obviously had lost the art of simple narration. Words had become to him a means of obscuring facts, not of revealing them. He was an adept in the art of the useful phrase, that is to say, the phrase that falls soothingly on the ear and is quite empty of meaning. The words rolled on. Poor Sir George became quite red in the face. He shot a desperate glance at the other man sitting at the head of the table, and the other man responded. Edward Ferrier said, "All right, George, I'll tell him." Hercule Poirot shifted his gaze from the Home Secretary to the Prime Minister. He felt a keen interest in Edward Ferrier, an interest aroused by a chance phrase from an old man of 82, Professor Fergus MacLeod. After disposing of a chemical difficulty in the conviction of a murderer, had touched for a moment on politics. On the retirement of the famous and beloved John Hammett, now Lord Cornworthy, his son-in-law, Edward Ferrier had been asked to form a cabinet. As politicians go, he was a young man under 50. Professor MacLeod had said Ferrier was once one of my students. He's a sound man. That was all. But to Hercule Poirot, it represented a good deal. If MacLeod called a man sound, it was a testimonial to character compared with which no popular or press enthusiasm counted at all. It coincided. It was true. With the popular estimate, Edward Ferrier was considered sound, just that, not brilliant, not great, not a particularly eloquent orator, not a man of deep learning. He was a sound man, a man bred in the tradition, a man who had married John Hammett's daughter, who had been John Hammett's right-hand man, and who could be trusted to carry on the government of the country in the John Hammett tradition. For John Hammett was particularly dear to the people and press of England. He represented every quality which was dear to Englishmen. People said of him, "One does feel that Hammett's honest." Anecdotes were told of his simple home life, of his fondness for gardening, corresponding to Baldwin's pipe and Chamberlain's umbrella. There was John Hammett's raincoat. He always carried it, a weather-worn garment. It stood as a symbol of the English climate, of the prudent forethought of the English race, of their attachment to old possessions. Moreover, in his bluff British way, John Hammett was an orator. His speeches, quietly and earnestly delivered, contained those simple, sentimental clichés which are so deeply rooted in the English heart. Foreigners sometimes criticize them as being both hypocritical and unbearably noble. John Hammett did not in the least mind being noble in a sporting public school, deprecating fashion. Moreover, he was a man of fine presence, tall, upstanding, with fair coloring and very bright blue eyes. His mother had been a Dane, and he himself had been for many years First Lord of the Admiralty, which gave rise to his nickname of the Viking, when at last ill health forced him to give up the reins of office. Deep uneasiness was felt. Who would succeed him? The brilliant Lord Charles Delafield. Too brilliant England didn't need brilliance. Evan Whitler. Clever, but perhaps a little unscrupulous. John Potter. The sort of man who might fancy himself as dictator, and we didn't want any dictators in this country. Thank you very much. So a sigh of relief went up when the quiet Edward Ferrier assumed office. Ferrier was all right. He had been trained by the old man. He had married the old man's daughter. In the classic British phrase, Ferrier would carry on. Hercule Poirot studied the quiet, dark-faced man with the low, pleasant voice. Lean and dark, and tired-looking. Edward Ferrier was saying, "Perhaps, Poirot, you are acquainted with a weekly periodical called the X-Ray News." "I have glanced at it," admitted Poirot, blushing slightly. The Prime Minister said, "Then you know more or less of what it consists." Semi-libellous matter. Snappy paragraphs hinting at sensational secret history. Some of them true, some of them harmless, but all served up in a spicy manner. Occasionally, he paused and then said, his voice altering a little. Occasionally, something more. Hercule Poirot did not speak. Ferrier went on. For 2 weeks now, there have been hints of impending disclosures of a first-class scandal in the highest political circles. Astonishing revelations of corruption and jobbery, Hercule Poirot said, shrugging his shoulders. A common trick. When the actual revelations come, they usually disappoint the cravers after sensation badly. Ferrier said dryly, "These will not disappoint them." Hercule Poirot asked, "You know, then, what these revelations are going to be, with a fair amount of accuracy." Edward Ferrier paused a minute. Then he began speaking. Carefully, methodically. He outlined the story. It was not an edifying story. Accusations of shameless chicanery, of share juggling, of a gross misuse of party funds. The charges were leveled against the late Prime Minister, John Hammett. They showed him to be a dishonest rascal, a gigantic confidence trickster, who had used his position to amass for himself a vast private fortune. The Prime Minister's quiet voice stopped at last. The Home Secretary groaned. He spluttered out, "It's monstrous, monstrous, this fellow. Perry, who edits the rag, ought to be shot," Hercule Poirot said. "These so-called revelations are to appear in the X-ray news." "Yes. What steps do you propose to take about them?" Ferrier said slowly. "They constitute a private attack on John Hammett. It is open to him to sue the paper for libel. Will he do that? No. Why not?" Ferrier said, "It is probable that there is nothing the X-ray news would like better. The publicity given them would be enormous. Their defense would be fair comment in that the statements complained of were true. The whole business would be exhaustively held up to view in a blaze of limelight. Still, if the case went against them, the damages would be extremely heavy." Ferrier said slowly, "It might not go against them." "Why," Sir George said primly, "I really think that." But Edward Ferrier was already speaking, because what they intend to print is the truth. A groan burst from Sir George Conway, outraged at such unparliamentary frankness. He cried out, "Edward, my dear fellow, we don't admit." Surely, the ghost of a smile passed over Edward Ferrier's tired face. He said, "Unfortunately, George, there are times when the stark truth has got to be told. This is one of them." Sir George exclaimed, "You understand. Poirot, all this is strictly in confidence." "Not one word," Ferrier interrupted him. He said, "Poirot understands that." He went on slowly. "What he may not understand is this: the whole future of the People's Party is at stake. John Hammett, Poirot, was the People's Party. He stood for what it represents to the people of England. He stood for decency and honesty. No one has ever thought us brilliant. We have muddled and blundered, but we have stood for the tradition of doing one's best, and we have stood, too, for fundamental honesty. Our disaster is this, that the man who was our figurehead, the honest man of the people, par excellence, turns out to have been one of the worst crooks of this generation." Another groan burst from Sir George. Poirot asked, "You knew nothing of all this?" Again, the smile flashed across the weary face. Ferrier said, "You may not believe me, Poirot, but like everyone else, I was completely deceived. I never understood my wife's curious attitude of reserve towards her father. I understand it now. She knew his essential character." He paused, and then said, when the truth began to leak out, "I was horrified, incredulous. We insisted on my father-in-law's resignation on the grounds of ill health, and we set to work to clean up the mess. Shall I say?" Sir George groaned. "The Augean stables," Poirot started. Ferrier said, "It will prove, I fear, too Herculean a task for us. Once the facts become public, there will be a wave of reaction all over the country. The government will fall. There will be a general election, and in all probability, Everhard and his party will be returned to power. You know Everhard's policy." Sir George spluttered. "A firebrand, a complete firebrand." Ferrier said gravely, "Everhard has ability, but he is reckless, belligerent, and utterly tactless. His supporters are inept and vacillating. It would be practically a dictatorship." Hercule Poirot nodded. Sir George bleated out, "If only the whole thing can be hushed up." Slowly, the premier shook his head. It was a movement of defeat. Poirot said, "You do not believe that it can be hushed up." Ferrier said, "I sent for you, M. Poirot, as a last hope. In my opinion, this business is too big. Too many people know about it for it to be successfully concealed. The only two methods open to us, which are, to put it bluntly, the use of force or the adoption of bribery, cannot really hope to succeed. The Home Secretary compared our troubles with the cleansing of the Augean stables. It needs, M. Poirot, the violence of a river in spate, the disruption of the great natural forces in nature, nothing less, in fact, than a miracle. It needs, in fact, a Hercules," said Poirot, nodding his head with a pleased expression. He added, "My name, remember, is Hercule." Edward Ferrier said, "Can you perform miracles, M. Poirot? It is why you sent for me. Is it not? Because you thought that I might. That is true." I realized that if salvation was to be achieved, it could only come through some fantastic and completely unorthodox suggestion. He paused a minute. Then he said, "But perhaps, M. Poirot, you take an ethical view of the situation. John Hammett was a crook. The legend of John Hammett must be exploded. Can one build an honest house on dishonest foundations? I do not know, but I do know that I want to try." He smiled with a sudden, sharp bitterness. The politician wants to remain in office as usual from the highest motives. Hercule Poirot rose. He said, "Monsieur, my experience in the police force has not, perhaps, allowed me to think very highly of politicians. If John Hammett were in office, I would not lift a finger. No, not a little finger. But I know something about you. I have been told by a man who is really great, one of the greatest scientists and brains of the day, that you are a sound man. I will do what I can." He bowed and left the room. Sir George burst out, "Well, of all the damned cheek." But Edward Ferrier, still smiling, said, "It was a compliment, too." On his way downstairs, Hercule Poirot was intercepted by a tall, fair-haired woman. She said, "Please come into my sitting room, M. Poirot." He bowed and followed her. She shut the door, motioned him to a chair, and offered him a cigarette. She sat down opposite him. She said quietly, "You have just seen my husband, and he has told you about my father." Poirot looked at her with attention. He saw a tall woman, still handsome, with character and intelligence in her face. Mrs. Ferrier was a popular figure. As the wife of the Prime Minister, she naturally came in for a good share of the limelight. As the daughter of her father, her popularity was even greater. Dagmar Ferrier represented the popular ideal of English womanhood. She was a devoted wife, a fond mother. She shared her husband's love of country life. She interested herself in just those aspects of public life which were generally felt to be proper spheres of womanly activity. She dressed well, but never in an ostentatiously fashionable manner. She devoted much of her time and activity to large-scale charities. She had inaugurated special schemes for the relief of the wives of unemployed men. She was looked up to by the whole nation and was a most valuable asset to the party. Hercule Poirot said, "You must be terribly worried, madame." "Oh, I am. You don't know how much. For years I have been dreading something," Poirot said. "You had no idea of what was going on." "Actually," she shook her head. "No, not in the least. I only knew that my father was not what everyone thought him. I realized, from the time that I was a child, that he was a humbug." Her voice was deep and bitter. She said, "It is through marrying me that Edward will lose everything." Poirot said in a quiet voice, "Have you any enemies, madam?" She looked up at him, surprised. "Enemies? I don't think so," Poirot said thoughtfully. "I think you have—" He went on, "Have you courage, madam? There is a great campaign afoot against your husband and against yourself. You must prepare to defend yourself." She cried, "But it doesn't matter about me, only about Edward," Poirot said. "The one includes the other. Remember, madame, you are Caesar's wife." He saw her color ebb. She leaned forward. She said, "What is it you are trying to tell me?" 3. Percy Perry, editor of the X-Ray News, sat behind his desk smoking. He was a small man with a face like a weasel. He was saying in a soft, oily voice, "We'll give 'em the dirt, all right. Lovely, lovely. Oh boy." His second in command, a thin, spectacled youth, said uneasily, "You're not nervous, expecting strong-arm stuff. Not them. Haven't got the nerve. Wouldn't do them any good, either. Not the way we've got it farmed out in this country and on the continent and America." The other said, "They must be in a pretty good stew. Won't they do anything? They'll send someone to talk pretty." A buzzer sounded. Percy Perry picked up a receiver. He said, "Who do you say?" "Right. Send him up." He put the receiver down, grinned. "They've got that high-toned Belgian Dick on to it. He's coming up now to do his stuff. Wants to know if we'll play ball." Hercule Poirot came in. He was immaculately dressed, a white camellia in his buttonhole. Percy Perry said, "Pleased to meet you, M. Poirot. On your way to the royal enclosure at Ascot?" "No." "My mistake." Hercule Poirot said, "I am flattered. One hopes to present a good appearance. It is even more important." His eyes roamed innocently over the editor's face in somewhat slovenly attire. "When one has few natural advantages," Perry said shortly. "What do you want to see me about?" Poirot leaned forward, tapped him on the knee, and said with a beaming smile, "Blackmail? What the devil do you mean?" "Blackmail. I have heard, the little bird has told me, that on occasions you have been on the point of publishing certain very damaging statements in your so spiritual paper. Then, there has been a pleasant little increase in your bank balance, and after all, those statements have not been published." Poirot leaned back and nodded his head in a satisfied sort of way. "Do you realize that what you're suggesting amounts to slander?" Poirot smiled confidently. "I'm sure you will not take offense." "I do take offense. As to blackmail, there is no evidence of my ever having blackmailed anybody. No, no, I am quite sure of that. You misunderstand me. I was not threatening you. I was leading up to a simple question." "How much I don't know what you're talking about," said Percy Perry. "A matter of national importance, M. Perry. They exchanged a significant glance. Percy Perry said, I'm a reformer. Hmm? Poirot, I want to see politics cleaned up. I'm opposed to corruption. Do you know what the state of politics is in this country? The Augean stables. No more, no less. Tien said, Hercule Poirot. You too, use that phrase. And what is needed, went on the editor, to cleanse those stables is the great purifying flood of public opinion. Hercule Poirot got up. He said, I applaud your sentiments. He added, it is a pity that you do not feel in need of money. Percy. Perry said hurriedly, here, wait a sec. I didn't say that exactly. But Hercule Poirot had gone through the door. His excuse for later events is that he does not like blackmailers. 4. Everett Dashwood, the cheery young man on the staff of the branch, clapped Hercule Poirot affectionately on the back. He said, there's dirt and dirt. My boy, my dirt's clean dirt, that's all. I was not suggesting that you were on a par with Percy Perry. Damned little bloodsucker. He's a blot on our profession. We'd all down him if we could. It happens, said Hercule Poirot, that I am engaged at the moment on a little matter of clearing up a political scandal, cleaning out the Augean stables. Eh? Said Dashwood. Too much for you. My boy, only hope is to divert the Thames and wash away the Houses of Parliament. You are cynical, said Hercule Poirot, shaking his head. I know the world, that's all. Poirot said, you, I think, are just the man I seek. You have a reckless disposition. You are the good sport. You like something that is out of the usual. And granting all that, I have a little scheme to put into action. If my ideas are right, there is a sensational plot to unmask. That, my friend, shall be a scoop for your paper. Can do, said Dashwood cheerfully. It will concern a scurrilous plot against a woman. Better and better. Sex stuff always goes. Then sit down and listen. 5. People were talking. In the Goose and Feathers at Little Wimplington. Well, I don't believe it. John Hammett. He was always an honest man. He was. Not like some of these political folk. That's what they say about all swindlers before they're found out. Thousands. They say he made, out of that Palestine oil business, just a crook deal. It was, whole lot of 'em tarred with the same brush. Dirty crooks. Every one of 'em. You wouldn't find Everhard doing that. He's one of the old school. But I can't believe as John Hammett was a wrong'un. You can't believe all these papers say Ferrier's wife was his daughter. Have you seen what it says about her? They pored over a much-thumbed copy of the X-ray News Caesar's wife. We hear that a certain highly placed political lady was seen in very strange surroundings the other day, complete with her gigolo. Oh, Dagmar, Dagmar, how could you be so naughty? A rustic voice said slowly. Miss Ferrier's not that kind. Gigolo. That's one of these Dago skunks. Another voice said, you never can tell with women. The whole bunch of 'em wrong-uns, if you ask me. 6. People were talking. But, darling, I believe it's absolutely true. Naomi had it from Paul, and he had it from Andy. She's absolutely depraved. But she was always so terribly dowdy and proper in opening bazaars. Just camouflage. Darling. They say she's a nymphomaniac. Well, I mean, it's all in the X-ray news. Oh, Not right out. But you can read between the lines. I don't know how they get hold of these things. What do you think of all this political scandal touch? They say her father embezzled the party funds. 7. People were talking. I don't like to think of it, and that's a fact. Mrs. Rogers. I mean, I always thought Mrs. Ferrier was a really nice woman. Do you think all these awful things are true? As I say, I don't like to think it of her. Why? She opened a bazaar in Pelchester only last June. I was as near to her as I am to that sofa, and she had such a pleasant smile. Yes, but what I say is there's no smoke without fire. Well, of course that's true. Oh dear, it seems as though you can't believe in anyone. 8. Edward Ferrier, his face white and strained, said to Poirot, "These attacks on my wife, they're scurrilous, absolutely scurrilous. I'm bringing an action against that vile rag." Hercule Poirot said, "I do not advise you to do so, but these damned lies have got to be stopped." "Are you sure they are lies? God damn you." "Yes," Poirot said. His head held a little on one side. "What does your wife say?" For a moment, Ferrier looked taken aback. "She says it is best to take no notice. But I can't do that. Everybody is talking." Hercule Poirot said, "Yes, everybody is talking." 9. And then came the small, bald announcement in all the papers. Mrs. Ferrier has had a slight nervous breakdown. She has gone to Scotland to recuperate. Conjectures, rumors, positive information that Mrs. Ferrier was not in Scotland, had never been to Scotland. Stories, scandalous stories, of where Mrs. Ferrier really was. And again, people talking. I tell you, Andy saw her at that frightful place. She was drunk or doped, and with an awful Argentine gigolo. Ramon, you know, more talking. Mrs. Ferrier had gone off with an Argentine dancer. She had been seen in Paris. Doped. She had been taking drugs for years. She drank like a fish. Slowly, the righteous mind of England, at first unbelieving, had hardened against Mrs. Ferrier. Seemed as though there must be something in it that wasn't the sort of woman to be the Prime Minister's wife. A Jezebel. That's what she is. Nothing better than a Jezebel. And then came the camera record. Miss Ferrier, photographed in Paris lying back in a nightclub, her arm twined familiarly over the shoulder of a dark, olive-skinned, vicious-looking young man. Other snapshots half naked on a beach, her head on the lounge lizard's shoulder. And underneath, Mrs. Ferrier has a good time. 2 days later, an action for libel was brought against the X-Ray News. 10. The case for the prosecution was opened by Sir Mortimer Inglewood, K.C. He was dignified and full of righteous indignation. Mrs. Ferrier was the victim of an infamous plot, a plot only to be equaled by the famous case of the Queen's necklace familiar to readers of Alexander Dumas. That plot had been engineered to lower Queen Marie Antoinette in the eyes of the populace. This plot, also, had been engineered to discredit a noble and virtuous lady who was in this country in the position of Caesar's wife. Sir Mortimer spoke with bitter disparagement of fascists and communists, both of whom sought to undermine democracy by every unfair machination known. He then proceeded to call witnesses. The first was the Bishop of Northumbria, Dr. Henderson. The Bishop of Northumbria was one of the best-known figures in the English Church, a man of great saintliness and integrity of character. He was broad-minded, tolerant, and a fine preacher. He was loved and revered by all who knew him. He went into the box and swore that between the dates mentioned Mrs. Edward Ferrier had been staying in the palace with himself and his wife, worn out by her activities and good works. She had been recommended a thorough rest. Her visit had been kept a secret so as to obviate any worry from the press. An eminent doctor followed the bishop and deposed to having ordered Mrs. Ferrier rest and complete absence from worry. A local general practitioner gave evidence to the effect that he had attended Mrs. Ferrier at the palace. The next witness called was Thelma Anderson. A thrill went round the court when she entered the witness box. Everyone realized at once what a strong resemblance the woman bore to Mrs. Edward Ferrier. "Your name is Thelma Anderson." "Yes." "You are a Danish subject." "Yes, Copenhagen is my home." "And you formerly worked at a cafe there?" "Yes, sir." "Please tell us in your own words what happened on the 18th March last." "There is a gentleman who comes to my table. They're an English gentleman. He tells me he works for an English paper, the X-Ray News." "You are sure he mentioned that name, X-Ray News?" "Yes." "I am sure because, you see, I think at first it must be a medical paper, but no, it seems not so. Then he tells me there is an English film actress who wants to find a stand-in, and that I am just the type. I do not go to the pictures much, and I do not recognize the name he says. But he tells me, yes, she is very famous, and that she has not been well, and so she wants someone to appear as her in public places. And for that she will pay very much money." "How much money did this gentleman offer you?" £500 in English money. "I do not at first believe. I think it is some trick, but he pays me at once half the money. So then, I give in my notice where I work." The tale went on. She had been taken to Paris, supplied with smart clothes, and had been provided with an escort. A very nice Argentinian gentleman, very respectful, very polite. It was clear that the woman had thoroughly enjoyed herself. She had flown over to London and had been taken there to certain nightclubs by her olive-skinned cavalier. She had been photographed in Paris with him. Some of the places to which she had gone were not, she admitted, quite nice. Indeed, they were not respectable, and some of the photographs taken, they too had not been very nice. But these things, they had told her, were necessary for advertisement, and Señor Ramon himself had always been most respectful. In answer to questioning, she declared that the name of Mrs. Ferrier had never been mentioned, and that she had had no idea that it was that lady she was supposed to be understudying. She had meant no harm. She identified certain photographs which were shown to her as having been taken of her in Paris and on the Riviera. There was the hallmark of absolute honesty about Thelma Anderson. She was quite clearly a pleasant but slightly stupid woman. Her distress at the whole thing, now that she understood it, was patent to everyone. The defense was unconvincing. A frenzied denial of having had any dealings with the woman Anderson. The photos in question had been brought to the London office and had been believed to be genuine. Sir Mortimer's closing speech roused enthusiasm. He described the whole thing as a dastardly political plot, formed to discredit the Prime Minister and his wife. All sympathy would be extended to the unfortunate Mrs. Sorrow Ferrier. The verdict, a foregone conclusion, was given amidst unparalleled scenes. Damages were assessed at an enormous figure. As Mrs. Ferrier and her husband and father left the court, they were greeted by the appreciative roars of a vast crowd. 11. Edward Ferrier grasped Poirot warmly by the hand. He said, "I thank you." Poirot, 1,000 times. Well, that finishes the X-ray news. Dirty little rag. They're wiped out completely. Serves them right for cooking up such a scurrilous plot. Against Dagmar, too, the kindliest creature in the world. Thank goodness you managed to expose the whole thing for the wicked ramp it was. What put you on to the idea that they might be using a double? It is not a new idea. Poirot reminded him. It was employed successfully in the case of Jeanne de la Motte when she impersonated Marie Antoinette. I know, I must reread The Queen's Necklace. But how did you actually find the woman they were employing? I looked for her in Denmark, and I found her there. But why Denmark? Because Mrs. Ferrier's grandmother was a Dane, and she herself is a markedly Danish type. And there were other reasons. The resemblance is certainly striking. What a devilish idea. I wonder how the little rat came to think of it. Poirot smiled, but he did not. He tapped himself on the chest. I thought of it. Edward Ferrier stared. I don't understand. What do you mean? Poirot said. We must go back to an older story than that of the Queen's Necklace, to the cleansing of the Augean stables. What Hercules used was a river, that is to say, one of the great forces of nature. Modernize that. What is a great force of nature? Sex, is it not? It is the sex angle that sells stories, that makes news. Give people scandal allied to sex, and it appeals far more than any mere political chicanery or fraud. Eh bien, that was my task. First, to put my own hands in the mud like Hercules to build up a dam that should turn the course of that river. A journalistic friend of mine aided me. He searched Denmark until he found a suitable person to attempt the impersonation. He approached her, casually mentioned the X-ray news to her, hoping she would remember it. She did, and so what happened? Mud. A great deal of mud. Caesar's wife is bespattered with it. Far more interesting to everybody than any political scandal. And the result, the denouement, why? Reaction virtue vindicated. The pure woman cleared. A great tide of romance and sentiment sweeping through the Augean stables. If all the newspapers in the country publish the news of John Hammett's defalcations now, no one will believe it. It will be put down as another political plot to discredit the government. Edward Ferrier took a deep breath. For a moment, Hercule Poirot came nearer to being physically assaulted than at any other time in his career. My wife, you dared to use her. Fortunately, perhaps, Mrs. Ferrier herself entered the room at this moment. Well, she said, that went off very well. Dagmar, did you know all along? Of course. Dear, said Dagmar Ferrier. And she smiled, the gentle, maternal smile of a devoted wife. And you never told me. But, Edward, you would never have let Poirot do it. Indeed, I would not. Dagmar smiled. That's what we thought. We I and M. Poirot. She smiled at Hercule Poirot and at her husband. She added, I had a very restful time with the dear bishop. I feel full of energy now. They want me to christen the new battleship at Liverpool next month. I think it would be a popular thing to do. 6. The Stymphalian Birds. 1. Harold Waring noticed them first walking up the path from the lake. He was sitting outside the hotel on the terrace. The day was fine, the lake was blue, and the sun shone. Harold was smoking a pipe and feeling that the world was a pretty good place. His political career was shaping well. An undersecretaryship at the age of 30 was something to be justly proud of. It had been reported that the Prime Minister had said to someone that young Waring would go far. Harold was, not unnaturally, elated. Life presented itself to him in rosy colors. He was young, sufficiently good-looking, in first-class condition, and quite unencumbered with romantic ties. He had decided to take a holiday in Czechoslovakia so as to get right off the beaten track and have a real rest from everyone and everything. The hotel at Lake Stemka, though small, was comfortable and not overcrowded. The few people there were mostly foreigners. So far, the only other English people were an elderly woman, Mrs. Rice, and her married daughter, Mrs. Wahomhom Clayton. Harold liked them both. Elsie Clayton was pretty in a rather old-fashioned style. She made up very little, if at all, and was gentle and rather shy. Mrs. Rice was what is called a woman of character. She was tall, with a deep voice and a masterful manner. But she had a sense of humor and was good company. Her life was clearly bound up in that of her daughter. Harold had spent some pleasant hours in the company of mother and daughter, but they did not attempt to monopolize him, and relations remained friendly and unexacting between them. The other people in the hotel had not aroused Harold's notice. Usually, they were hikers or members of a motor coach tour. They stayed a night or two and then went on. He had hardly noticed anyone else until this afternoon. They came up the path from the lake very slowly, and it just happened that at the moment when Harold's attention was attracted to them, a cloud came over the sun. He shivered a little. Then he stared. Surely there was something odd about these two women. They had long, curved noses, like birds, and their faces, which were curiously alike, were quite immobile. Over their shoulders, they wore loose cloaks that flapped in the wind like the wings of two big birds. Harold thought to himself, "They are like birds," he added, almost without volition. Birds of ill omen. The women came straight up on the terrace and passed close by him. They were not young, perhaps nearer 50 than 40, and the resemblance between them was so close that they were obviously sisters. Their expression was forbidding. As they passed Harold, the eyes of both of them rested on him for a minute. It was a curious, appraising glance, almost inhuman. Harold's impression of evil grew stronger. He noticed the hand of one of the two sisters, a long, claw-like hand. Although the sun had come out, he shivered once again. He thought horrible creatures, like birds of prey. He was distracted from these imaginings by the emergence of Mrs. Rice from the hotel. He jumped up and drew forward a chair. With a word of thanks, she sat down and, as usual, began to knit vigorously. Harold asked, "Did you see those two women who just went into the hotel?" "With cloaks on." "Yes, I passed them." "Extraordinary creatures. Didn't you think, well, yes, perhaps they are rather odd. They only arrived yesterday. I think, very alike they must be twins." Harold said I may be fanciful, but I distinctly felt there was something evil about them. How curious. "I must look at them more closely and see if I agree with you," she added. "We'll find out from the concierge who they are." "Not English, I imagine." "Oh, no." Mrs. Rice glanced at her watch. She said tea time. "I wonder if you'd mind going in and ringing the bell." "Mr. Waring." "Certainly, Mrs. Rice." He did so, and then, as he returned to his seat, he asked, "Where's your daughter this afternoon, Elsie?" "We went for a walk together, part of the way round the lake, and then back through the pine woods. It really was lovely." A waiter came out and received orders for tea. Mrs. Rice went on, her needles flying vigorously. Elsie had a letter from her husband. "She mayn't come down to tea." Her husband Harold was surprised. "Do you know, I always thought she was a widow." Mrs. Rice shot him a sharp glance. She said dryly, "Oh, no, Elsie isn't a widow." She added with emphasis. Unfortunately, Harold was startled. Mrs. Rice, nodding her head grimly, said drink is responsible for a lot of unhappiness. "Mr. Waring, does he drink?" "Yes, and a good many other things as well. He's insanely jealous and has a singularly violent temper." She sighed. "It's a difficult world." "Mr. Waring, I'm devoted to Elsie. She's my only child, and to see her unhappy isn't an easy thing to bear," Harold said with real emotion. "She's such a gentle creature. A little too gentle, perhaps." "You mean Mrs. Rice said slowly. "A happy creature is more arrogant. Elsie's gentleness comes, I think, from a sense of defeat. Life has been too much for her." Harold said, with some slight hesitation, "How did she come to marry this husband of hers?" Mrs. Rice answered, "Philip Clayton was a very attractive person. He still has great charm. He had a certain amount of money, and there was no one to advise us of his real character. I had been a widow for many years. 2 women, living alone, are not the best judges of a man's character," Harold said thoughtfully. "No, that's true." He felt a wave of indignation and pity sweep over him. Elsie Clayton could not be more than 25 at the most. He recalled the clear friendliness of her blue eyes, the soft droop of her mouth. He realized, suddenly, that his interest in her went a little beyond friendship, and she was tied to a brute. Gishai. 2. That evening, Harold joined mother and daughter after dinner. Elsie Clayton was wearing a soft, dull pink dress. Her eyelids, he noticed, were red. She had been crying. "Mrs. Rice said briskly, I've found out who your 2 harpies are. Mr. Waring, Polish ladies of very good family. So the concierge says." Harold looked across the room to where the Polish ladies were sitting. Elsie said with interest, "Those 2 women over there with the henna-dyed hair. They look rather horrible. Somehow, I don't know why," Harold said triumphantly. "That's just what I thought," Mrs. Rice said with a laugh. "I think you are both being absurd. You can't possibly tell what people are like just by looking at them." Elsie laughed. She said, "I suppose one can't. All the same, I think they're vultures." "Picking out dead men's eyes," said Harold. "Oh, don't," cried Elsie. Harold said quickly, "Sorry," Mrs. Rice said with a smile. "Anyway, they're not likely to cross our path." Elsie said, "We haven't got any guilty secrets. Perhaps Mr. Waring has," said Mrs. Rice with a twinkle. Harold laughed, throwing his head back. He said, "Not a secret in the world. My life's an open book." And it flashed across his mind. What fools people are who leave the straight path. A clear conscience, that's all one needs in life. With that, you can face the world and tell everyone who interferes with you to go to the devil. He felt suddenly very much alive, very strong, very much master of his fate. 3. Harold Waring, like many other Englishmen, was a bad linguist. His French was halting and decidedly British in intonation. Of German and Italian he knew nothing. Up to now, these linguistic disabilities had not worried him. In most hotels on the continent, he had always found everyone spoke English, so why worry? But in this out-of-the-way spot, where the native language was a form of Slovak, and even the concierge only spoke German, it was sometimes galling to Harold when one of his two women friends acted as interpreter for him. Mrs. Rice, who was fond of languages, could even speak a little Slovak. Harold determined that he would set about learning German. He decided to buy some textbooks and spend a couple of hours each morning in mastering the language. The morning was fine, and after writing some letters, Harold looked at his watch and saw that there was still time for an hour's stroll before lunch. He went down towards the lake and then turned aside into the pine woods. He had walked there for perhaps 5 minutes when he heard an unmistakable sound. Somewhere not far away, a woman was sobbing her heart out. Harold paused a minute. Then he went in the direction of the sound. The woman was Elsie Clayton, and she was sitting on a fallen tree with her face buried in her hands and her shoulders quivering with the violence of her grief. Harold hesitated a minute. Then he came up to her. He said gently, "Mrs. Clayton, Elsie." She started violently and looked up at him. Harold sat down beside her. He said with real sympathy, "Is there anything I can do? Anything at all?" She shook her head. "No, no. You're very kind. But there's nothing that anyone can do for me." Harold said rather diffidently, "Is it to do with your husband?" She nodded. Then she wiped her eyes and took out her powder compact, struggling to regain command of herself. She said in a quavering voice, "I didn't want Mother to worry. She's so upset when she sees me unhappy, so I came out here to have a good cry. It's silly. I know. Crying doesn't help. But sometimes one just feels that life is quite unbearable." Harold said, "I'm terribly sorry." She threw him a grateful glance. Then she said hurriedly, "It's my own fault. Of course. I married Philip of my own free will. It's turned out badly. I've only myself to blame." Harold said, "It's very plucky of you to put it like that." Elsie shook her head. "No, I'm not plucky. I'm not brave at all. I'm an awful coward. That's partly the trouble with Philip. I'm terrified of him, absolutely terrified, when he gets in one of his rages," Harold said with feeling. You ought to leave him. I daren't. He wouldn't let me. Nonsense. What about a divorce? She shook her head slowly. I've no grounds. She straightened her shoulders. No, I've got to carry on. I spend a fair amount of time with Mother. You know, Philip doesn't mind that. Especially when we go somewhere off the beaten track like this, she added, the color rising in her cheeks. You see, part of the trouble is that he's insanely jealous. If I so much as speak to another man, he makes the most frightful scenes. Harold's indignation rose. He had heard many women complain of the jealousy of a husband, and whilst professing sympathy, had been secretly of the opinion that the husband was amply justified. But Elsie Clayton was not one of those women. She had never thrown him so much as a flirtatious glance. Elsie drew away from him with a slight shiver. She glanced up at the sky. The sun's gone in. It's quite cold. We'd better get back to the hotel. It must be nearly lunchtime. They got up and turned in the direction of the hotel. They had walked for perhaps a minute when they overtook a figure going in the same direction. They recognized her by the flapping cloak she wore. It was one of the Polish sisters. They passed her, Harold bowing slightly. She made no response, but her eyes rested on them both for a minute, and there was a certain appraising quality in the glance which made Harold feel suddenly hot. He wondered if the woman had seen him sitting by Elsie on the tree trunk. If so, she probably thought, well, she looked as though she thought. A wave of indignation overwhelmed him. What foul minds some women had. Odd that the sun had gone in, and that they should both have shivered, perhaps just at the moment that that woman was watching them. Somehow, Harold felt a little uneasy. For that evening, Harold went to his room a little after 10. The English maid had arrived, and he had received a number of letters, some of which needed immediate answers. He got into his pajamas and a dressing gown and sat down at the desk to deal with his correspondence. He had written 3 letters and was just starting on the 4th when the door was suddenly flung open and Elsie Clayton staggered into the room. Harold jumped up. Startled, Elsie had pushed the door behind her and was standing clutching at the chest of drawers. Her breath was coming in great gasps. Her face was the color of chalk. She looked frightened to death. She gasped out, "It's my husband." He arrived unexpectedly. "I think he'll kill me. He's mad, quite mad. I came to you. Don't let him find me." She took a step or two forward, swaying so much that she almost fell. Harold put out an arm to support her. As he did so, the door was flung open, and a man stood in the doorway. He was of medium height, with thick eyebrows and a sleek, dark head. In his hand, he carried a heavy car spanner. His voice rose high and shook with rage. He almost screamed the words, "So that Polish woman was right. You are carrying on with this fellow." Elsie cried, "No, no, Philip, it's not true. You're wrong." Harold thrust the girl swiftly behind him. As Philip Clayton advanced on them both, the latter cried, "Wrong, am I? When I find you here in his room, you she-devil, I'll kill you for this." With a swift, sideways movement, he dodged Harold's arm. Elsie, with a cry, ran round the other side of Harold, who swung round to fend the other off. But Philip Clayton had only one idea: to get at his wife. He swerved round again. Elsie, terrified, rushed out of the room. Philip Clayton dashed after her, and Harold, with not a moment's hesitation, followed him. Elsie had darted back into her own bedroom at the end of the corridor. Harold could hear the sound of the key turning in the lock, but it did not turn in time. Before the lock could catch, Philip Clayton wrenched the door open. He disappeared into the room, and Harold heard Elsie's frightened cry. In another minute, Harold burst in after them. Elsie was standing at bay against the curtains of the window. As Harold entered, Philip Clayton rushed at her, brandishing the spanner. She gave a terrified cry, then snatching up a heavy paperweight from the desk beside her, she flung it at him. Clayton went down like a log. Elsie screamed. Harold stopped petrified in the doorway. The girl fell on her knees beside her husband. He lay quite still, where he had fallen. Outside in the passage, there was the sound of the bolt of one of the doors being drawn back. Elsie jumped up and ran to Harold. "Please, please." Her voice was low and breathless. "Go back to your room. They'll come. They'll find you here." Harold nodded. He took in the situation like lightning. For the moment, Philip Clayton was hors de combat. But Elsie's scream might have been heard. If he were found in her room, it could only cause embarrassment and misunderstanding. Both for her sake and his own, there must be no scandal, as noiselessly as possible. He sprinted down the passage and back into his room. Just as he reached it, he heard the sound of an opening door. He sat in his room for nearly half an hour, waiting. He dared not go out. Sooner or later, he felt sure, Elsie would come. There was a light tap on his door. Harold jumped up to open it. It was not Elsie who came in, but her mother, and Harold was aghast at her appearance. She looked suddenly years older. Her gray hair was disheveled, and there were deep black circles under her eyes. He sprang up and helped her to a chair. She sat down. Her breath coming painfully, Harold said quickly, "You look all in. Mrs. Rice, can I get you something?" She shook her head. "No." "Never mind me. I'm all right." "Really?" "It's only the shock." "Mr. Waring, a terrible thing has happened." Harold asked, "Is Clayton seriously injured?" She caught her breath. "Worse than that. He's dead." 5. The room spun round. A feeling as of icy water trickling down his spine rendered Harold incapable of speech for a moment or two. He repeated dully, "Dead, Mrs.?" Rice nodded. She said, and her voice had the flat, level tones of complete exhaustion. The corner of that marble paperweight caught him right on the temple, and he fell back with his head on the iron fender. "I don't know which it was that killed him, but he is certainly dead. I have seen death often enough to know. Disaster. That was the word that rang insistently in Harold's brain. Disaster, disaster, disaster." He said vehemently, "It was an accident. I saw it happen." "Mrs." Rice said sharply, "Of course it was an accident. I know that. But is anyone else going to think so? I'm frightened. Harold." "This isn't England," Harold said slowly. "I can confirm Elsie's story." Mrs. Rice said, "Yes, and she can confirm yours, that is just it." Harold's brain, naturally a keen and cautious one, saw her point. He reviewed the whole thing and appreciated the weakness of their position. He and Elsie had spent a good deal of their time together. Then there was the fact that they had been seen together in the pine woods by one of the Polish women under rather compromising circumstances. The Polish ladies apparently spoke no English, but they might nevertheless understand it a little. The woman might have known the meaning of words like jealousy and husband if she had chanced to overhear their conversation. Anyway, it was clear that it was something she had said to Clayton that had aroused his jealousy. And now his death. When Clayton had died, he, Harold, had been in Elsie Clayton's room. There was nothing to show that he had not deliberately assaulted Philip Clayton with the paperweight. Nothing to show that the jealous husband had not actually found them together. There was only his word and Elsie's. Would they be believed? A cold fear gripped him. He did not imagine no. He really did not imagine that either he or Elsie was in danger of being condemned to death for a murder they had not committed. Surely, in any case, it could be only a charge of manslaughter brought against them. Did they have manslaughter in these foreign countries? But even if they were acquitted of blame, there would have to be an inquiry. It would be reported in all the papers. An Englishman and woman accused jealous husband rising politician. Yes, it would mean the end of his political career. It would never survive a scandal like that. He said, on an impulse, "Can't we get rid of the body somehow?" "Plant it somewhere, Mrs." Rice's astonished and scornful look made him blush. She said incisively, "My dear Harold, this isn't a detective story. To attempt a thing like that would be quite crazy." "I suppose it would." He groaned. "What can we do?" "My God, what can we do, Mrs.?" Rice shook her head despairingly. She was frowning, her mind working painfully. Harold demanded, "Isn't there anything we can do? Anything to avoid this frightful disaster?" There. It was out disaster. Terrible, unforeseen, utterly damning. They stared at each other. "Mrs." Rice said hoarsely. "Elsie, my little girl, I'd do anything. It will kill her if she has to go through a thing like this." And she added, "You too, your career, everything." Harold managed to say, "Never mind me," but he did not really mean it. "Mrs." Rice went on bitterly, "and all so unfair, so utterly untrue. It's not as though there had ever been anything between you." "I know that well enough," Harold suggested, catching at a straw. "You'll be able to say that at least that it was all perfectly all right." "Mrs." Rice said bitterly, "Yes, if they believe me. But you know what these people out here are like." Harold agreed gloomily. To the continental mind, there would undoubtedly be a guilty connection between himself and Elsie, and all Mrs. Rice's denials would be taken as a mother lying herself black in the face for her daughter. Harold said gloomily, "Yes, we're not in England. Worse luck." "Ah, Mrs." Rice lifted her head. "That's true. It's not England. I wonder now if something could be done." Harold looked at her eagerly. "Mrs." Rice said abruptly, "how much money have you got?" "Not much with me," he added. "I could wire for money." "Of course." "Mrs." Rice said grimly, "we may need a good deal, but I think it's worth trying." Harold felt a faint lifting of despair. He said, "What is your idea?" "Mrs." Rice spoke decisively, "we haven't a chance of concealing the death ourselves, but I do think there's just a chance of hushing it up officially. You really think so? Harold was hopeful, but slightly incredulous. Yet, for one thing, the manager of the hotel will be on our side. He'd much rather have the thing hushed up. It's my opinion that in these out-of-the-way, curious little Balkan countries, you can bribe anyone and everyone, and the police are probably more corrupt than anyone else, Harold said slowly. Do you know? I believe you're right. Mrs. Rice went on. Fortunately, I don't think anyone in the hotel heard anything. Who has the room next to Elsie's on the other side from yours? The two Polish ladies. They didn't hear anything. They'd have come out into the passage if they had. Philip arrived late. Nobody saw him but the night porter. Do you know, Harold? I believe it will be possible to hush the whole thing up and get Philip's death certified as due to natural causes. It's just a question of bribing high enough and finding the right man, probably the chief of police. Harold smiled faintly. He said, It's rather comic opera, isn't it? Well, after all, we can but try. 6. Mrs. Rice was energy personified. First, the manager was summoned. Harold remained in his room, keeping out of it. He and Mrs. Rice had agreed that the story told had better be that of a quarrel between husband and wife. Elsie's youth and prettiness would command more sympathy. On the following morning, various police officials arrived and were shown up to Mrs. Rice's bedroom. They left at midday. Harold had wired for money, but otherwise had taken no part in the proceedings. Indeed, he would have been unable to do so, since none of these official personages spoke English. At 12 o'clock, Mrs. Rice came to his room. She looked white and tired, but the relief on her face told its own story. She said simply, It's worked. Thank heaven, you've been really marvelous. It seems incredible, Mrs. Rice said thoughtfully. By the ease with which it went, you might almost think it was quite normal. They practically held out their hands right away. It's rather disgusting. Really, Harold said dryly. This isn't the moment to quarrel with the corruption of the public services. How much? The tariffs rather high. She read out a list of figures. The chief of police, the commissaire, the agent, the doctor, the hotel manager, the night porter. Harold's comment was merely, The night porter doesn't get much, does he? I suppose it's mostly a question of gold lace. Mrs. Rice explained. The manager stipulated that the death should not have taken place in his hotel at all. The official story will be that Philip had a heart attack in the train. He went along the corridor for air. You know how they always leave those doors open, and he fell out on the line. It's wonderful what the police can do when they try. Well, said Harold, thank God our police force isn't like that. And, in a British and superior mood, he went down to lunch. 7. After lunch, Harold usually joined Mrs. Rice and her daughter for coffee. He decided to make no change in his usual behavior. This was the first time he had seen Elsie since the night before. She was very pale and was obviously still suffering from shock, but she made a gallant endeavor to behave as usual, uttering small commonplaces about the weather and the scenery. They commented on a new guest who had just arrived, trying to guess his nationality. Harold thought a mustache like that must be French. Elsie said German, and Mrs. Rice thought he might be Spanish. There was no one else but themselves on the terrace, with the exception of the two Polish ladies who were sitting at the extreme end, both doing fancy work. As always when he saw them, Harold felt a queer shiver of apprehension pass over him. Those still faces, those curved beaks of noses, those long claw-like hands. Phaeton. A page boy approached and told Mrs. Rice she was wanted. She rose and followed him. At the entrance to the hotel, they saw her encounter a police official in full uniform. Elsie caught her breath. "You don't think anything's gone wrong?" Harold reassured her quickly. "Oh, no, no, nothing of that kind." But he himself knew a sudden pang of fear. He said, "Your mother's been wonderful, I know. Mother is a great fighter. She'll never sit down under defeat." Elsie shivered. "But it is all horrible, isn't it? Now, don't dwell on it. It's all over and done with." Elsie said in a low voice, "I can't forget that it was I who killed him." Harold said urgently, "Don't think of it that way. It was an accident. You know that, really." Her face grew a little happier. Harold added, "And anyway, it's past. The past is the past. Try never to think of it again." Mrs. Rice came back. By the expression on her face, they saw that all was well. "It gave me quite a fright," she said almost gaily, "but it was only a formality about some papers, and everything's all right. My children, we're out of the shadow. I think we might order ourselves a liqueur on the strength of it." The liqueur was ordered and came. They raised their glasses. Mrs. Rice said, "To the future." Harold smiled at Elsie and said, "To your happiness." She smiled back at him and said, as she lifted her glass, "And to you, to your success. I'm sure you're going to be a very great man." With the reaction from fear, they felt gay, almost lightheaded. The shadow had lifted, all was well. From the far end of the terrace, the two bird-like women rose. They rolled up their work carefully. They came across the stone flags. With little bows, they sat down by Mrs. Rice. One of them began to speak. The other one let her eyes rest on Elsie and Harold. There was a little smile on her lips. It was not, Harold thought, a nice smile. He looked over at Mrs. Rice. She was listening to the Polish woman, and though he couldn't understand a word, the expression on Mrs. Rice's face was clear enough. All the old anguish and despair came back. She listened and occasionally spoke a brief word. Presently, the two sisters rose, and with stiff little bows went into the hotel. Harold leaned forward. He said hoarsely, "What is it?" Mrs. Rice answered him in the quiet, hopeless tones of despair. "Those women are going to blackmail us. They heard everything last night, and now we've tried to hush it up. It makes the whole thing 1,000 times worse." 8. Harold Waring was down by the lake. He had been walking feverishly for over an hour, trying by sheer physical energy to still the clamor of despair that had attacked him. He came at last to the spot where he had first noticed the two grim women who held his life and Elsie's in their evil talons. He said aloud, "Curse them, damn them, for a pair of devilish blood-sucking harpies." A slight cough made him spin round. He found himself facing the luxuriantly mustached stranger who had just come out from the shade of the trees. Harold found it difficult to know what to say. This little man must have almost certainly overheard what he had just said. Harold, at a loss, said somewhat ridiculously, "Oh, good afternoon." In perfect English, the other replied, "But for you, I fear it is not a good afternoon." Well, our Harold was in difficulties again. The little man said, "You are, I think, in trouble, monsieur. Can I be of any assistance to you?" "Oh, no thanks. No thanks. Just blowing off steam. You know." The other said gently, "But I think, you know, that I could help you. I am correct, am I not, in connecting your troubles with two ladies who were sitting on the terrace just now?" Harold stared at him. "Do you know anything about them?" he added. "Who are you?" Anyway, as though confessing to royal birth, the little man said modestly, "I am Hercule Poirot. Shall we walk a little way into the wood, and you shall tell me your story? As I say, I think I can aid you." To this day, Harold is not quite certain what made him suddenly pour out the whole story to a man to whom he had only spoken a few minutes before. Perhaps it was overstrain. Anyway, it happened. He told Hercule Poirot the whole story. The latter listened in silence. Once or twice he nodded his head gravely. When Harold came to a stop, the other spoke dreamily. "The Stymphalian birds, with iron beaks, who feed on human flesh, and who dwell by the Stymphalian lake." "Yes, it accords very well." "I beg your pardon," said Harold, staring. "Perhaps," he thought, this curious-looking little man was mad. Hercule Poirot smiled. "I reflect, that is all. I have my own way of looking at things. You understand. Now, as to this business of yours, you are very unpleasantly placed." Harold said impatiently, "I don't need you to tell me," that Hercule Poirot went on. "It is a serious business. Blackmail. These harpies will force you to pay and pay and pay again. And if you defy them, well, what happens?" Harold said bitterly. "The whole thing comes out. My career's ruined, and a wretched girl who's never done anyone any harm will be put through hell. And God knows what the end of it all will be." "Therefore," said Hercule Poirot. "Something must be done," Harold said baldly. "What?" Hercule Poirot leaned back, half closing his eyes. He said, and again a doubt about his sanity crossed Harold's mind. "It is the moment for the castanets of bronze." Harold said, "Are you quite mad?" The other shook his head. He said, "Maintenant, I strive only to follow the example of my great predecessor, Hercules. Have a few hours' patience, my friend. By tomorrow, I may be able to deliver you from your persecutors." 9. Harold Waring came down the following morning to find Hercule Poirot sitting alone on the terrace. In spite of himself, Harold had been impressed by Hercule Poirot's promises. He came up to him now and asked anxiously, "Well," Hercule Poirot beamed upon him. "It is well." "What do you mean?" "Everything has settled itself satisfactorily." "But what has happened?" Hercule Poirot replied dreamily, "I have employed the castanets of bronze, or, in modern parlance, I have caused metal wires to hum in short. I have employed the telegraph. Your Stymphalian birds, monsieur, have been removed to where they will be unable to exercise their ingenuity for some time to come. They were wanted by the police. They have been arrested precisely." Harold drew a deep breath. "How marvelous! I never thought of that." He got up. "I must find Mrs. Rice and Elsie and tell them. They know." "Oh, good." Harold sat down again. Tell me just what he broke off. Coming up the path from the lake were two figures with flapping cloaks and profiles like birds. He exclaimed, I thought you said they had been taken away. Hercule Poirot followed his glance. Oh, those ladies. They are very harmless, Polish ladies of good family, as the porter told you. Their appearance is, perhaps, not very pleasing, but that is all. But I don't understand, no. You do not understand. It is the other ladies who were wanted by the police, the resourceful Mrs. Rice and the lachrymose Mrs. Clayton. It is they who are well-known birds of prey. Those two. They make their living by blackmail, mon cher. Harold had a sensation of the world spinning round him. He said faintly, But the man who was killed, no one was killed. There was no man. But I saw him. Oh no, the tall, deep-voiced Mrs. Rice is a very successful male impersonator. It was she who played the part of the husband without her gray wig and suitably made up for the part. He leaned forward and tapped the other on the knee. You must not go through life being too credulous, my friend. The police of a country are not so easily bribed. They are probably not to be bribed at all. Certainly not when it is a question of murder. These women trade on the average Englishman's ignorance of foreign languages because she speaks French or German. It is always this Mrs. Rice who interviews the manager and takes charge of the affair. The police arrive and go to her room. Yes, but what actually passes, you do not know. Perhaps she says she has lost a brooch, something of that kind. Any excuse to arrange for the police to come so that you shall see them. For the rest, what actually happens? You wire for money, a lot of money, and you hand it over to Mrs. Rice, who is in charge of all the negotiations. And that is that. But they are greedy. These birds of prey. They have seen that you have taken an unreasonable aversion to these two unfortunate Polish ladies. The ladies in question come and hold a perfectly innocent conversation with Mrs. Rice, and she cannot resist repeating the game. She knows you cannot understand what is being said. So you will have to send for more money, which Mrs. Rice will pretend to distribute to a fresh set of people. Harold drew a deep breath. He said, And Elsie. Elsie. Hercule Poirot averted his eyes. She played her part very well. She always does. A most accomplished little actress. Everything is very pure, very innocent. She appeals, not to sex, but to chivalry. Hercule Poirot added dreamily, That is always successful with Englishmen. Harold Waring drew a deep breath. He said crisply, I'm going to set to work and learn every European language there is. Nobody's going to make a fool of me a second time. 7. The shadow behind the birds. The fog in London that morning was not poetic. It wasn't the gaslit haze of a Sherlock Holmes story. No, it was thick and yellow, pooling like cigarette smoke around the ankles, and it stank of oil and soot. Hercule Poirot stood by the window of his flat, holding a cup of tisane he hadn't touched. His mind was elsewhere on birds, not the fluttering, feathered creatures of a spring morning, but the ones from the institution in Switzerland, the Stymphalian birds, as he'd so neatly dubbed them. Two women, ostensibly caretakers, who had preyed on vulnerable men for profit, vanity, and pleasure. Poirot had exposed them and walked away with another labor completed. And yet, something gnawed. There had been a moment, one brief, unguarded instant, when one of the women had looked at him with something other than fear or anger. It was recognition, as if she knew him, or knew what he had done before. That look had followed him into sleep, and now, into the morning fog. He set the cup down. It was time for the next labor. But before he could reach for the case folders Miss Lemon had sorted so methodically into his final 12 box, the doorbell rang. Georges, always composed, opened it without a word. A man stepped into the apartment. He was tall, thin, his overcoat draped elegantly over one arm. He carried himself like a man used to moving unseen, and spoke with a voice trained in silence. "Mr. Poirot, I'm not here officially," he said, glancing toward Georges. "Scotland Yard doesn't know I'm here, but they will soon." Poirot nodded toward a chair. "You may speak freely." Inspector Morton. Morton sat, but not fully. He perched on the edge like a bird ready to fly. "We found a body last night, male, no ID, dumped in a canal in Camden, strangled. Clean work. This is not unusual, I think." Poirot replied mildly. Morton leaned forward. His face was missing. "Mr. Poirot. Acid. Hands, too." But in his jacket, what was left of it, there was a scrap of something. A calling card. He pulled a plastic evidence pouch from his pocket. Inside was a charred corner of white paper. Poirot's eyes narrowed. The typeface was unmistakable. "From my card," he said flatly. Morton nodded. "Not a full card, just a piece. And I wouldn't bring it to you if it weren't for what was written on the back." Poirot flipped it over. 4 words scrawled in pencil, shaky but legible. The birds were wrong. He felt the cold ripple up his spine. "You think this man was connected to the women in Switzerland?" Poirot asked. Morton said nothing. Poirot pressed further. "You do not bring this to me merely out of courtesy. We ran prints. The victim was a known forger, alias Michael Slate, but his record stopped 10 years ago. Disappeared off the map. Until now." Poirot closed his eyes. Slate. Yes. That name had crossed his path during the Augean Stables investigation. Slate had been one of the key ghostwriters in a tabloid smear campaign. Poirot had never been able to locate him then. He had assumed Slate fled the country. Apparently not. Morton continued. "It gets stranger. At least 3 other bodies have been found in the past month. 2 in Geneva. 1 in Paris. Same M.O. Same signature. Either a matchbox, a slip of paper, or a cigarette tin. Each one had the word Labors etched or written somewhere. Quiet killings. No suspects. Someone is cleaning up the past," Poirot said. Morton's eyes were sharp. "Or erasing your labors." "Mr. Poirot." There was silence in the room. Then Poirot rose. Slowly. "No. Inspector, they are not erasing my labors. They are rewriting them." That evening, Miss Lemon entered Poirot's office with her usual efficient grace, but she hesitated as she set down a new file on his desk. This came anonymously, no postage mark, hand-delivered. Georges found it wedged under the door. Poirot opened the envelope carefully. Inside was a single black and white photograph, grainy, possibly from a surveillance camera. It showed a woman in a nurse's uniform walking into a public library in Mayfair. The timestamp was from 2 days ago. On the back, in the same trembling handwriting as the card, she survived. The bird who never left the nest. Poirot sat still for a long time, studying the photo. It couldn't be her. That woman should be behind bars in Switzerland. The institution had been shut down after his investigation. He had seen to it, unless the Stymphalian birds were many-headed, after all. He looked up at Miss Lemon. Cancel all appointments. She blinked. Even the lecture for the Oxford Society on Order and Method in Criminal Logic. Yes, especially that. She left, and Poirot turned to face the window again. The fog had thickened. The next labor would not be chosen. It would choose him, 8. The one who watched. The morning brought rain. Not the dramatic kind that lashes windows all like gilt in a Gothic novel, but a quiet, needling drizzle that crept under collars and turned London into a damp watercolor. Hercule Poirot didn't stir until well past 10. A rarity. Even Georges noticed. But Poirot had been awake most of the night. He'd stared at the grainy photo from the anonymous envelope until his vision blurred. The nurse's figure haunted him, not because of her face, which was partially turned away, but because of the posture. Controlled, precise, stoic. It was the posture of someone who watched others for a living. By noon, Poirot sat in his office, reviewing the personnel files from the now-defunct Swiss clinic where the Stymphalian birds had operated. He'd called in a favor from an old Interpol contact. The files were incomplete. Naturally. Half the staff had disappeared after the institution was shuttered. The lead administrator had died in a boating accident on Lake Geneva. One orderly had turned up in Lyon, stabbed in what the police dismissed as a drug altercation. But 2 names drew Poirot's attentions. Adelina Voss, former head nurse. Convicted, incarcerated. Therese Vallon, no known address post-closure. Role observational therapy and surveillance. Notes, recruited patients for specialized trust-building modules. Our confusion. Trust building. A euphemism, Poirot thought, for psychological grooming. She had disappeared without a trace. He picked up the photo again. Could that be Vallon? He would need confirmation. But he already felt the answer in his bones. That afternoon, he returned to Camden. Morton had promised access to the canal crime scene. The body of the forger, Michael Slate, had already been processed. But Poirot wanted something the Yard hadn't cared about. Where the body was left, he stood near the towpath, holding a small black umbrella. A group of homeless men huddled under the bridge. A boy was trying to fish with a string and paperclip. Poirot saw it immediately on the brick wall, just above the waterline. Faded under moss and damp, a chalk symbol. 3 vertical slashes and a curved line intersecting the middle. He had seen it once before, in Belgium, during the arrest of Adolphe Duran, the epileptic butcher Poirot had referenced only days ago while researching Hercules. A man with a lion's strength and a child's mind. Duran had belonged to a group of déclassés, those discarded by society. They marked their territory with the same symbol. But that was 20 years ago. So why had it appeared here? Poirot whispered. Someone is assembling the forgotten. Back at Whitehaven Mansions, Miss Lemon met him with a pinched expression. Sir Joseph Hoggen called again. He said you owed him a courtesy update. Poirot froze. Sir Joseph, the man from the very first labor, the loud, boorish millionaire whose wife's Pekingese had launched this entire endeavor. He had torn up the check Poirot gave him. But his voice, at the time, had carried something darker than bluster. There had been fear. A fear Poirot had dismissed, and now it returned. He turned to Miss Lemon. How did he sound? Angry, nervous. But he mentioned something else. He said you'd understand. He said, tell him Greta's back. Poirot's blood ran cold. Greta, the platinum blonde secretary. The one Sir Joseph nearly left his wife for. The one who vanished shortly after Poirot's final visit. It had been whispered, never proven, that she had left with a large settlement and a forged identity. Now she was back, and Sir Joseph was afraid. Call him, Poirot said. Tell him I'm coming tonight. That night, the Hoggen estate was quiet. Too quiet. The gates were open. The guard post empty. Poirot stepped out of the cab and into the wind. The manor loomed ahead, like a scolded child sulking in the dark. Lights were on in the drawing room, but no one answered the bell. Poirot entered. The air was sharp with the scent of camphor and burnt paper, and silence. Sir Joseph, he called. Oh, nothing. He moved cautiously down the hallway, and then he saw her, standing in the archway, silhouetted by the firelight. She wore black. Her hair was silver blonde now, but the lines of her face angular. Beautiful, emotionless, had not changed. Greta, Mr. Poirot, she said, always too late to prevent the inevitable. He stepped forward. Where is Sir Joseph? Her smile was faint. He tried to find you first. Unfortunately, we found him first. Poirot's heart pounded. He's dead. No, not yet. She stepped aside. On the couch, bound but alive. Was Sir Joseph Hoggen unconscious or drugged? Poirot moved forward, but Greta raised a small revolver. Not yet, she said. We want to talk first. He froze. We, he asked. He said, from the shadows. Another figure stepped forward. Amy Carnaby. Poirot stared. No, that cannot be. But it was. She looked older, thinner, but her eyes were brighter than ever. I asked you to let me go. Remember, she said, and you did. You gave me mercy, and I used it. For the others. For the ones who never got mercy. Mais. Poirot felt the walls closing in. Greta spoke again. The Labors of Hercules. You called them. But what about the aftermath, monsieur? What about the mess you left behind? The people you spared, some broken, some clever, some furious. What did you think they'd do with your mercy? Poirot said softly. You gathered them. Amy nodded. You collected labors. We collected consequences. 9. The judgment of the spared. They left him untouched. No ropes, no threats, just a room elegantly spare, lined with books and a silent ticking clock. Greta had taken the gun with her, of course, and Amy had left without another word. Poirot sat in the heavy armchair, alone. The door shut behind them, with a lock too soft to hear. He could still smell ether on Sir Joseph's breath before they dragged him away, drugged, but alive. A warning, not a murder. Yet, on the table in front of him was a plain manila folder. Written in graceful, deliberate script on the front, The Labors of Hercules counterfile. He opened it. Inside were 12 pages. Each one corresponded to one of his recent cases. But this time, the stories were rewritten. The Nemean lion, not a harmless con, but a calculated economic attack on the privileged class. The Lernean Hydra, Jean Moncrief now in an asylum. The rumors had destroyed her life despite Poirot's help. The Arcadian deer, the girl he helped escape, had become involved in arms smuggling. The Erymanthian boar, the captured man had died in custody. The Augean stables, the political fallout had led to riots in a foreign country. The Stymphalian birds, one of the cured men had jumped off a bridge last month. Poirot's breath grew shallow. There were notations in the margins, tiny, angry, elegant. Truth is a weapon. You do not clean wounds, you hide them. You thought you were the hero. We were the collateral. The door opened. Amy Carnaby stepped inside, no longer trembling or fluttery. Her voice was composed. We're not killers. Poirot. Not yet. This isn't revenge. It's revelation. Poirot looked up. You call this justice? Amy tilted her head. What do you call what you've done? You brought light into rooms that couldn't survive it. You exposed people who needed shelter, not punishment. You judged, but you never looked behind the second curtain. Poirot rose. Then enlighten me. Mademoiselle, I am listening. They took him to a small underground space the next morning. Clean, functional, like a private clinic. In the center was a circular room with a glass partition. Inside, seated at a table, was a woman in a hospital robe. She looked up slowly as Poirot entered. His heart stopped. You called Basset? Jean Moncrief, hair cropped short, eyes dull, skin pale. Her hands twitched on the table. A scar curled along her temple. The wreck of a woman he once defended. What is this? He asked sharply. Amy's voice. Behind him. She was interrogated by the Home Office. They suspected her of complicity in her employer's death. The rumors didn't stop with your report. Monsieur, they escalated. They devoured her. Poirot stepped toward the glass. Why is she here? She can't function in public anymore. But here, she is safe, fed, watched, given rest. Her therapy is gentle. He turned. You imprisoned her. We gave her sanctuary. Poirot's fists clenched. You speak of mercy, yet you rewrite truth to suit your bitterness. Greta entered from the side door, her presence still sharp as glass. We aren't rewriting truth. We're continuing it. You stopped at exposed. We asked. And then what? Poirot shook his head. You take individual pain and forge it into doctrine. That is dangerous. Greta nodded. So is pretending all your labors ended cleanly. That's the real lie. They returned him to his flat later that day. Georges looked stricken, but said nothing. The apartment was untouched. But Poirot knew what had changed. The war had shifted. His labors were no longer simply puzzles to solve. Now, they were pieces in a larger chess game, one where someone else had made the next move. On his pillow lay another envelope. Inside a single Polaroid photograph. It showed Miss Lemon. In the background, a street market in Athens. She was smiling. But the back of the photo said, "Even the efficient are vulnerable. Labor 7 begins when you decide what matters most." Poirot crushed the photo in his hand. So, it had begun. 10. The cost of silence. Miss Lemon never missed a Monday. Not in 12 years. Not during rail strikes. Not after her dental surgery. Not even after the tragic death of her Siamese cat, Trotsky. But today, her desk was empty. Poirot stared at the stark geometry of her chair and typewriter, both perfectly aligned as if expecting her return. She had vanished. Georges confirmed it: no note, no call, no sudden family emergency. He had rung her flat, no answer. Visited, no sign. The concierge remembered seeing her leave early Sunday morning. Dressed neatly, handbag close to her side. Poirot's fingers trembled slightly as he opened the second envelope found beside his breakfast tray. She always typed your final case files. Now she writes her own. Labor, B.E., begins with stillness. If you want her back, stop chasing truth. Tell the world you were wrong. Beneath the note was a press clipping. E. Santamuscan. Poirot's last case, a fraud. Insiders claim famed detectives' final investigations were reckless, unproven, even fabricated. Poirot crushed the paper in his fist. He returned to the basement room 2 hours later. They had known he would come. Amy Carnaby was waiting this time, alone. No Greta, no guards. Just 2 chairs facing one another. Poirot sat down across from her. She offered him a cup of tea. He didn't touch it. "I thought you were a woman of warmth," he said. Amy's smile was gentle. "I still am. But warmth fades under shadows. Where is Miss Lemon?" "She's safe. Not harmed. But she is suspended. In her own silence. We gave her a choice." She said nothing. "You're trying to break me," Poirot said. Amy's voice lowered. "No. We're trying to make you see. You cleaned the surface, but you left the rot beneath. You solved cases, but people still suffered." Poirot stood, unable to sit in her presence a moment longer. "I cannot play judge, jury, and God." "But you did," she said quietly. "You just called it deduction." That evening, Poirot walked through Regent's Park alone. The wind cut through his coat. He passed the bench where Miss Lemon once sat on lunch breaks, feeding sparrows and reading dreadful mystery novels. He'd often teased her taste. She always smiled politely, then placed another predictable paperback on his desk a week later. He missed that smile more than he expected. A soft voice broke the wind. "She is still alive." Poirot turned sharply. The woman who had spoken stood beside a lamppost, her coat too thin, her face half covered by a scarf. He recognized her instantly. Jean Moncrief. But she was supposed to be institutionalized, broken, hidden. Now, here she was, thin, wary, and very much awake. "You were never meant to see me again," she said. Poirot's voice cracked. "They said you were—" "They lied, as did you. When you told yourself that exposure was enough." Poirot stepped closer. "Why are you here?" "To give you one chance. There's another labor coming. They call it the Cretan Bull. It's a trap." "For me, no. For someone else. But if you interfere, Miss Lemon dies." Poirot's hands curled into fists. "And if I do nothing—" Jean's eyes met his. "She dies anyway." He returned home to find Georges packing a small suitcase. Poirot raised an eyebrow. "Sir, forgive me," Georges said with unusual warmth. But you cannot stay here. They are too close. They are watching. I suspect. Even your teapot may betray you now. Poirot nodded silently. He had long lived among geometry and routine, order and method. But now, the rules had changed. His logic was being used against him. He looked at the broken remains of the press clipping still on his desk. His reputation was crumbling. His people were being picked off. And yet, he felt the smallest seed of clarity. These were not mere revenge seekers. They were building something, testing him, turning each of his labors into twisted counterpoints. If this was a game of chess, it was no longer enough to play defense. It was time to sacrifice a piece and step into the fire. Leaven the labyrinth trap. The invitation came at midnight. Typed, no return address. Delivered by hand. Georges. Said a pale woman in a dark coat had slipped it under the door. Her accent was French. Her voice, he added, trembled slightly. Poirot unfolded the single sheet. The Cretan bull is restless. He stands accused of madness. You may save him, or you may save her. Choose. Beneath the message was a name, Nicholas Welburn, former soldier, now accused of murder, and a location, the Queen's Hospital for the criminally insane. Wing C, Room 9. Poirot sat back, the paper trembling slightly in his hand. The game was no longer symbolic. It was literal. He arrived the next morning in gray fog and silence. The Queen's Hospital was a monolith of soot-colored brick, its windows barred, its walls high. Inside, the orderlies wore blank expressions and asked no questions. Someone had arranged his clearance. The head physician, a man with eyes too tired for curiosity, handed Poirot a slim file without comment. Nicholas Welburn, 33, former Army engineer. Honorable discharge. No prior psychiatric history. Admitted after confessing to murdering his wife in a fit of delusion, claiming she was part of a network of watching women. Poirot's breath caught. Watching women? The pattern was there beneath the jargon and the tragedy. Inside Room 9, Nicholas Welburn sat cross-legged on the floor. He looked up as Poirot entered. His hands were bandaged, his knuckles swollen. "Are you the one who finds liars?" he asked. Poirot closed the door softly. "I am the one who hears the truth when others cannot bear it." Nicholas blinked. "Then you should know she was one of them. She watched me, even in sleep." "Your wife?" "Yes." His voice dropped to a whisper. "They taught her to use silence, to tilt her head a certain way, to ask questions that never sounded like questions. They changed her. She was never afraid. Even when He trailed off. Poirot knelt beside him. "Why did you confess?" "Nicholas, because I killed her." Poirot studied him. "And yet you hesitate as you say it." "She made me feel like I was the one being examined. Every day. I think I started to believe I was mad. She made me doubt every memory, every moment." Poirot's voice was soft. "Did she mention a woman named Greta?" Nicholas flinched. Poirot knew then this was no madness. This was orchestration. Outside the room, Poirot examined the visitor logs. Only one name stood out, Therese Vallon. She had signed in under that name 4 times, always in the last 2 months, always preceding an episode of violent paranoia in Nicholas. She had manipulated his spiral, and then, when his mind cracked, he had become the next labor, the next parable. Poirot returned to his flat by evening. Georges greeted him solemnly. "Nothing from Miss Lemon, sir? No calls? No new photos?" Poirot nodded. He walked past his immaculate bookshelves and opened his safe. From it, he withdrew a sealed letter, the one Miss Lemon had handed him 2 weeks earlier, to be opened only if she ever went missing. He slid it open with a blade. Inside, a short, handwritten note. "Monsieur Poirot, if I am ever taken, I ask only that you remember I chose this job not because of the cases, but because of you, your order, your kindness, your deep, unspoken sadness. And if you must choose between me and the truth, then choose the truth. Because you gave it to me first, Miss Felicity Lemon." Poirot folded the letter slowly, his vision blurred for the first time in a long while. Hercule Poirot wept, not loudly, not bitterly, just quietly, like a man lost in the center of a maze of his own making. By midnight, he had made his decision. He sent 2 messages, one to Inspector Morton, instructing him to raid an abandoned estate outside Croydon, coordinates enclosed, and one to Amy Carnaby, hand-delivered, unsealed. "The bull has been spared. The labyrinth, however, has collapsed. You have drawn blood, but now I move." At dawn, Scotland Yard raided the Croydon estate. They found surveillance equipment, disguises, medical files, a hidden chamber with a wall of photographs. Many were of Poirot. Some were circled, others crossed out, and one file folder marked Alahoy Viran Lemon. Final leverage. Do not harm without order. But the place was already empty. Cleaned out, Poirot watched the report come in by telegram. His lips curved. Greta had made one mistake. She had underestimated devotion. She had underestimated Miss Lemon. That night, in a cafe near King's Cross, a woman in a thick scarf walked up behind Poirot's table. She sat down silently. He didn't turn. "You got the bull," she said softly. Poirot replied, "And now I want the keeper of the labyrinth." Greta smiled. "You'll never find her." "I already have." He turned a photo face up on the table. It showed Greta 10 years younger, beside a man with no name but a face Poirot would never forget. The man who died in the Erymanthian boar. A man Greta had manipulated, then discarded. "You were never just angry," Poirot said. "You were always building towards something." She stood calmly. "Don't follow me. I already am." 12. The 12th wound in myth. The 12th labor of Hercules was descent into the underworld to bring back the Hound of Hades. It was not a battle of strength, but one of resolve. The hero had to descend willingly into the place where others were broken. Poirot now understood. This was not about a single killer. It never had been. This was about what was left behind when justice was delivered and the detective walked away. And it was time to descend. He waited in a ruined theater, one that had once hosted wartime Shakespeare productions, now marked for demolition. The floorboards were cracked, the velvet rotting, and yet it was perfect. At precisely 11 p.m., they entered. Greta, Amy Carnaby, Therese Vallon, 3 women who had been shaped by his cases, by his methods, by the fractures in the world he had cleaned but never healed. They stood across from him in the flickering light of a single hanging bulb. Greta spoke first. "Did you come alone?" Poirot nodded. "Georges is preparing supper. He trusts I will return in time to take my digestive biscuit." Amy stepped forward. Her eyes, once fluttery, now burned with fixed purpose. "Why are you here?" Monsieur. Poirot held up a small object. A single bullet. He placed it on the floor between them. It was meant for Miss Lemon. He said, "The mark on it matches one found in your Croydon facility." Amy blinked. "We never—" "No," Poirot interrupted. "You never gave the order. But someone did." He turned to Greta. Greta's smile faltered. "She was never meant to die. She was leverage." "Leverage," Poirot said softly, "is only valuable if you never use it. Otherwise, it becomes execution." Poirot stepped into the center of the stage. The dust around him danced like ghosts. He raised his voice, not loud, but firm, unshaken. "You claimed this was not vengeance, that you were correcting an imbalance, that I left things unfinished." He looked to Amy. "You, who I spared, who I trusted." To Therese. "You, who I never exposed." And to Greta. "You, who always thought yourself the better student." He turned slowly, letting the silence settle. "You called your network the spared, but what you've created is nothing more than a new form of tyranny. You decided who suffered, who broke, who was worthy of mercy. You became the judge." Amy's voice broke the quiet. "And so did you." Poirot nodded. "Yes, but I never lied to myself about the weight of it." He paused, then held up a small notebook. "Inside this are the names of the people you manipulated. You'll find Scotland Yard has it too. But I came here not to threaten you." He tossed the notebook into the dust. But to end it, Greta took a step forward, cautious. "You're surrendering." Poirot looked weary. "No, I am making peace with what I've done, with what I could not undo." He stepped closer. "I will not stop you if you leave here. But I will not lie for you. Not to the police. Not to myself. If I fall, then let that be my last labor." Amy looked shaken. Therese turned her face away. Greta stared at him, as if reading him for weakness. And then, a sound none of them expected. Clapping, slow, deliberate, from the far edge of the darkness. Comparius. A figure emerged, tall, impeccably dressed. "Inspector Morton." "Bravo," he said. "Shall I arrest them now, or wait until they finish applauding?" Chaos moved quickly. Therese reached for something under her coat. Morton moved faster. A warning shot echoed through the chamber. Amy flinched. Greta did not. Poirot held up a hand. "No more." But Morton was already stepping forward, badge in hand. "You're finished," he said to Greta. "Whatever justice you thought you were dispensing ends tonight." Greta said nothing. Instead, she turned to Poirot, her voice low. "You really think justice is what we're after?" Poirot replied evenly, "I think it is what you wanted, before you mistook pain for purity." She laughed. Then, softly, almost kindly. Then she dropped the silver medallion from her pocket and let it clang against the floor. She didn't resist as Morton took her arm. Nor did Amy, nor Therese. Later, Poirot sat in the theater alone. Morton had gone. The women were in custody. The 12th labor was over, but not completed. From his breast pocket, Poirot pulled Miss Lemon's letter again. He reread it under the dust-flecked light, then folded it with care. Behind him, a voice stirred. "You kept your promise." Poirot turned. Miss Lemon stood there, unharmed, plain, efficient, unchanged, except her eyes. Her eyes had seen something now, something that could not be catalogued in a Rolodex. She walked up to him, said nothing, simply sat beside him. They stared at the stage together for a long time, and Poirot whispered, mostly to himself, "The world does not reward clarity. It only remembers spectacle." Miss Lemon finally replied. You chose truth. Poirot nodded, and still the wounds remain. She looked at him. Wounds mean you survived. He turned to her, smiled gently, and for once, didn't correct her grammar.